Assalamu alaikum. You can hear me? Good. Okay. Take care, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Kindly make your way into the main hall. We're about to commence with the proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly make your way forward towards the stage. We're about to commence the proceedings. 2 minutes time, we're going to get going here. Lots of space right at the front, and I'm sure our speakers will appreciate you being close to them so they can see the excitement in your eyes. So kindly join us right to the front. We're about to start the proceedings. Thank you. I'm Andrew.
My name is Ignacio from Spain.
Nice to meet you. Buenos dias. Buenos dias. Okay, kindly make your way into the main hall. We're about to commence the proceedings here on the second day of this exciting conference, the Future of Desalination. Please come and join us. Well, good morning, everybody. A warm welcome back to the main hall, the main stage, where we're debating and co-creating the future of desalination. I hope you're all well rested and you enjoyed the proceedings yesterday evening, hopefully as well. I certainly did. Wonderful insight into one of my favorite topics as well, in case you were with us at the Arabian Horse Center. We're about to get going. The format of the day is that we're starting with a keynote speech, a very exciting speaker coming to you. I'll introduce that in just a moment. And then we have a leadership panel, some true leaders globally in the desalination space, telling us their vision of where desalination is going, and maybe where it's been. So without any further ado, let's start the proceedings. Let's have the video, please.
Once upon a time, in the very near future, there will be a world of endless possibilities, of fulfilled happiness, of eternal green, of unlimited resources.
Once upon a time, this world will cease to exist if we don't defeat our biggest challenge of water shortage.
Every week, we're seeing new and undeniable climate events, evidence that accelerated climate change is here right now. And solving this crisis is not a question of politics, it is a question of our own survival.
I believe that human ingenuity, our science and technology, can and will solve most of our long-standing problems. I also believe that human kindness and the ability to collaborate will prevail.
لدينا فرصة ننتقل إلى جيل جديد.
Let's transform the way we obtain water. Let's combine technology with creativity to unlock new innovations that keep water flowing forever.
I mean, if you haven't noticed, the future is actually everywhere to be seen.
Let's break the limits and soar into the sky to preserve water abundance accessible everywhere and affordable for all. Let's envision a world that secures the future of generations to come.
But we're running out of time because the future is arriving faster than we think. Actually, the future is already here, we just haven't paid enough attention. Science fiction is becoming science fact, and we are at a fork in the road.
هذا مشروع فقط موقع ومكان للحالمين اللي يريدون خلق شيء جديد في هذا العالم.
The Future of Desalination International Conference. Warm greetings to our keynote speaker, who is a true leader in the space of digitalization, the inventor, if you like, of Industry 4.0, and has driven a lot of trends in this space. A warm welcome, please, to Henrik von Schiel. Henrik.
Good morning, Your Excellency. Good morning, you distinguished guests. It's my honor to be here. I'm excited. I have a couple of messages. I also do have a challenge. I have never given a speech at 15 minutes. I always thought I have nothing intelligent to say within 15 minutes. I have an apple along for the people that fall asleep, right? So you can have some energy. So my message to you is a different message than what I normally give. So at the World Economic Forum and around the world, you hear these big hype words. Part of the video that you see of the future and everything, I want to draw it a little bit different. The Arabian Peninsula has been the region that has been investing heavily in desanitation because they had no other choice. Today, they have expertise, and today the world is desperately in need to leverage that expertise and to consume some of it. I want to highlight to you a little bit more in detail the future of life. because life is about water, and I want to highlight to you where these drivers are that is changing even more radical than what we think, the future the next couple of years, what we can do, what the trends are, and what we can do. Now, with that said, I have nothing to sell to you. So lean back, take notes. This presentation is for you to understand what is driving the change and what you're able to do. So, that is not my presentation. Maybe you can change the presentation. If not, I can also do it without. So in 2008, I did the strategy for Germany for Angela Merkel, the German government. We all structured together, Henning Kagermann and Professor Seer. And normally when you do strategy, you look at the key challenges that are around in terms of the forces and drivers. And what we discovered there was the digital agenda. And within the digital agenda, we discovered something we have never discovered before. 5 trends that are colliding together. When you look at your phone today, before 2008, your phone was not connected. This is where the digital, the virtual, and the physical world collided together. That is what we call the digital agenda. Things a half year later when we were drinking beer was actually a little bit dire. We discovered there are not 5 trends. We discovered that there are 77 trends that are fundamentally changing every aspect of human life, how we interact, how we consume, how we live, how our economy will be, how we interact with our environment. Every aspect of human experience is changing faster than ever before. And this is not a revolution, this is an evolution. And the evolution happens in certain steps. And that's some of the misunderstandings, right? Because it's exponential by nature, the first phase we see is a technology revolution. That was in 2008. Then you have the environment revolution. And then you have the economic revolution. We are in the economic revolution. Not said that the environment revolution is finished or the technology revolution. The technology revolutions are 70 technology sets emerging in 3 phases. The environment revolution is one key element: climate change. And climate change is about the changing of water cycles, how we consume water and how we use water. Europe is waking up to a bad dream this year, a really bad dream in terms of water consumptions. They've been using too much groundwater. They are desperately also in need of desanitations in terms of the areas around Southern Europe, big time. So, what is happening right now is quite interesting. So, when you look at these 77 trends, you would say, what does that have to do with your industry? Actually, a lot. If you don't get the next phase right, so of all the industries, you are the critical, important industry of all industries. Doesn't matter IT, it doesn't matter automotive, it doesn't matter agriculture, it doesn't matter all of this. If you don't get it right, and we don't get it right in the right phase, we have a humongous crisis among us. We will have the challenge of population that will move around, migration. We will have a challenge of economy will break down. We will have our democracies will break down. The fundamentals of water is in all these aspects that we do with. Our economy is based on these elements. Now we have some challenges with that, and we have opportunities. So the reasons why I'm showing you these trends, this is what you should normally look at, because they collide together, right? So the technology trends are an opportunity for us. They are the ones that will help us because, for example, when we look at the challenges in water, we cannot do the same with water that we do with carbon trading. We need to find the different solutions on how the consumers can be more responsible but receive water and distribute water and be able to earn water. A little bit like carbon trading, but not corporate driven, but consumer driven. What is the solution for this? Web 3.0 and blockchain, right? What is the solution for you to be better enabled for operational excellence, artificial intelligence, and digitalization, right? There are technology sets that enable you to do it. So one of the 4 trends that you will see in your industries are quite straightforward, right? So when you look, the climate change, and I just want to put a word in here, right? I said that at World Economic Forum constantly, right? We live on a planet where the climate is never constant. It's always changing. We are like teenagers that try to understand how it works, but we don't understand all what it works. Water is not disappearing. Water is being redistributed. One of our challenges in the climate change, the biggest challenge, right, is how water is evaporating, how it's falling down, and our ability on agriculture. We use 60% of all our water on agriculture. And our agriculture productivity level is only at 25%. That means we produce corn in the US to produce enzymes for novozymes. We are having an agriculture crisis on how we use it, our food production. And we need to change the way that we produce meat, the way that we use the water, and replenish water in the future, right? So one of the elements that we need to focus on, point 1, and I want to highlight it a little bit, right? We need to focus on creating the tomorrow today. So what does that mean? Why am I such a big fan of SWIC? Because I believe the Saudi region is one that has the expertise, one that has the monetization and capabilities, and the willingness to take the lead. Why do we need to have somebody who takes the lead globally on expertise and technology? Well, it's very simple. Normally how our development goes is that the rich country invests and they use it. Today, we need to do it same. We need to do the countries that don't have the money and help them within the next 3-4 years. If not, we will have a migration crisis at our hand. Not a small one. So we need to play on 2 horses. We need to see the future in the future and act now, because if we don't act on the weak ones, they will weaken us even more. So we have to have an even balance in this portion, right? Then we have one element, we need to focus on how we tackle the problem on our environment changes with brine mining and with energy consumption out of it. And actually, we have to prototype how energy can be produced out of it, right? We have to do a lot of prototyping. And that's my proposal. I've been talking to SWIC for quite a while, for them to take the lead in many of these aspects, right? The challenge we have as a group of here, you all see SWIC as a buyer. I see SWIC as one of the main players in the next couple of years here, right? Think about, we are in the space where Saudi Arabia is the Google of desalination. You just don't know the add button. Once you have that button to add, right, we can make it cheaper, smaller, more customized for the smaller regions that are islands. We can make it bigger, more customized for the regions where they need to integrate it with renewable atomic generators. So we need to be very broad on this. So, in closing, I have a key message to you. One element is that I'm looking in the future, but I can only look in the future by looking in the past. When you look at what have we accomplished the last 100 years as human mankind, it's tremendous. We always look on how challenging it is with energy crisis, inflation rate, all of this. We as human mankind have accomplished more in the last 100 years than we have as a race before. We live longer, we have more freedom, we have more rights, we have more equal rights, we have more money in our hands, we have more education. Whatever parameter you go on, we have become a stronger human race. We are today a more globalized society. If you ask me personally, we need to focus on two main elements to really, really tackle our environment challenges. Number one, we need to have equal support of water for everybody, and we need to cover that crisis. Number two, we need to tackle aquaculture, and we need to tackle each of these challenges we have within aquaculture. We have huge, huge challenges within aquaculture. Now, here's the key. You are scientists to make a rocket to the moon. You will have people on that rocket that will depend on you to survive to come to the moon. You are the society that is creating a safe ticket for humanity and a stability for humanity. It's not a small task. There's no industry like yours that is around. You are the guardians for the next generation. Humanity is at the crossroad. You are the ones that if you're able to collaborate, you can lift the table. Now, the Industry 4.0, the centerpiece of the Industry 4.0 is humans. Because humans have the capability to adapt to changes. Our ability to adapt to changes is our ability to collaborate, find common ground, be innovative, ideate, prototype, collaborate, and expand. These are elements that are a critical portion of it. Now we need to talk about another alley we need to go down to. If we mean it really serious about saving the environment and climate change, we need to rethink our focus on globalization and growth. I mentioned that to the World Economic Forum for the last 8 years, and nobody really wants to listen to it, because it's a drug that they're addicted to. Globalization, global market. If we want to be zero marginal footprint, we need to focus on local production. We cannot ship apples from Croatia all the way to Europe if we don't use the European apples. We need to focus on a local production. That's a big time. I believe we live in one of the greatest times of all. I believe each one of you who sit here, you have the opportunity to make a change. We're meeting one of the biggest challenges ahead. I have not highlighted to you how to apply the Industry 4.0. I only have 15 minutes. I've not highlighted to you the regional challenges that are within it. But I believe you have both the ambition, the capabilities to make the difference. Desalination is the only solution that we really have long term. There will appear more solutions, but it's the only one we need to put our cards on now. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Henrik, for these inspiring words, for this cautious optimism, but definitely the drive behind what is going on. Industry 4.0 is making big waves. Desalination is making big waves, but it will make even smaller waves as well all around the world. We're sure of that, perhaps from the center here in Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I promised you an exciting panel. They have a high standard now to live up to. Some very inspiring words from Henrik. How will we respond? Corrado, you and your team are now challenged as the leaders, the global leaders in desal. please come up to the stage. I'm just going to name you. You can introduce your panel afterwards. But we have Corrado Somariva. We have Fevil Suzy Nkambule. I probably completely messed up your name, I'm afraid, Fevil, but correct it if you would. Just Suzy? Thank you, Suzy. Javier Nieto, Pedro Alamagro, Jorge Salas Horta, Karen Stummeyer, and Ignacio Gonzalez Castello. The floor is yours, Corrado. Take it away. I think the microphone should be working when you take your seats here.
Well, thank you very much, Robert, for the introductions. Thank you very much for the organizing to have this panel and have us give us the possibility to contribute to this fantastic event. After the keynote speech and knowing that this was very inspirational moment, I think we have a very, very hard task. The one of keeping the audience focused and attended for 1.5 hours on topics that are of extreme importance. And I rely on the professionalism and the knowledge of our panelists to accomplish this task. I believe that the industry has done really giant steps in the last 5 years, I would say, particularly in the last 5 years. And one of the countries that has been the main originators of the global change in desalination has been Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia was the first country who set a limit on specific energy consumption and said, we don't want desalination plants that have a specific energy consumption higher than 3.5 kilowatt hour per meter cube. I remember that time there were developers and maybe people like Acciona and Suez and other people that say, no, 3.5 kilowatt hour per meter cube is unachievable. Then they stick to their gun and they say, we will not accept any bid for specific energy consumption higher than 3.5 kilowatt hour per meter cube. The results was that they got 5 bids, all of them lower than 3.5 kilowatt hour per meter cube. And now, if you believe that the seawater reverse osmosis plant will be 3.5 kilowatt hour per meter cube, you would say your plant is not competitive, is not up to the standard. So this is a remarkable achievement, and this is my personal congratulations to Saudi Arabia for making this gift to the desalination community. Thank you very much for that. Coming to the questions and the panel views on desalination and future. How do you see, and starting from you, Suzy, you are bringing a desalination perspective from a little bit different from us. Here in the Middle East, we are used to mega plant. The economy of size goes towards big size because of the capex and the efficiency, and the construction details are marginally more efficient. But is this the right way? Is it centralized versus decentralized the way forward to go? And how is the perspective in South Africa? How do you see this in the future?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, Your Excellencies and distinguished guests. From South Africa, we effectively, as Nafasi, operate across sub-Saharan Africa and have a view of the ongoing need for water security, which is a blended strategy. Africa is very wet, but has very at-risk water resources in that the qualities have been deteriorating over centuries of mining with no real discipline about environmental management. So what we have seen in Africa, which has been prevalent over the last 20 years, is an increasing number of RO plants that are being developed inland in order to desalinate brackish waters that are also heavily polluted by heavy metals. And that has meant that we have lived with the brine problem for far longer than most other regions across the world. So the focus heavily in Africa is, and as far as desalination goes, is largely about brine remining, because it's already been mined primarily and then polluted, and then you basically have to then mine that last 2% stream, because for the first 20 years, the heavy focus was on developing reverse osmosis, small-sized 10 to 30,000 cubic meter a day plants at an exceptionally high recovery for brackish waters, around 98% odd. So then you had to concentrate the problem to just 2%. So what we are now doing as an industry and approaching it very much as an open innovation type of an environment is focusing on the brine remining. And in there, it's far more exciting and more interesting than conventional seawater desalination brine, because you'll find precious metals in it, you'll find salts that are usable for fertilizers. So there's a lot of research and ongoing commercialization of a number of different technologies centered around brine. But the wider desalination conversation is for our coastal cities. And I'm sure everyone remembers Cape Town, which in the Day2 conversation, it's still ongoing. They're still planning a desalination project of some nature. However, the main issue for us is we will never have the scale that the Middle East has been able to achieve in order to get those types of tariffs and those efficiencies in their systems. And we also have a challenge around the energy costs. Energy is not cheap on the African continent. South Africa has only just gone into an experiment right now about opening up the grid and allowing for independent power producers to come on board. But even that has certain limitations. And the trend is pretty much at the moment, whether you're looking at wind or solar, still fourfold difference in terms of cost compared to the average in this area of the world. So energy costs are very high. But for us, the most important question is, how can we draw from the lessons of the efficiencies and innovations that are coming from the center of desalination across the world, and what will apply within our home markets? And it is fairly early at the moment. We're lucky in that we have an operational large-scale, well, large by our standards, desalination installation in Namibia, which we effectively treat as a sandbox for application of some of the lessons, and probably most of the technology suppliers that are here have been involved in some way, shape, or form in trying to work with us to manage issues of pre-treatment challenges. The shoreline is incredibly nutrient-rich, so the water qualities vary a lot seasonally. We also have sulfur issues, within the shoreline, particularly to the western side of the Atlantic. So there's a lot of challenges, but it's interesting and it's keeping the engineers engaged. But yes, we need to think a bit more decentralized and medium scale, and how to still maintain efficiencies in that. And then obviously, as we carry on with the brine mining research, we'll share what we learn and what we find, and make sure that when the rest of the world picks up on brine mining, that at least we have something meaningful to share.
Thank you very much. Karen, I would like to take your views on this. Let's make an example. You go to Dubai and you sit in the Atlantis, in the last floor, having a coffee, and then on your left-hand side,
honestly,
you can...
I don't understand a word, honestly.
You cannot hear.
Sounds hysterical.
There is an echo. Echo?
Yeah, the two of us here can really... We don't hear anything. I haven't heard a word of what you have
Maybe
said.
we should put off our phone when someone else is speaking. Our mic.
I think it's more about the speakers. I don't...
Hello? Can you hear me better now?
Bit better.
Better.
That's why I could not really follow your words.
No, we were talking about centralized versus decentralized desalination plant.
Okay.
And I was trying to make the example that if you are in Dubai, for instance, and you are on the top of Atlantis, and you're having a coffee, then you can see on your left side 20 kilometers of desalination plant. As ugly as they are, desalination plants with their power plant. So wouldn't be in the future possible to think that that desalination plant is, this big desalination station is transforming several small desalination plant embedded in the district of the town, and that area is transformed into a beach or a natural resource or a residential area of high quality. And would this transform the way we see our industry coming in a more sustainable way with a desalination plant, maybe also wastewater treatment plant, embedded in the quarter rather than in a big centralized area with big and huge effluent discharge, and that quarter basically is self-sufficient. A model a little bit a la Singapore. You see projects like Marina Bay or projects like TUAS in Singapore. What is your views on this?
Well, I think these are certainly approaches we have to take in future. Look more into the environment the desalination plants are going to be built in. But I think you have to very well consider the existing systems as well that have to be expanded and the areas that have to be developed. I mean, you're talking about beaches that can be also used for the population. Yes, I certainly agree. We would not like to see too many desalination plants then there. But on the other hand, we have to accept that, especially in this region here, desalination plants are part of our life here, and they will in future more and more be part of the life. And so we have to very carefully evaluate large centralized systems serving a huge area maybe, feeding into existing systems which need to be further expanded, versus small localized plants also serving maybe more remote areas. On the other hand, I think we have, when we go to Australia, we have some very good examples how, even if we look at large plants, how they can be implemented in the existing environment without being an obstacle. And I think that could be a goal as well. Create an environment around that plant that it can be part of our future, also from an aesthetical point of view.
Okay, thank you. But at the end, is it something that you believe, or you simply think is going to be a point of evaluation? What is your belief? This is a way forward or not?
I think we have to, at the end, consider both options. To have a larger plant, a larger system, making use of efficiency, scale up, commercial aspects that promote a larger plant, but not at the same time neglecting areas where we need smaller plants to serve more remote areas.
A question for all the panelists. When we are talking about sustainability of desalination solutions, we saw the industry going down from 6 kilowatt-hour per meter cube to 3 and less in the time frame of 5 years, I would say.
10 years.
Where this energy saving has been originated, there have been no breakthrough innovations, and where is simply the energy, the sector learning from his own experience, refining? Javier, maybe you are the first one that you can give us as a developer and EPC contractor, give us a view on this point.
Thank you, Corrado. Good morning. It's a pleasure for me to be here and share this panel with my colleagues and with all of you. I'm Javier Nieto from Acciona. I'm the country manager responsible for all the water business in the kingdom. And it's a very interesting question. But it's not so simple to answer. I think for the past 5 years, we have seen improvements on the membranes. We have seen that they are even duplicating the permeate flow of a single element. We have seen improvements on the efficiency of the pumps. We have seen improvements on the ERD. And this, little by little, has improve our power consumption from 5 to 3.5, 3.2. But now, attending these days to a lot of interesting conference in this salon, we are targeting a totally different value. We are targeting to be lower than 2 kilowatt hour per cubic meter. And to be honest with you, I think in order to achieve that value, that target, we need to come with a disruptive innovation. Maybe in the next years, we will not talk about membranes, for example, and we will talk about absorbent materials or chemical compounds that can desalinate the water in a more efficient way. I don't know, but I think that
break the threshold of 3 or 2.5 kilowatt hour per meter cube. That is what you believe that RO cannot.
RO can improve. RO can improve much more than that, and can be lower than 3. But reaching the target that we have set in this conference to be lower than 2 is going to be tough for the typical membrane RO technology that we know at these days. And I don't know that this disruptive innovation will come from one day to another. So this will require a lot of continuous improvement in the industry, that this will require a lot of collaboration from the off-takers or the procurers, the developers, the contractors, and the supply chains. Without that collaboration, we will not go below. And that collaboration will come with, from the off-taker side to offer the market specifications which are up to date, specifications which are not from 5 years old, and they need to provide also.
You can say specifications that are not copy-paste.
Well, I won't say that, but sometimes the specifications are not the best suitable ones for that particular project, and also we need to have the freedom. Right? The off-takers and the procurer need to provide the freedom to be creative to the developers. Also, the developers need to invest in new technology, not looking for a short-term profit, but for a long run. This will keep improving our industry. Maybe we need to invest more in new technologies which facilitate artificial intelligence to save costs and energy in the long run. And for a contractual point of view and supply chains, we need to keep pushing the industry to invest in R&Ds. So only if this collaboration and this continuous process of improvement is going on, one day some company will come with that disruption innovation that could break these 2 kilowatt hour per cubic meter of power consumption.
But thank you for this point. But I am not sure whether we are doing the right thing here, because let's say 5 years ago we were talking about forward osmosis, membrane distillations. Now we are basically not talking anymore. We are talking only reverse osmosis, and are we killing the chance for these disrupting technologies to come and to have a chance, to have an opportunity? And it's just the fact that we are having an established technology who can learn from continuous improvement, whereas we have a disrupting technology that have a lot of uncertainties, but is not even given a chance because there are no major plants that are prescribed or specified with this technology, or perhaps this technology is simply not bankable for the size of the plant that we are doing. So how do we give a chance for new opportunities to come? Here we have the senior management of SWEC and the governor of SWEC, I think, that what can we suggest in terms of policies to be done to make sure that we don't kill something before it has the possibility to develop, first of all. Jorge, I think you are as a technology and innovator, you are the first, you are the best one now to give us some views on this point. But I would like to hear from all the panelists on this point. And I think here we have good suggestions also
Thank you,
to do.
First of all, thank you. I don't know if I'm the best man, but I'll try to do my best to address that issue. And thank you to the organization and to the audience. It's a pleasure for me being here. Yesterday, in the first session in the morning, we had a chance to listen to, in my opinion, very reasonable and wise words. The point was, let's look back 10 years back. Let's see where we were 10 years back. And let's see what's our situation now, especially here. I mean, Saudi Arabia is a leading country precisely on desalination. They are about to accomplish the shifting from one technology, thermal, MSF, MED. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Well, we are about to accomplish the transition from thermal to RO. I don't know if that is fully accomplished. I don't think so yet. So we are now in the moment of enjoying that change. We had to harvest, we had to milk the cow now that we have it. It's not the time to start thinking about another cow. So we are now with the right technology, with an unbeaten technology so far for large infrastructure. I'm talking for the needs of population having access to drinking water, to safe water. But still there are gaps and niches in that technology that we are still learning. We as EPC contractor, engineering companies, we are still polishing and refining. And we also heard yesterday how also important stakeholders in this industry know that they are putting caps to the power consumptions because they know that they can be improved. We heard how developers are polishing a little bit here and there in the process line by combining with renewable energies, etc. And they are managing to bring the cost and the power consumption of this technology down. And I still think that we still have some room to improve. So we have the technology that so far now for large infrastructure is working, is proven, is sound. I would ask anyone here in the panel or in the audience, if you had to put your money in a very large infrastructure to provide water here in Saudi Arabia, where you had to rely on desalination, what technology would you bet to? If it was my money, I would bet in a disruptive technology as Javier described it, as of now. If it was my money and I had to have that infrastructure working for the next 25, 30 years, I would put my money on reverse osmosis technology. It is proven, and it is proven at the scale and the size that it is needed here. And I would encourage people to improve and refine the process and the performance of the asset. Having said that, does that mean that we don't have to do anything about the future? Of course not. I mean, we cannot relax, we cannot be confident. We have to work hard for the next disruptive technology. We have to identify those candidates to be the next disruptive technology. And there are very good examples we've seen here in this Congress, some technologies, forward osmosis with different draw solutions. I'm a believer that forward osmosis might have a very good chance to be one of those disruptive technologies. We are talking sometimes about membrane distillation, for example. But those technologies are not at present, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, in a state where we can scale them up to very large infrastructure. It is not the moment to put such large, let's say, amount of investment in those technologies.
When will be this moment? We have to have net zero 2050 is very, very close, and our industry has a strong responsibility on that. Jorge, I'm sorry, it's my role as moderator, but to steer the discussions, I don't agree with you. What's going on? You should, as an innovator, tell us, yes, we have to commit. We have to go to zero net 50, even before 50. Our industry has a social responsibility to achieve that. I was lucky to participate to a study whereby, for instance, retiring the thermal desalination would be equivalent to save 5 gigawatt in the GCC of inherent energy consumption, which is equivalent to planting 20 billion trees. So why we are hesitating? We have been hesitating for years, for decades, and our children are going to pay for this hesitation. So we need to take the plunge, and us as leaders and innovators have to pave that way. And we have to shake the hands of the lenders, that the bankers, they say, this is not bankable, this is not possible to do, and tell them, no, it is possible. The industry can follow if there are the right policies. What do you think about, I'm sorry to, and I appreciate this is an amicable discussions, and it's my role of moderator to make
sure,
sure,
and you can
to
cut
make sure
me.
that the discussion is...
If you think I'm talking too much, you can cut me at any moment, okay? But it's a very good point, it's a very good question, but obviously we have to be serious, we have to be realistic. It's very important what we're talking about. We are talking about providing water to most of the population in this country, to most of the industry through desalination, because it's the only resource they have, or practically, well, yesterday I heard about 60% of the water comes from desalination here in Saudi Arabia. So we cannot play with fire, as we say in Spain, okay? So my view, if you think, and we do a similarity, for example, with the horizon of McKinsey in businesses, if RO, in my opinion, is a proven technology, already scaled up, domain in the market, it is, let's say, gaining the close to 90–95% learning curve of the industry. It is in Horizon 1. In Horizon 2, we have those technologies that have already been proven and tested at a certain industrial scale. They have also shown the potential to beat reverse osmosis, okay? That would be Horizon 2. Horizon 3 would be those technologies still on research and development, tested on lab, something like that, okay? I don't see any clear technology on H2. So in my opinion, there is a gap in those 3 horizons that I'm describing between one technology that is now transiting from H2 to H1, nearly reaching H1 fully, which is reverse osmosis, to those technologies that are still in H3, and there is nothing in between yet. It is very remarkable, in my opinion, the efforts that many entities here in the kingdom are doing, NEON, SWCC, SWPC, to start bringing those technologies, H3 we could call them, to H2 state. But that you have to do in a control size, and then gain the confidence, and then you will gain the bankability access by proving them at certain limited scale or experienced.
Pedro, you remember our project in Qingdao. That was in 2009 or 2010. And what I like of this project is that the project was into a derelicted area, industrial area, which was an environmental disaster. And then at that time, you and your team, Joaquim also was here, was part of the team, took over that site and rehabilitated, and along with the reconversion of the site, there was a significant environmental improvement. So how do you see, as a developer, the future of desalination? This comes with a wise policy decision, which was at that time taken, but also with a lot of governmental support. How do you see in the future the industry coming towards honoring that social responsibility of getting to a greener world and getting to a social responsibility of producing water sustainably?
Thank you, Corrado. Good morning. Thank you to the organization to allow me to be here, and say thank you to the audience to be together with us this morning. You mentioned the project Qingdao project in China that was in some way innovative, not in terms probably in technology, because we were using the available technology at the moment that was already the reverse osmosis, but was innovative in terms of changing regulations, local regulation, changing contractual structures that were not available in the country even, and changing financing tools in a moment where the crisis in Europe stopped the possibility to be financed by, we can say, standard banks in this industry, and we turned to Chinese banks and we were allowed to do it. So at the end, we need to innovate, and you are saying, when is the moment to innovate, to do the next step in the innovation in terms of technology? To keep talking a little bit more on that, because it's related to the sustainability of the industry. Qingdao project, because was your example, needed to be based on a proven technology, on a proven extractor that was not available in the country but was proven in other parts of the world. And this is, I agree with Jorge and the rest of the comments, and Javier, we need to be based on the technology that is proven for something that is a basic need. I mean, when we need water, it's a basic need. Sometimes it's even an emergency, and we need to go to these proven technologies, but we need also to boost the next step. And probably the regulations will help in a way that can allow maybe not 100% of an innovative investment, but for new projects we can establish a percentage of the production based on innovative solutions. And this is something that is a balance, is a balanced solution in terms of risk that I believe the industry can take their parts, the financial institution can take their own, and also the clients. So need to be gradually. We cannot go to big plants.
Of course, yes.
But we can do things like that, no?
Yes. Thank you. And Ignacio, over to you now, because you are bringing, I think it's very interesting for Saudi Arabia, a new way that is undertaken in Spain of asset managing. And the overall model of asset managing that Aquamed is doing, Aquamed is basically a public-owned corporation managing assets and delivering a public service. So, first of all, give us a little bit of overview about about Aquamed. And secondly, tell us how you manage innovation in renewing your operation and maintenance contract. How you do with assets that maybe are 10, 15 years old, and then you have to renew the operation and maintenance contract, and at that time is a possibility and an opportunity to implement ameliorations, to implement upgrades, and make the operation and maintenance of the plant much more sustainable.
Thank you very much, Corrado, and good morning to all. Well, let me first congratulate SWCC and Global Water Intelligence for this initiative, and also thank them for inviting Aquamed to participate in this event. Thank you very much and congratulations. Well, Aquamed is a state-owned company that depends on the government of Spain. We design, build, and operate all kinds of water infrastructures entrusted by the government, but our core business is desalination. We have 12 large desalination plants all along the Mediterranean coast with a total production capacity of over 400 million cubic meters per year. This represents more than 20% of total national production capacity. Well, if you allow me, let me first do two reflections about innovation, okay? We think about the future, innovation, not only in desalination, but in all the water sector is a priority right now, I think. Normally, in human history, changes follow technological advances, but nowadays, the opposite is true. Changes are happening first, and technological solutions are lagging behind. This is a case, for example, of climate change. We're providing traditional solutions, and we really need disruptive breakthroughs. Also, let me say, I think that innovation is a process that takes time, but implementing innovation takes even more time. There are limits to innovation beyond the limits of knowledge, for example, financial, governance limits, or even the users of desalination water. I think that it's true that there are new emerging technologies, some of which are at the pilot experience levels, but I believe that they are not mature enough or economically viable to be employed on a large scale or to process the large volumes of water required today. It is true that when we wrote the tenders, DBO tenders, documents back in 2005 for our desalination plants or our reverse osmosis technology, we incentivized innovation by rewarding companies that were able to improve plant energy efficiency below a certain value based on a win-to-win basis. If a company manages to reduce desalination plant energy consumption below a certain value, we pay them an extra for each kilowatt hour reduced for a few years. Okay? So at that time, we had plants that consume below 3 kilowatts hour per cubic meter. And Akmat, what we're doing now, we are currently trying to optimize our reverse osmosis plants as much as possible. But we keep an eye on the innovation initiatives of the Spanish private companies and research centers that are often or partially financed by the Ministry or the European Union. We are focusing on cost and impact reduction of our plants. I think that there are 3 types of trends that we are focusing. The first one is the one that's aimed at optimizing the management or efficiency of desalination plants through greater automation with the use of artificial intelligence, etc. Well, right now we have 20 employees in each plant, so we are reducing the number of employees, okay? The next trend will be to incorporate the materials used in desalination plants and byproducts into a circular economy, so we can reduce possible impacts on the environment. This could include, for example, brine mining or the reuse of membranes. I think that it's about 140,000 membranes are wasted per year worldwide, which is equivalent to 14,000 tons of waste. So we can reuse this one probably in low pressure filtration processes. And the last trend, and we are going into, is to contribute to climate change mitigation by reducing the carbon footprint. We are doing this, we're doing that through the improvement of energy efficiency of the osmosis process, new membranes, and the use of renewable energy. We are now putting renewable energy solar plants to our desalination plants, okay? And as you asked before about what is better, I took notes about centralized or decentralized model, for example. And we use a centralized model. We have 12 large desalination plants, and they are large because we must be close to our users. The location of the plants must be close to our users. And our users are municipalities and irrigation communities, okay? So we must be close to that. And when is the correct moment to change the technology? Or I think that there is always a financial moment or an environmental moment. And I think that is not the case today. Maybe, as you say, in 2050, I think we will be. But right now, I think that we are not at that point. Okay, and it's a matter of who wants to take or share the risks right now.
Guys, now I have to take my role of moderator and say that I have to stimulate these discussions. I'm not happy at all about this level of commitment now. I think all of you have experienced a tremendous summer. In Italy, it was not a summer, it was an inferno. I understood the same was in Spain, I don't know, in South Africa or in Germany.
It was the same.
They say that we cannot afford another 2 summers like that. The number of people that will die because of this one and the impact on the ecosystem that is going to be generated by that would be tremendous. So now I'm saying, on one hand, and we are here in a country that is giving us an example of innovations with NEOM, with the Red Sea project, with the ZLD country, and then we're seeing this tremendous impact of climate change. And now I want you to tell me, yes, we can innovate. We need to innovate. We need to go to zero net before 2050. Our industry can be positive. And I don't mind what is going to be the banker concern about my return on investment, because the impact on the social cost that a drought or a flood or an extreme event would be tremendously higher than the impact on islanders on return investment on his own project. So I believe, and I'm sorry to challenge you on this one, we need to be extremely more proactive and look at the issue of sustainable and future desalination in a holistic way. We have to produce with zero net much earlier in 2050 and earlier, because there is no alternative. There is simply not an alternative. And it's not the money that I don't return on my project, because my IRR will not be 12%, will be maybe 6%, but it doesn't matter, because my public corporation, that is my off-taker, will be bankrupted at that time, because he's spending his money not to procure the water from me, but to rescue floods, to subsidize farmers because there is a drought, or other things. So are we looking at the issue of future desalination in a holistic way or not? And Susie, I want you to please give us
some spark. The question about innovation is really, in our experience, and we're a mid-cap sized business, so we're corporate in one way and incredibly entrepreneurial in another. And what we found about innovation is that it exists where there is an alignment of policy and commercial incentive. The two have to go together. If there is no commercial incentive, and the timeline of the commercial incentive is an important thing to think about. If it's 5 years, it's not long enough. You need to at least look at 10 to 15 years. But policy needs to make it abundantly clear that it's already there, and make it incredibly expensive for you not to innovate up front. Almost threatened to take you out of business. A good example of that is what South Africa did, and I think many mining-related countries are now doing that globally. In around the year 2000, South Africa started saying to the mining houses, we've been asking for a long time for you to clean up our waterways. You've done nothing. Here's a draft policy paper about our discharge standards, where basically we will not let you put a single dissolved solid onto the rivers at all. And where you have water bodies that are incredibly polluted sitting underground, like mini little soups of high salinity as well as heavy metals, and in some instances radioactive components, especially in the gold industry, we're going to do a calculation and you're going to hold that liability in your balance sheet in cash. So the policy suddenly made it incredibly difficult for miners to ignore the issue of environmental sustainability, and triggered an industry that could innovate for the commercial incentive. And what you've now seen is South Africa is probably the first country in the world to take what RO was intended to be used in seawater environment and apply it inland in incredibly high pressure recovery environments. Doing the first plants that were doing 98, we've done a plant that was doing 99.5. Now we've got some plants that have a zero liquid discharge without a brine stream at all, depending on the water qualities. And you've also seen some innovations come out around brine mining, specifically, well, brine treatment originally, first to just eliminate the volume. So that's where you saw thermal evaporation getting cheaper and more efficient, energy efficient as well as recovery efficient. And then we started seeing some research is currently ongoing around freeze crystallization, which is a treatment process. So it's not necessarily for you to mine that in any way, shape, or form. It's more to just crystallize the salt into the smallest volume as possible so you can store it, which is also incredibly expensive to do. And now we're moving on to the next phase, which is ion exchange related type processes. We're very excited to see what comes out of the ceramic membrane environment because brines are incredibly scaling. So effectively, if you do not have policy aligning with the commercial incentives and looking at the right time horizon, industry doesn't.
But here we are talking about the policymakers.
Yes.
So we have to tell them what we expect them to go to the next step.
So if
you, as a private sector,
yeah,
you have to give us to give some examples of what the policymakers, and here we are in a country that has been a model for good policies. Policymakers should do to encourage that step change.
Exactly.
Thank you, but the model of South Africa is encouraging in effect. But Javier, you were the one who wanted to innovate before and put some forward osmosis and other things. But tell, what would you do if you were SWEC now, or if you were Saudi Water Partnership Company, to encourage that step change, knowing that this has been done already, and the industry can do a little bit more sustainably, not only from the environmental point of view, but from the development point of view.
Well, to be honest with you, I'm a true believer on the net zero concept, and I truly believe that we need to be more ambitious on this sense. Everyone, or every single entity that we are represented here in this conference, we need to be a bit more ambitious. In Acciona, our core strategy as a group is the sustainability. We became net zero company in 2016, and we take this very seriously. We have withdraw projects, profitable projects, because they are not friendly environment, and I think that is the direction not only for my company, for all the industry.
Can I ask a question? Is being sustainable penalizing you? When you are going to be sustainable means procuring material from certain sources, means having a certain supply chain, which means certain country cannot comply with, and I don't mention which countries, because of environmental pollution, sustainability, also Equator principles. So at the moment, being sustainable is not, it's your own initiative and is not rewarded. And how can this be rewarded?
Correct. But for example, for us, we have implemented that from the procurement process. It's a very strict assessment of to whom we buy product, and the sustainability is one of the core point of the triggers to say if we can buy or we cannot buy, or we can work or we cannot work with certain vendors. But I'm optimistic, and looking at this country, I have seen now how the balance between the desalination projects and the renewable energy is growing up from the past years. Now we are building huge solar PV plants to feed our diesels, and I think that is going to be the trend in the coming years. I think there will be certain initiatives that can improve and can help that process. For example, the green bonus. As a developer side, we can push the developers with using this green bonus, which motivate and incentivate the sustainability of the project. But I will say, I don't see our industry not being zero net zero beyond 2030. So if we at 2030 are not net zero, from my point of view, it will be a mistake.
I buy you. I like that statement. And building on that statement, Karen and Jorge, both of you, I'd like to ask you, we, Karen, as a consultant, we have a key role in fostering this development. And now let me be, how can I say, contrarian a little bit. Why do we always see the same specification, the same mistakes, the same even type of specification, when we know that there are fantastic resources that can work on the specification? I'm not talking about fission, I'm not talking about, but in general, we see always our industry dominated by copy-paste. It's because this 1% of consultancy is shaping the rest of the 99% of the EPC cost or turnkey cost, life cycle cost. So that 1%, maybe it should be 3, 4, and the adequate resources could be put into that. Are we constrained about resources? Is not the right resources working on the specifications? Or is simply, as I maybe perceive now, a matter of we are scared about innovation. Therefore, we still specify SDI less than 3 when we can know that this costs more money instead of SDI less than 4. We can still specify DAF in the Red Sea, or when we know that it costs more energy, more money, and is underutilized. It's just because we are scared, or just because we are not sufficiently aware of what technology can do, or just sufficiently a matter of resources. Not the right resources are working on the project, because all the companies have the right resources. So what is your take on this one?
Corrado, let me maybe take a few steps back. And maybe I think we also need to differentiate EPC contractors you mentioned. I would also like to draw attention to IWPs. I think there has been a huge development, especially, do you hear me? Especially in the development of IWPs. I think the specifications do leave a huge room of optimization today. Yeah? Just going back a couple of years, there was a specification for a minimum number of trains to be sure that the developer employs the right EPC contractor with the right experience, being able to cope with a certain capacity of trains and being able to construct the plant in a proper way. Today we leave it open. You know, there's no restriction anymore on capacity of trains. We set minimum requirements for pre-treatment because we know that developers, industry, EPC contractors, they are well aware of the function of the pre-treatment systems we have today. Yeah? This is a huge success we have to understand. Yeah? For the last 10 years, just go back to this plants we had 10 years ago facing huge problems with pre-treatment. I think we have all forgotten about that, and we should take and see how much development also in specifications we have made. Yeah? Leave room for optimization, encourage developers to optimize. When we work in a consortia or in combination or in cooperation with the financial advisors, there have been developments in tariff structures to motivate energy reduction, energy optimization. So there is a lot in place to motivate developers to develop their projects in the right direction. On the other hand, we also see certainly owners, operators of plants tendering EPC contracts that have an established way of working, operation, maintenance, routines, procedures, And I think our role is also to bridge between what is possible today, what has to be considered, what should be seen as a future development and enhancement of plants, but also to keep in mind what organization is behind that plant that needs to be operated later on. And this especially is true for EPC projects we see or we are working in, that we just cannot maybe not have the same challenge on the plants there, because it has to fit a certain organization as well. And so it actually has to come from that organization as well to take up all the possibilities they have, yeah? So they have to be made aware of the innovations that are being developed, the research that has been done. And I think, as we have here our host, SWCC, they are very well in the situation to judge on all that. They have a well-known research center being part of the overall research in this particular field, desalination. They have a huge experience of many decades of desalination, and that all has to feed into our developments, our strategies that have to be developed for the future. And that needs really a hand-in-hand working between research, between industry, between contractors, between O&M experience. All that has to be brought together, and even energy suppliers have their role in that game, I would say.
And how this changed also the consultancy business, because if you look at 20 years ago, the technical level of our client was here, consultant level was here. Now our clients get to really be expert on what they're doing. So in order to properly advise them, you need to be an expert. You really need to be an expert. And this has changed the industry of consultancy, so that really we need to bring expertise to the market. Do you agree on this? Jorge, I'm very much interested in having your views on how technology can get to the next step, and where the innovation can be brought formally into the specs, into the request for proposal.
I'd like to comment first on the RFP and the freedom that can be reflected or not. I'd like to comment first on the RFP and the freedom that Karen and you were discussing, whether they should be, let's say, more relaxed and leave bidders to select certain things, or they should be restricted. I think definitely there must be a minimum technical standards to be set in a tender document. That's clear, and I think we all agree here that we cannot mislead that obligation from the consultant, from the owner, to have a minimum standards. Having said that, and it depends, I would say that generally speaking, what we see is a mix of human effects. Let's say sometimes people want to protect with papers, basically, and they think this was done in the past and nothing happened, I will keep on doing exactly the same. Okay, let's say that those are conservative people.
But you teach me that over-design is never a good design.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's what I'm saying, but they think they are protected. So we have to be brave enough to sharpen and polish all those effects, let's say, of trying to overprotect, over-designing certain plants in order to achieve the best performance at the right price, okay? Secondly, I also see a trend to, and in the same line as you were saying, of requesting the plant to work under certain unrealistic circumstances that are not going to happen in that specific location, which is forcing someone to take the risk. So the second effect is, who is bearing this risk? And in the end, my humble experience, when you read the RFP documents, everybody is trying to push the risk to the other side by saying you will have to design a plant that will have to cope with whatever water will enter into the plant in the next 30 years. I'm sure that nobody here thinks that anyone can predict what's going to happen in 30 years. So we have to be practical and realistic, cover a relatively serious range of operational points of the plants, design limits, of course, but we cannot live with open statements. And sometimes those open statements are encountered in the RFP. So I would encourage consultant owners, clients that are reaching exactly same engineering, technology, knowledge level than EPC contractor, consultant, and so on, to have an open dialogue and put reasonable scene on the RFPs.
There was an idea, and I'd like to see your views on this, that the next tender, when you announce that interest for tender participation for EPC or for developer, you give them a green pass to the site for developer to install their own sampling campaign, so they can by themselves set up their own design limit and reference limit. What you say is correct, that there is, unlike for instance the PV industry, where all data are real, cast in stone for the last 20 years, our industry, there is a little bit of uncertainty on seawater data. And this obviously prompts us to build up margins. What about this idea? Give the developers the responsibility and the full risk. That is your site, you take the sampling, and you give me your best price for water.
The business model of the RFP also somehow conditions the RFP. If it is an IWP, there is a developer, there is a minimum selection criteria to qualify. All those bidders are supposed to be serious. Why not? They are the first one being interested in making sure that they are doing the right assessment on the water quality and range that they will have to handle with in the next 30 years, for example. Okay? I'd like to comment one thing on the net zero carbon footprint. We have already the tools. I mean,
pardon?
You addressed before the issue of the carbon footprint, when we will be reaching net zero carbon footprint. And as you well said, we have a social responsibility. We are not here also for making profits. I believe that we, all people, have a mission in life. And if we are here in this industry, it's because we were meant, obviously, to bring value to the society. Okay? But we have already the tools to have net zero carbon footprint. Renewable energies are there. It is not necessary that it's a visual direct link between renewable energies and desalination plants. But if you think of, let's think of a 250,000 cubic meters per day plant. What's the power that plant will require? 50 megawatts? Since you had to design the plant only for operating in the hours, you will have to think of storage tanks, and you have to multiply the size of the plant by 3 times. Then you will have 150 megawatts of installed power, because you will have to operate during 10, 12 hours, let's say.
You brought a very interesting point.
But my point is, who is paying for that? We can do it. There is a social responsibility. Susie was mentioning policymakers. Are we ready to pay again above $1 per cubic meter to have that zero carbon footprint?
It's very interesting what you say, because there was a study on this one. If we can produce during the day, when we have solar and electricity by PV, and here is how our industry is still narrow-minded. And you brought a very important point. If we can produce during the day, we can reduce the investment on the power grid we do on battery storage, because we can take out the desalination load from the peak at peak time, and then we will decrease our peaking station, which is, by the way, the greatest contributions in...
Corrado, we cannot forget that that has a cost. You had to over-increase your desalination capacity.
The cost for the desalinations, but the overall cost for the plant or for the situation, we have to I believe, open our mind to this possibility, knowing that maybe whatever it is, the lower cost for desalination is not the lower cost in general, because if we take out, for instance, the peaking stations, and we take out, for instance, let's say in the country of Saudi Arabia, if during between 5 and 9 o'clock in the evening, we switch off all the desalination plants, we take off from the grid how many? 300 megawatt, 400 megawatt of power plant that is peak load and is now met by gas turbine or diesel peaking stations. Very high cost. So wouldn't it be preferable to have storage? In fact, Saudi Arabia is investing in storage also for strategic reasons. So this is exactly what I wanted to create by stimulating discussions in this respect. And
I'm positive, but I wouldn't like you to hand on me the role that I'm saying that we did all we need to do.
No,
all I said is that so far we have the best we can have, and we cannot forget that we still have many things to do, but frankly speaking, for large infrastructure, we have not the technology so far except RO. That is my view. When will that come? 10 years' time? I don't know. But the reality, as of now, is what it is.
If you look now, for instance, just across the board, I mean, in Israel, they have that model. They produce more when the electricity is cheap because they have electricity variable charge.
That can be that.
And they produce less when electricity is more expensive. But in our specification, and here I can get again or ask as a responsibility as a consultant, our tariff is flat. There is no tariff incentive to produce more when we have solar PV and to produce less when we have a peaking station. Because maybe the financial consultants are too lazy to think to change their financial model system. But we, as a technical consultant, have the duty to advise them that there is a possibility, and this will be a possibility of taking off a lot of megawatt from the grid.
That's what I meant, that we already have tools. We can do something already.
I agree.
It's not something that to think of for the future.
Okay. And now, this is a topic, I mean, I was thinking 1.5 hours, how we're going to fill this 1.5 hours, and we are only 15 minutes to finish. But I want to ask this question to all of you, because, and it's a little bit change in terms of topic. I insisted a lot on sustainability, but now we can see that the industry is changing. The project, they were before focused on desalination only, and the battery limits was the pumping station and the storage tank. Now the project is going to have a pumping station, storage tank, pipeline, storage tank, the delivery, distribution network. Is it going to change our industry? Is it going, the desalination plant is going to be, that was before, 100% of the budget. Now it's going to be maybe 10, 15% of the budget. If you go to a project like WAVE, the component one, which is the nanofiltration plus pretreatment, is going to be maybe 10, 20% of the overall 1 billion budget. So is it going to change our industry? And is it going to change the face of developers? Many developers cannot afford to go to this mega project of $1 billion more. So, Pedro, what's your take on that? You as a developer and entering into the market and facing the $1 billion challenge.
Okay, just to clarify, we have the experience as a developer. We want to, as Lantania, to be also playing some role sometimes, but we are an engineering and construction company. But I take the question, no problem. It's happening already in this country. No? We see the clusters as a new way to develop infrastructure, taking the whole cycle of the water for the huge area, and these have have a lot of advantages in terms of how to make more efficient the whole system. And you are right, if you have a desalination in this area and you put this inside a cluster of water management, whole cycle water management, this will take a small part, and you can play with all the parts to be more efficient. Not only for the investment, not only for the technologies you use, also for the operation. That is something that is very important, and probably we are not mentioning enough today. You have guarantees when you develop a project, when you construct as an EPC contractor, and then you demonstrate the guarantees, you demonstrate the performance, but you need to keep performing in the best way to have the compliance of the SPC for the energy or all the operational costs. And there are also a lot of room there for innovation in terms of all the artificial intelligence or machine learning to put these tools in the hands of the operators to be able to be more and more efficient, and there is a room there also for improvement. This is an advantage that management of mega infrastructure, as you said, has. The difficulty of who can manage the financing of that is the question. No? This will change the picture, no?
I agree entirely with you. What is going to change? The phase of financing. Ignacio, what is your view on this? We are going to have more or less developer is going to benefit or not in today?
Well, I don't really know, because in Spain we don't have such mega projects, you know. Our desal plants are located very close to our users, so we don't need that many pipes. We don't have long pipes. But I agree with what we were saying, that the financial, who is going to manage that financial part, I think is the key issue. And which companies can attend these requirements.
I was someone about the timing, so. And we have 10 minutes. Karen, what is your views on this point?
I absolutely agree with my colleagues here in the plenary. I think it can be an advantage for the off-takers at the end, because they may receive an overall optimized system. They only have one developer taking care of the entire package, from the seawater intake up to the interface to the developer. On the other hand, I see you mentioned Project Wave. This is already a mega project. I add Aqaba Amman in Jordan. This is going to be a huge project where the desalination, although it has 500 to 800 cubic meters a day, it has hundreds of kilometers of piping into the country. This is a mega project, and my fear is that we limit competition then in these projects, because only a very few selected developers will be able to handle these projects financially wise, as this is just requires financial standing of established sound developers. And I fear that smaller companies that still participate today in the IWP world will not be able to participate, or have to change maybe roles again, going back to EPC, where they already have maybe reached the decision to participate as developers in the smaller projects. Smaller, I mean, still large desalination projects, but smaller overall projects compared to the mega projects we talk here.
Yeah. Javier, you as a EPC contractor as well, you see shrinking budgets for some time for EPC. So where is the budget for innovation coming from with these challenging scenario.
You said the budget for innovation?
Budget for innovation.
Oh, budget for innovation.
Budget for innovation?
Yes, I'm talking to Javier.
Yeah,
He is the...
First of all, I agree with absolutely what Karen was saying. There's a lot of room for improvement, having a single developer in the balance of these two projects, like the desalination plants and the transmission lines and the water storage. There's a lot of room of savings in terms of energy, in terms of operation cost. This is good for the industries. What is not going to be good for the industry is something that we need to tackle, is that we will minimize the bidders, as he said, and also one which is, I think, is also important, the technology providers, the company who we are here, the RO technology companies or the desalination water companies will not be the decision maker. As you perfectly say, these large developments is only considered 10, 15, 20% maximum the volume of the desalination part. So on that team, I don't see the water technology provider being the decision maker of that consortium, of that development. And this, maybe, if we don't put actions on that, could sacrifice certain innovations and certain developments.
I think we have 5-6 minutes, and I would like to open the floor to questions from the audience, if there is any. Yes, sir. Can you bring a mic over here? Yes, please. A mic is coming. Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Can we have a mic?
Yes. I have the mic. Can I pose a comment?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yes. I heard a lot of the things here, but I would submit most of what you are hearing now would be obsolete by 2040. We are not...
Can you please, because there is an echo, we cannot hear you. Can you please repeat? Will be obsolete by?
2040.
40.
Yes. 2040. Here we are all hearing about how we are going to reach net zero, some even saying by 2030. Forget reaching 2030. Maximum you're thinking of maybe your operational net zero. What about your capital investment? We are going to get some very hard-hitting questions. But throughout these discussions, I did not hear non-engineering solution to desalination. As I said in my opening plenary lecture, that by 2035, 2040, I expect to see completely different way of desalination, and in addition to RO, you will see biomimicry taking over by at least by 2040. So here you are looking at an industry, basically all you are from industrial side, and I take out my hat of your expertise, but it would have been better to have in the panel some people who are also looking into other ways of desalination except thermal and RO. And I would submit we need to think about that. And,
thank you because
and
you...
just one final question. No desalination plant will become net zero unless we can think of carbon capture and sequestration. Without that, it would not be possible. And I challenge any one of you to tell me that it is possible.
Thank you for steering the panel towards a more proactive solutions. This is what I've been also trying to to do for this year. But I think we have to consider the reality and the business as it is at the moment. And carbon capture is another solution in the sense that it is not related to desalination, because desalination now is electrified and it is upstream to the generation system is electrified. But one question which is very interesting from Professor Biswas is that I would like to bring to the attention is that the capital footprint for the construction of the desalination plant has an impact. And here I think we can also have a reply to that. If you go to a thermal desalination plant, 1 mega imperial gallon of MSF was about 5,000 tons of steel, copper, nickel, and other material. 1 mega imperial gallons installed of reverse osmosis is hardly 500 tons. So we're talking about a weight ratio between whatever was required before and what it is required now in terms of weight, and therefore the weight we can associate to a carbon footprint for the construction. There was a question here that I'd like to address, but we don't have a mic. Robert, can you please?
Yeah, we have time for one more question, Corrado, and then 3 minutes left. Where is the question?
One
Here
more
we go.
question.
At the front. Just the one question, Corrado. I'm afraid I'll have to be strict.
Thank you so much for giving me this chance to ask. I didn't hear your answer for the professor. He's asking really good questions. He's asked about where is your commitment as a private sector in this industry, and how do you see the future of desalination, and what's your really crucial role in this industry? I have it see as Dr. Corrado, again, he's repeated the question 3 times, nobody give commitment for that.
Can I ask a question to the panels now? How do you see the future of desalination?
It's an excellent question for last final words. 30 seconds each.
So do we hit net zero 2030 or before?
Well, which one? The net zero or the future of desalination?
Both.
Well, to answer that question, I think you might want to take a couple of reflections on Africa's journey with the desalination conversation. Because, again, the primary benefit being that we have water resources. And we've been led down this path of having to consider desalination because of just the nature of how our urban development has happened along coastal cities and very large cities inland as well, and surface water is finite. But fundamentally, if you look at whether it's South Africa or any other African country's strategy, desalination is 3rd or 4th on the list. At the top is non-revenue water. It solved the problem around losses, solved the problem around the lack of payment, the culture of non-payment, the tariff bankability, so that when you go further down the value chain of water and you get to recycling and reuse, and you look at groundwater reserves and tapping into those, and eventually you get to new sources of water, which are the sea. And even in the approach around the conversation about the sea, what South Africa is looking at now, ahead of a conventional seawater desalination plant, is a remix plant, a blend of reclaimed wastewater and seawater desalination to try and deal with the issues around energy consumption, but also just sustainability environmentally.
Corrado, I'm sorry, we're going to have to slowly commence. Let's have final 15 seconds. How's that? 15 seconds. From the top to the bottom, the future of desalination and net zero in 15 seconds.
So, if we are ready to pay for that, we have the tools.
And as I said, it's a hand-in-hand, not only desalination industry, but energy providers, including renewables.
Well, I think that partially, yes. I don't know how.
I'm absolutely convinced that we will achieve net zero in 2030 because, as I will not rephrase what Jorge said, we have the tools. The only thing that we need to find the ways to how to implement that tools.
Susie.
Procurement is a critical influence. IP transfer and EPC procurement is a bit of a deterrent to innovation.
Yes or not?
So, yes.
And Pedro.
We made a huge road already. We have in front of us a target very clear, and we have the capabilities in the market to do it.
Now, Corrado, my good friend, I rarely have the chance to challenge you, or correct you, actually. But may I do so now, very quickly. SWEC, as you know, are executing in El Jobal. And you talked before about 3.5 kilowatt hours per cubic meter as kind of the benchmark. That was kind of the past. Actually, with this plant, which you remember is in the Gulf, so it's really, really saline water, they're achieving under 2.7 cubic meters. And just putting out a tender right now for some new plants in the Red Sea. So a little easier in terms of the salinity, but that will smash even the 2.7 kilowatt hours per cubic meter. So is that the future of desalination, Corrado? The final question.
And this is an exact example of good governance. If you set the benchmark right, the industry will do it. And I believe this is what the policymaker should do. So the 2.7 is not non-achievable. It comes perhaps at a cost. You have to decrease the membrane flux. You have to put pumps with higher efficiency and so on. But it's not unachievable. And so that basically, yes, this is exactly an example of good governance. When you set the policy right, the outcome is right as well.
Fantastic. So a mega project, 1 million cubes per day, the largest desal plant here, setting the benchmark in terms of energy. Our distinguished panel, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now, before we go off into the break, we have 3 very exciting announcements to make. The first one is by video. Not quite live, it was recorded, but you'll all know that the IWA Congress is going on in Copenhagen right now. And we have a message here from the president of IWA, Mr. Tom Mollenkopf. Let's see the video message from Tom, please.
Excellencies, distinguished water professionals, I'm very sorry that I'm not able to be with you personally today for your most important event. But I would like to pass on my best regards for a very successful conference. I'm pleased that the Saline Water Conversion Corporation and the International Water Association are entering into a global collaboration, and that through a memorandum of understanding, we will together work on issues around water that allow the IWA network to contribute to your agenda and the Saline Water Conversion Corporation to bring some of its expertise to the world. IWA is the global network of water professionals with the mission of the sustainable and equitable management of water around the world. SWCC brings incredible talent, and together we can explore issues of innovation, saline water conversion, digital water, and attack some of the pressing challenges that the world faces. I look forward very much to working together. Thank you.
Thank you, IWA. And a reciprocal message was sent, of course, from Riyadh to Copenhagen. Now, the next 2 announcements are going to be made in Arabic, and you'll be glad to know that I'm not going to try that. So I'd like to welcome onto the stage, if I may, Mawada El Ahmedi, to make the next 2 announcements. Mawada, are you? Here you are. Hello there. Let me hand you the mic. And afterwards, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into the coffee break. We then go into the 3 different strands. Innovation is here. We have the 12 technologies for the future of desalination. Policy and finance in Hall 1 and operations in Hall 3. Mawada, the floor is yours.
والآن نعلن عن توقيع الاتفاقيات. توقيع اتفاقية جامعة الأمير سلطان. فليتفضل دكتور أحمد، سعادة الدكتور عبد الحكيم، حياك الله، وسعادة المهندس طارق الغفاري. كما يسر المؤسسة توقيع اتفاقية مع ألوكس، فليتفضل المهندس جابر أبو ساق والمهندس طارق الغفاري.
Shukran. So that concludes our morning session. We now go into a coffee break until 11:15. Innovation here, Policy Finance Hall 1 and Operations in Hall 3. See you in a moment. All right, the moment you have been waiting for is coming very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, please come back into the main hall if you're interested in the 12 technologies for the future of desalination. You're going to see some pitches here from representatives of these great innovations. So come and join us. Lots of seats at the front, and we're looking forward to starting what's going to be a really exciting session. All right, so let's get started. This is the innovation strand. We're glad you're here because you're about to witness the 12 technologies for the future of desalination. Some really exciting pitches, short fire coming up. And Tom, you've been very instrumental in setting up this session. You have a good feel for the marketplace and the technologies there. So Tom Ponkratz, come and join me on the stage and just explain a little bit about what we're doing here and how you selected these technologies and what your expectations are for the session, maybe, Tom, if you wouldn't mind. There's your mic.
Okay, well, I'll try to keep it short because we're asking all the speakers to do the same. We regularly write about and review new technologies, and we've picked 12 that we think trying to get 20, but on short notice and with some of the logistics, we got 12 good new technologies here that are going to make a short presentation. Unfortunately, we won't have time for questions and answers, but the speakers will be around to discuss this for the rest of the day. We invite you to meet with them and discuss it further, and we think they're interesting. We hope you agree, and with that, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
You're excited?
We're going to move fast.
Absolutely. All right, let's get the first 4 pitchers up to the stage, please. I'd like to invite from Evolve, Chris Wires, from Danfoss, Francisco Jimenez, from Aquapower, Thomas Altman, and from Amorphic Tech, Andrew Shevets. Come and join us here up on the stage. Thank you very much. Chris, do you want to get queued up because you're going up first? Gentlemen, if you'd like to just have a seat for the moment. And our first presentation is Evolve, Transformational Membrane Technologies with Graphene Oxide and Additive Manufacturing. Chris, the floor is yours.
Okay. Good morning, I'm Chris Wires, CEO of Evolve. I'm absolutely honored to be here to present some of the innovations that we're delivering into the membrane space. So where do we start? Well, I think it's appropriate that we start with a question that the organizers have posed. What is the future of desalination? How can we make 20 cents per cubic meter of seawater desalination a reality? How can we cut carbon emissions of the industry by 50%? And how can we grow non-water revenue streams by 10% of the total? These are big challenges that require smaller, faster, and cheaper solutions. So what are we doing about it at Evolve? Well, we've developed a product strategy that focuses on 3 areas of the desalination process. Pre-treatment, creating optimized feed that maximizes process rate, minimizes energy consumption, minimizes footprint. For reverse osmosis, we've looked at optimizing the flow in the membranes to minimize pressure drop, save energy, reduce fouling and scaling. You know all of the challenges that this process faces. And in brine harvesting, we've developed highly selective membranes that facilitate efficient extraction of valuable resources. So what technologies are we leveraging into the space to do this? The first are graphene oxide coatings, and these are coatings that are industrially robust and can be applied to the finished membrane modules, which really reduces the cost and the complexity of integration and implementation. The coatings act to tighten the pore size distribution, enabling us to tailor the molecular weight cutoff and make them highly selective so that we're able to reject or pass specific species. The coatings also act as effectively as a protective barrier layer, that extends the lifetime of the membranes. So in pre-treatment, what do? Well, we're able to coat NF membranes and remove over 95% of the divalent ions in a single pass. And this really simplifies that pre-treatment process and minimizes the scaling in all of the downstream processes. In reverse osmosis, our coatings really are there to improve the resistance to biofouling and cleaning reagents, which reduces the maintenance requirement and really extends the lifetime of the products. Now, these are meaningful but incremental improvements which don't move the needle far enough in our mind to address the challenges which have been set. So to do this, we decided to really address the fundamental design of RO membranes. One of the strategies we've been pioneering, and you'll hear more from Aqua Membranes on this later, is around 3D printing of spacers, where we optimize the geometry to prevent flow stagnation, which precludes fouling and scaling, to reduce the concentration polarization, to move the energetics of the RO process in the right direction, and minimizing pressure drops so that we're not throwing energy away. Okay, so what does it look like? Well, if you look at commercial spacers, and there's a CFD model on the left there of commercial spacers, it's very evident that the structures they use create stagnation and promote biofouling and scaling. So we've designed around that, and the structure on the right shows that there are no areas of biofouling, no areas of stagnation, which are the dark blue areas. So we're able to prevent scaling and fouling, create nice even flow distributions across the membrane, counteract concentration polarization, and really optimize the process. This structure also minimizes the pressure drop. And you may ask, well, why is that important? Well, you know, if we're able to reduce this by 30% or more, as we are, this will reduce the specific energy consumption of the RO process quite significantly. And this is where we focused. Now again, you know, these are notable improvements, but they still don't move the needle far enough. And I regularly ask my colleagues, how do we create the necessary impact? And like all good engineers and scientists, they answer my question with a series of questions. Here's what they are. Why is the world of membranes based on 8-inch pipes? Why are the polymers that we use in the membranes lacking in the mechanical integrity and durability required? Why are the membranes manufactured by techniques that don't allow us the precise control over pore size distribution and the three-dimensional architecture of the membranes itself? And why is the industry incentivized on repeat consumable sales? In answering these questions, we defined our moonshot, and we call this Separonics. It's an ambitious solution that can transform performance by orders of magnitude. Some details of which are shared on this slide. I'm not going to dwell on the details, but it's a solution that we believe can address many of the challenges of reducing the cost and environmental impact of desalination. And I sincerely look forward to sharing further details as we approach market launch of this product range. Yeah, okay. Okay, so back down to earth. How do we increase non-water revenues? This is a massive challenge, in my opinion. If the brines contain valuable resources, we can extract them, and here we share some of the details of our direct lithium extraction solution, where we increase yield to 90% and deliver battery-grade purity materials. So, quickly, in summary, bearing the time in mind, back to the original question. Is it possible to achieve the aggressive cost and decarbonisation targets talked about by the organisers? Well, in my humble opinion, yes, it is. But, you know, in addition to the supply of low-cost renewable energy, this will require many of the points that I've listed there, not least of all implementation of new and innovative business models which underpin investment in innovation. As you've heard, at Evolve, we're utilising material science, AI, and additive manufacturing to provide some of the answers. We don't have all of them, but we can certainly help our industry move in the right direction. And with that, I'd like to thank you all for your attention and once again the organisers for the opportunity to speak at this wonderful event.
Chris Wires from Evolve, ladies and gentlemen. And next up, we have from Aqua Power, Mr. Thomas Altmann. Thomas, the floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have the pleasure to share with you the latest work on our innovation front in Aqua Power in the desalination field. The technology is called hydraulic injection desalination. It's not a membrane and it's not a thermal desalination project. So I will walk you through the slides and show you what we have done so far. So as we know, RO was the undisputed leader in the industry for the past decade. And as we also heard in this conference and in many other conferences, it has a high maturity and we are reaching also a certain limit, predominantly because of the osmotic pressure and other factors. So the challenges is the energy efficiency and the topics around the brine. Paradigm shift in energy efficiency, in our view, requires an out-of-the-box thinking. And we have targeted as Aqua Power to see how we can break the 2 kilowatt-hours per cubic meter energy consumption, but based on seawater and specifically Middle East seawater, and to solve or address the brine issue. So here, just to put this all in context, the DRO, as we see it in large-scale plants in real operation, we are in the area, if you look at the green bars, of the 3 kilowatt-hour limit. This again is real experience, real plants in Saudi Arabia, in operation, latest plants. If you compare on the one side with forward osmosis, we have a combination of two forms of energy, which is green, the electrical, and the other one can be compensated by solar. On the right side, we have this hydraulic injection, which has a potential to reach the 1.9. And the blue one is converted into primary energy, because it's not easy to compare forward osmosis and RO and HID in a one-to-one, apple-to-apple comparison. So we have converted this into a primary energy. And who is interested to go into the details of that, there is a link below from LZW, where we have published in 2019, Aqua Power and MIT, a paper on primary energy and exergy on desalination. You can follow the methodology. So here we are. This is the hydraulic injection desalination. It is an innovative TL6 desalination technology. Aqua Power has entered into an industrial development agreement with WGA. You will also see the press releases today out. And to further mature this technology from where it is today, to get into TRL9. And this will include also a construction of a full-scale pilot plant and operation in Saudi Arabia. So the salient features of this technology is it is electric driven. Even you see some tubes, some people may jump immediately into a thermal world, but it's not. It's electric driven. It is a vapor compression using liquid water injectors. It's not mechanical vapor compression. It's not MED. It is different. It does not use any external heat, so we don't need to discuss any story about waste heat or something. There is no heat input. And it works at ambient temperature and slight vacuum conditions. There's no membranes involved, hence there's no membrane replacement. Since we work on ambient temperatures, we do not have any issue with scaling. And biofouling, especially because we operate under vacuum, there's very little information about biofouling under vacuum conditions. And from the type of configuration and equipment we have, a simple microfiltration is the only pretreatment so far. So here is, I'm coming now to the two key aspects of this technology. If you look at the tube, this is a proprietary microgrooved latent heat exchanger tube, which has a much higher heat transfer coefficient than the normal tubes. It can be done from many materials. There's no special alloy required. This can be aluminum or it can be even a technoplastic. This is a patented feature of our partner, WGA, and is a major contributor to the success of this reduction of the energy consumption. A second feature is the spray nozzles and basically the proprietary liquid water injection and vapor compression. And again, this would take quite a while to talk you through the whole process, but at the end, it's still not rocket science. It's a prudent way of putting things together. And spray nozzle design, of course, is very important. And how the liquid water injection system is and vapor compression is designed is also important. And that's all part of the pilot plant. And here you see a validation unit. This alpha unit is in Europe, operated over some time by our partner WGA, and it has validated the 100% latent heat recycling. It has validated the liquid water compression primary vapor into the secondary vapor, and it has validated the temperature gradient. It works with a temperature gradient of less than 1 degree. So, if you talk about energy, our first phases of what we have already embarked earlier, we have commissioned some institutes which are top class in CFDs, and we have already reports, and the reports are also peer reviewed by another institute, and we are already moving towards DL7, and in this CFD reports, the total SEC of less than 2 has been shown as achievable. I still want to remind everybody that's an innovation project. We are not here to sell any equipment to somebody. This is an innovation project. I'm the head of innovation in Aqua Power and not execution. And so innovation can fail, but we are focusing very much on top quality innovation so that we have a very high rate of success. And this certainly has a very promising journey here, what we are taking with the WGA. On the zero brine, we can look at 2 directions. One is we are not producing brine because brine in some documents is classified as less than 50 grams per liter. The system runs at a low recovery, very low recovery, and we are not producing brine. So we don't need to avoid it because we don't have one, technically. And the second way to look at it is you can use this system in a recovery range between 20 and 75. So you can use it as a brine concentrator. So this is 2 different cases, applications. Desalination, low recovery. Technically, you're not producing any brine because you are less than 50 grams per liter. And you can use it as a brine concentrator. In this case, your total SEC will be still lower than with membrane processes. It's a phase change process, less than 10 ppm. And to summarize conclusions, you can see these conclusions here. We are hitting very important points in the environment. No chemicals added, so we don't have any toxic brine or toxic seawater going back to the sea. We have no thermal pollution at ambient temperature, and it's robust components, and it will solve many issues in this industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas Altman from Aqua Power. Ladies and gentlemen, our third pitch, I think, is going to be using this microphone. Is that right? Let me hand it over to you. It's okay. We have Francisca Jimenez Castellanos from Danfoss, the ERDs. Francisco.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to talk about the active energy recovery devices and its future. So, as we all know, this industry is putting a lot of efforts in optimizing all processes and components, and we believe for the energy recovery devices we can still go beyond and continuous improving. So currently, for the energy recovery devices installed in large plants are passive devices, meaning that they rely the performance and safety on their external devices. And for that reason, we believe there is room for improvement here, both in the performance and also in the total plant energy consumption. The energy recovery devices are installed in parallel in a common manifold, and the flow, the mixing and the pressure losses have a high variation depending on the place located and also depending on the train size. So if we could control these devices to have a much more balanced system, for sure we will save energy. Second, We know that there is problem with biofouling in the seawater RO. So in particular with the energy recovery devices, the rotor can be stuck, and we need to stop and clean the units. And third, if we cannot monitor an equipment, there could happen unexpected breakdowns, meaning that there will be a brine bypass coming again to the membranes. So the pressure required for the high pressure pump will increase, and also the plant total energy consumption. So what will be the future for the energy recovery devices? Our proposal, and we believe that could be an active energy recovery device which can be monitored and controlled in order to have the best performance in each situation. And one way of doing that is by installing a small electrical motor in the recovery devices. So we will avoid the brine bypass. If there is biofouling, we will ensure that the rotor doesn't stop, so we'll continue working and not losing production by disassemble and cleaning the equipment. Regarding monitoring, it is clear that it's going to be a must in the future. And it can be upgraded also to remote control systems, and also be compatible with machine learning that is expected to have a great improvement in the operation in the coming years. So if we can control this equipment, for sure we can make the most of the overflushing, meaning that we can reduce to the minimum the salinity increase in front of the membranes, so less pressure is required in the high pressure pump, and we will save energy. Another great benefit that could happen with controlling the equipment is that we don't require redundancy. So if there is any unexpected peak production, it is just increasing the speed, increasing the flow over the design points without needing any redundancy. And another example, if we have one train under maintenance for whatever reason, all the trains should cover to keep the same production as before. And last idea is if we are able to monitor, as we all know for the critical components, we will reduce the unexpected breakdowns. And if there is any issue, we will know beforehand, we will adapt, and we will identify clearly in which units we need to take a look and solve. Just to finish, just wanted to show a couple of pictures of a new active energy recovery device that is installed 1 year ago in a plant in Spain, in order to start learning all the benefits that could have these active devices. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Francisco Jimenez from Danfoss. Well done. We'd like to take a seat. Last in this first session of 3 sessions, we have Andrew Shevitz from Amorphic Tech. Let me give you the microphone. Andrew, are you ready to go? You need the clicker, though.
Hello, greetings. My name is Andrew Shevitz. I'm from Amorphic Tech, a small business in Allentown, Pennsylvania in the United States. And we're here to talk about our Seer energy recovery device. So currently, all membrane-based water filtration processes have a reject stream, and this is where we are focused. In the most sustainable and energy-efficient future, no matter what is the scale or the type of fluid being processed by the reverse osmosis membranes, we want to see the reject stream recovered and that energy recycled back into the system. That will produce the most energy-efficient and sustainable future. So since inception, please disregard the line on the right there going down a little bit low. But as we all know, since ERDs were first applied in seawater RO, they grossly reduce the energy consumption. However, there are still lots and lots of reverse osmosis systems that are not recovering their energy stream. And so there we see a couple that we've laid out an example, brackish water, processed water for power plants, produced water, potable reuse, small-scale seawater, food and beverage water production. So we want to see ERDs applied to all these systems And from our market research, which we have noted that have been picked up by key players in the market, there is a tremendous opportunity for cost savings and carbon dioxide reduction. So presenting our low-cost energy recovery device, and so using an economical device, we can recover these lost operating costs and decrease process costs for the process owners. So it is called the Seer, the Sliding Element Energy Recovery Device. And so it is a true rotary isobaric device. The device works by high-pressure reject fluid entering on the top left, drives the rotor in a clockwise direction, and then exhausts out the bottom left. Simultaneously, fresh feed fluid enters on the top right, is pressurized from the rotating rotor, and is driven out the bottom right. It is based on a sliding vane pump principle, which is applied in many hydraulic pumps and power steering pumps for internal combustion engine cars. So changes in the flow rate of the system result in a direct change in the rotational speed of the device. So when you do have system changes, the device changes speed, and the operation of the device is not affected. So it allows the operators to operate the system where they want, instead of having an energy recovery device denote where you need to operate. And so we currently have two models. We have a high pressure, all models are made from standard off-the-shelf materials. And so this enables an easy and quick supply chain. It also enables us to customize the device for a particular application. The high-pressure device is made from off-the-shelf flat metal plate stock, shown there. And the low-pressure device is made from cast fiber-reinforced epoxy that we're casting with 3D printed fluid passage molds. The device has only 5 unique components, and you'll see that we're noting an ROI break-even of 1 to 2 years. Now, do we have any WDR recipients here? Did anybody see yesterday's issue? Show of hands. Maybe 1 or 2. All right, we got at least 1 WDR recipient. We started to note that certain energy recovery companies have started to sell on a 2-year ROI. And so while we have mixed emotions about that, we learned 2 things. We're on the right track when a $1.3 billion organization is following suit, but it also says to us that we are decreasing the cost of energy recovery devices. If we are decreasing the cost of energy recovery devices, we are decreasing the cost of the fresh water that comes out, and we are achieving our goal. So we are looking for commercial partners and finance partners to help accelerate this device into the market as we walk forward. And we look forward to hearing from anybody on questions, comments, and interest in partnering with us. Thank you for your time. It's been an honor to participate in this wonderful event.
Well done, Andrew. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our first session of 3 with the 4 innovators presenting here. I'd like to now ask onto the stage, thank you gentlemen, I'd like to ask onto the stage now Johnny Obaid from Veolia, we have Christopher Kurt from Aqua Membranes, Victor Monsalvo from Aqualia, and Atman Shah from Nanostone. Come and join us, please. And Johnny, if you want to come straight to the lectern, you're up first, sir. Okay, are you ready, Johnny?
Thank you.
You're going to tell us about the barrel. Yeah. The floor's yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Very honored to present the latest technology from Veolia in the world of desalination. We name it the barrel. The barrel is a smart solution for desalination and water reuse, not only for desalination. So, since 2016, Veolia research and development team was working on an innovation system based on the idea that how we can solve better the problem encountered in large seawater RO plants that we did over the Gulf region. So the barrel is here to answer solutions giving safety risks that are well monitored, reduce CapEx and OpEx cost, reduce desal footprint by about 25%, and increase plant operation easiness and efficiency. So CDEM, the desalination arm of Veolia, quickly realized that reducing the design pressure of the barrel will open a wide range of new opportunity in many fields: reuse, mining, food and beverage, oil and gas, power, microelectronics. All these fields are now can be served by the barrel with a low pressure RO system. So the barrel is an innovation with multiple applications that can go from a very low pressure to a high pressure required for RO drinking water. So we go from drinking water range to wastewater reuse to pure desalination, and we have already on the field already applications working in France and in Oman Sur, where we have our RO plant working, and we installed the first barrel there that is already now delivering potable water in Oman. So the barrel is a disruptive membrane filtration technology. It's a patented technology that came after our experience in our field of seawater RO projects. It's safe, it's compact, it's efficient, and overall it's digital membrane system monitoring. So we have microprocessors installed on each membrane that give digital readings on a membrane to show the efficiency of the membrane one by one. And it doesn't need a lot of civil works. The barrel can be installed without any civil works, major civil works, just on a concrete platform. It's equipped with smart microprocessor, as I told you, for remote operation and enhance better maintenance of the system. So the barrel is here to replace a specific portion of the process. So not the process itself will not change. So we still have the pre-treatment, and instead of the membrane skids, we come and we install the barrel, and then we have the post-treatment. So it's any 8-inch spiral membrane will work on the barrel. We can use any membrane of 8-inch for RO and for reuse as well. So what are the features and benefits of this barrel? First of all, it's easy operation. We have CapEx savings. We have OpEx savings, what the desal world really needs. It's a fast-track project. The barrel can be implemented and be working in very short time compared to a lot of time needed to put an RO plant in functioning. Low carbon footprint and sustainability. It's scalable. We can install many membranes to fit the volume required of desalinated water, and the process will remain unchanged to ensure efficiency. We have already installed references working in many parts of the world. You can see since 2017, and here are the main references already functioning and delivering water and reuse in many areas and different water quality and temperature. Thank you so much.
Johnny, thank you. Next up, we have Christopher Cook from Aqua Membranes. The floor is yours, sir.
Just the green center button for...
Yeah, the green center button to move on. Good.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'd like to start with an experience I had about 25 years ago. I was hearing a presentation from Dr. Bill Eikamp. If you don't know Bill, he'd been general manager of Abcor, president of Koch Membrane Systems. He's a visiting professor at UC Berkeley. But most relevant to this, he had just joined the board of directors for Osmonics, where I was employed. And he was giving a talk to those of us in the R&D group. And it was titled, "The Secret of Membranes." And as he walks up to the podium and lays his first slide down, he says, "The secret of membranes is that the membrane isn't the secret," which was a pretty cool comment to make. It's something that stuck with me through my career. Now, what he wasn't saying is that the membrane isn't important. It obviously is. It's sort of the enabling technology for the water desalination through reverse osmosis. It's a differential resistor to flow. Water goes through fast, salt goes through slow. But left by itself, what that leads to is a bit of a traffic jam at the membrane surface. And so what we've been focused on for the past 10 years at Aquamembranes is ways to improve that traffic jam. If we go forward to the first slide here, over the past 50, 60 years, there's been a huge amount of progress with the membrane. Going back to the late 50s with the lobe sewerage and cellulose acetate, it's pretty remarkable what's happened with the membrane. But if you look at that upper left-hand corner, the actual element is really pretty much the same concept. There have been the big developments of multiple leaves, but if you look at the material that's responsible for the mass transfer inside of a spiral wound element, the piece that's sort of the secret, as you will, with Bill Eikamp, the secondary mass transport process, getting salts away from the surface, it's still the same Vexar mesh that was used in that first spiral wound RO module. Material that we're more used to thinking of as something that you get at a grocery store for bundling lemons or oranges or onions. Now that material has lasted for that long because it works fairly well. In fact, it's lasted through all those generational improvements of the membrane. And it's lasted long enough that we sometimes forget the limitations of a mesh. We start thinking of it as laws of nature rather than properties responsible from that component. And so we kind of assume that when we make an 8-inch element, it's going to have about 400 square feet of active area. And we take for granted that our projection software should give us error messages if we try to hit over 20 GFD or if the recovery starts slipping above 20%. But these are all things that are inherent properties of that system that can be shifted with better ways of doing things. So what we've been doing is using printing technology to build up on the surface of the membrane patterns that are pretty open-ended in terms of what we can print. We've done a number of interesting patterns to look at improved mass transfer, generating some interesting secondary flow profiles. But what we're doing right now is actually just simulating the cross points of the mesh. If you think about the mesh, it's essentially two crossed strands, and we're printing where those crosses meet. And what that does is it allows us to cut the thickness of the feed spacer essentially in half. If we have a 34 mil mesh, it's essentially two 17 mil strands. So the flow is always occurring through these 17 mil flow channels. By just printing the crosses, we can significantly increase the amount of active area in an element. And so something that was a 400 square foot goes to 600 square feet. We can also look at going a continuum in the thickness. So one extreme would be trying to maximize the active area. We can also go slightly thicker and start reducing pressure drop and also increase the amount of solids that can pass out the end of the element. There's no longer strands that are blocking and creating stagnant dead zones throughout the element. So what we're doing right now is taking the technology and beginning to get pilot references. One of the first installations that we did was about a month ago. Used about 20 80-40 elements going into a boiler feed RO system. And over the next year and a half, what we're trying to do is get 100 of these end-user installations to demonstrate the value proposition, but almost more importantly, begin to get data on the longer-term performance. The increased flow, the lower energy is something that's easy to demonstrate right off the bat. But reductions to fouling, longer-term life, those are things that we need longer-term installations. Now, although we're selling elements right now, we're also looking for this to become the new technology throughout the industry. So we're also looking to other manufacturers to license the technology so that others can use this and deliver the value to the end users. If you'd like to learn any more about this, please stop me and ask some questions. Thank you.
Christopher, many, many thanks. Aquamembranes, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, we have Victor Monsalvo from Aqualia, the desal fuel cell.
Hi, good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much. So today we are going to present here our last steps in the development of this technology is the microbial desalination for the production of drinking water without almost energy. These children that you see here, that they are enjoying at the beach, they have probably the solution for having safe drinking water from desalination to cover their demands under their feet. There, these microorganisms able to produce electricity is where they live, using only the organic matter, and this electricity we can use for our own purposes. These other children here also have probably their solution for sanitation also under his feet, because these microorganisms, the same at the beach, they are able to remove organic matter at the same time. So if we couple these two situations in one technology, is the MDC, microbial desalination cell, we can cover with the energy containing wastewater almost 7% of the energy that we use in our house. And in a calculation for the scenario in the United States, the energy that we are spending for wastewater treatment and the energy that we can capture from wastewater is around 50% of the nuclear power installed in the United States. So it's a tremendous amount of energy that we are wasting to treat our wastes that actually contain energy. This is the fundamental how we created the project MIDAS, about microbial desalination for low energy drinking water production. Here you have a scheme of the process. It's not one single technology, but it's a process where we combine some of them. But the main goal is from these two streams, saline stream and wastewater, to obtain drinking water and treated wastewater that potentially can be reused. As you see in the scheme, in the center of the scheme, you have the MDC, the microbial desalination cell, where we have these microorganisms that we feed with the wastewater, and they produce the electricity for our own purposes for desalination. Under a brackish scenario, we can desalinate without any electricity consumption. For seawater, the whole process consumes less than 0.5 kilowatt-hour per cubic meter. Let's talk about the core technology, the MDC. As you can see, here we have three compartments. Anode is where we feed the wastewater, and where we have these microorganisms. They live in wastewater, so we don't have to use external microorganisms. So we have the wastewater there, and we capture the energy there. In the center, we have the saline compartment, where we feed the saline stream, and then we have a cathode. And as you see, the electricity that we produce in the anode, that these microorganisms produce in the anode, then power the desalination to migrate, for the migration of anions and cations to the anodic and cationic compartment, respectively. We have followed, since 2016, we have followed a scale-up roadmap from a lab-scale system that you can hold in your hand, and now after scaling up and also increasing the number of cells in the stacks, we have reached the current demonstration plants that we can feed water to around 1,000 citizens. This technology has been patented. And the most important question, not only about the scale, but is the specific production of the technology. We have reached already a reasonable production of around 12 LMH, while we started in 2016 in a very poor production. So right now, the situation, we have two demonstrators, one working in a brackish water desalination plant that Aqualia operates in Denia, in the Mediterranean Sea, and the other one is working with seawater in the Fonsalia seawater plant, where we also operate this facility. And at the end, we are demonstrating that with this technology, we can couple both objectives to treat wastewater and desalinate in a sustainable manner. So we need now early adopters to continue entering this solution in our water sector. Thank you very much for your attention.
Victor, fantastic. Very much. Victor from Aqualia, and we have our last presentation in this session now. Atman Shah, Nanostones, Ceramic Membranes. Atman, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to talk about ceramic ultrafiltration pretreatment for seawater RO. And I'm from Nanostone, the Business Development Director. And just to clarify, this is not a nanofiltration in spite of the name nanostone. It's a ceramic ultrafiltration membrane. Reverse osmosis unit, RO membranes, typically are very sensitive to suspended solids, organics, and particulates. If the feed water to the RO is free from these particulates, RO typically can operate without cleaning up to as long as 1 to 2 years without impact on the performance, and at the same time extend the life beyond 7 to 8 years, up to 10 years. We all know this, but that's hardly the case. Seawater quality today is extremely challenging in many parts of the world. Ultrafiltration membranes from the polymeric derivatives were implemented to solve these challenges with seawater quality many years back. Seawater quality, as we all know today, is changing a lot due to tidal effects, algae blooms, global warming, temperatures, high organics, and suspended solids. Most of the conventional processes today either are unable to trap the microorganics or dissolved organics, or allow certain amount of pass-through, which eventually reaches the RO and impairs the RO performance and production. Susceptibility of the polymeric fiber is also a big concern, because fibers tend to break over a period of time, which results in carryover to RO. This has been happening globally for many utilities operators in many parts of the world. But there is definitely scope to improve pretreatment. Really, the way we see it is pretreatment is the abandoned child today, which can have a lot of room for innovation. The nanostone ceramic UF ultrafiltration, because of the unique design features, eliminates the need for DAF, media filtration, and even cartridge filters because of the very tight pore size of 0.03 microns. The wide feed water channels of 2.4 millimeter maximize water transfer efficiency and also handle particulate and solid algae matter without the need for DAF or sand filters. The material of the membrane is aluminum oxide, and as I've mentioned, it's a tight pore size of 0.03 microns. We've had extensive seawater piloting with global operators, utilities across the world, starting with PUB test bedding facility in Singapore, where we provided a 1-year demonstration with successful results, direct intake filtration without the need for DAF or media filtration. In regional sands in Barca, Oman, which is one of the worst seawater qualities seen in the region, we again completed a 1-year seawater demonstration of our technology, again providing a pilot system in parallel to the main plant, direct seawater filtration without DAF or media filtration. Tested at different fluxes ranging from 100 LMH all the way to 250 LMH, and we found in this specific case 175 LMH to be a nominal optimal flux. Remember, without DAF and media filtration. The system was able to handle the aggressive water quality, high STI, organics, frequent algae blooms without any performance issues. We could have steady state operation during severe algae blooms as well. We always recommend inline coagulation, usually ferric chloride for seawater, which helps us create pin flocks, not macro flocks, but pin flocks, which can embed the organics and micropollutants more effectively, and this can be filtered by the very tight pore size of 0.03 microns. In a nutshell, to summarize, there is extremely wide tolerance to oxidants, pH, temperature. We can go as high as 50 degrees centigrade. We remove organics, total organics and dissolved organics up to 70% by doing inline coagulation. and removal of oil up to 80-85%. Thank you.
Atman Shah from Nanostone. Thank you very much, Atman. So another 4 really interesting technologies for the future of desalination. Gentlemen, we'd like to take your seats because we need to bring up the next 4 and final 4 technologies, sadly, for the future of desalination. But we have coming up on the stage now Prakash Govinda from Gradient, Seungwon Iem from SWEC. We have Borja Blanco from Aqua Advise. And finally, Vanessa Fernandez from Acciona. And I'd like to ask Prakash if you wouldn't mind to take the lectern straight away. There's a clicker there for you. And your presentation should be loaded in just a second. So the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Very excited to be here at this wonderful session where the future technologies of desal is being discussed. Just a word on Gradient. Gradient is building and deploying full stack of technology for water treatment across the value chain, including for seawater desal, but also for industrial water and other applications. Key to our full stack is also the CFRO technology, or the counterflow reverse osmosis technology, which is a brine concentration technique. So where does this technology fall? All of you are experts at conventional membrane tech, brackish water RO, seawater RO, very effective and very, very cost efficient. And the new and up and coming technology is ultra high pressure RO, which can push the recoveries, albeit at higher energy consumptions. The ROI suite, or the RO Infinity suite of Gradient, falls in the right end of the spectrum, where we drive efficiencies and the recovery rates right up to the limit. So depending on the exact application, we can go all the way up to close to saturation of salt in our membrane-driven systems. Oops. All right. So the ROI suite contains a range of innovations which include the CFRO. CFRO is a counterflow way of desalinating water, taking seawater RO, brackish water RO brines, and concentrating them all the way up to saturation if it's required, producing more and more fresh water in the process. I'll take you through how that exactly works in later slides. In addition, the ROI suite also contains technologies where we are able to drive down scaling and fouling, and hence push the operating envelope of existing RO systems. Of course, we don't use membranes. We don't have to invent membranes. We use bespoke membranes, which make CFRO highly deployable and at a very high technology readiness level, 9, I would say, at this point. It is patented by Gradient. The specific details around how the technology is designed, how it operates, why it's so flexible is covered in over 55 patents that belong to Gradient. The applications, again, are twofold. One is waste minimization or brine minimization, where we concentrate water to a level where we can produce salts from it downstream. And second is to increase the recovery of existing desalination plants, like seawater RO plants here in Saudi Arabia. So for the later application in desalination, be it seawater or brackish water desalination, we take in RO brine, traditional RO brine, and we concentrate it up to, say, 130 to 160,000 milligrams per liter, and we can do that at a cost which is much lower than ultra high pressure RO. And for the later application, the brine concentration application, we are able to take high salinity influence, oil field produced water, for example, and concentrate it all the way up to 250,000 milligrams per liter, still producing fresh water. The exciting thing about Gradient is we are the only company that has this technology and is still financially viable. So at this point, we have over 1,000 employees at Gradient, 13 global offices, and we service a range of industries, including power, food and beverage, semiconductor, mining, etc. We have over 500 installations around the world that we have deployed, and in many of them, our ROI suite is the heart of our solution. So how does CFRO, which is within this ROI suite, exactly work? It's a multi-stage technology, and instead of having a cross-flow membrane, we have a counterflow membrane. So there is a sweep solution that goes on the other side of the membrane that cuts the osmotic pressure. So instead of trying to concentrate water from 70,000 ppm NaCl all the way up to 200,000 ppm NaCl, which will require a hydraulic pressure as high as, say, 300 bar, we cut that into steps. And this is where our patents come in. And each of those steps don't require a pressure greater than the normal 1000 psi. So that is the beauty of the innovation. Without having to go to higher pressures, without having to invent a new membrane, just by clever process innovations, we are able to build a super flexible system that still produces water, fresh water that can be used, and brine at greater than 200,000 milligrams per liter salinity. So just a quick comparison with other incumbent technologies. Just like the invention or the deployment of seawater RO caused a paradigm change in cost relative to MSF and MED, CFRO is causing the same kind of paradigm shift in cost relative to evaporators, which are the go-to solution for ZLD and MLD applications before gradient. And relative to UHP RO for the seawater RO recovery increase application, we are at a much lower cost because of lower OPEX and CAPEX numbers. 3 quick case studies, and then I'll wind up. The first is a desalination application. Here in Saudi Arabia, we work with a company called Savaco, and we have deployed the CFRO solution with them. It has been operational for 3 years almost at this point, and less than 7 kilowatt hour per cubic meter, we are able to take the salinity to whatever levels our customer requires, 160,000 milligrams per liter and even 200,000 milligrams per liter. This, for them, is able to increase their water production rate without building a new plant at their seawater RO plants, which is quite valuable. Now that the oil price is up and the activity is at its peak, there's more demand for water, and to get permits and to build a new seawater RO plant takes a long time, and we can deploy these systems really quickly. Second is a brackish water application with the microelectronics giant Micron, who is an umbrella client of Gradient, whom we have built plants throughout the world. We are able to deploy the CFRO technology and reduce the cost of ownership or the levelized cost of water by more than 30% compared to any incumbent solution that is out there. And these are real plants that we have built around the world. The third example which I wanted to end with is Huntsman, which is a chemical company which sells chemicals into textile. Very difficult wastewater in Thailand, very varying. So there is a saying we like to say at Gradient, variability is the hallmark of industrial wastewater, and that is especially true at this plant. And the CFRO is flexible enough to be able to handle that variability in feed quality and feed volume and still produce the KPIs that our customers demand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prakash Govindan from Gradients. Next up, we have Seung-Won Im from SWEC. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good morning. Sabay Khair. Today, actually, the other presentations are from the technology suppliers, while SWCC is not a manufacturing company yet. So today, my presentation is about 2 very important technologies, NF and the membrane brine concentration, which are very important for ocean brine mining as per SWCC approach. Okay. Maybe some of you are already familiar with this slide. Towards the right, this is how much quantity of minerals we have in the seawater. So, and towards the top, this is how much market value of each element in different forms. So this graph definitely shows us that which minerals in seawater we have to focus on if we want to consider a value from our desalination brine. Okay, so here you can see there is sodium chloride, magnesium, bromine, rubidium, potassium. Those are the minerals we have to focus on. Right up are the high quantity as well as high value in the market. Then how we can make a value in our desalination brine? SWCC approach is we need to convert our desalination brine into two valuable streams. The first stream on the left down is divalent enriched streams, which is many divalent ions like calcium, magnesium, strontium. We can harvest those minerals efficiently if the concentration is much higher than that in seawater. And another stream is on the right down, which is highly purified as well as highly concentrated monovalent ions stream from which we can economically harvest sodium chloride, potassium, lithium, bromine, and so on. So how to achieve, how we can convert the typical seawater RO desalination brine into two valuable streams. Here, there are two key technologies. The first one is nanofiltration NF. NF rejects the most of the divalent ions. That is why the NF is important in terms of purity, to secure the purity of our interested brine in the end. And the second important technology is already emerged in the market since 7-8 years ago, which is membrane brine concentration technology. The previous presentation, CFRO, is one of very good example in the osmotic membrane brine concentration technologies. And the DTRI have collaborated with 2-3 different companies in this technology as well. And with this technology, we can energy efficiently concentrate the brine into our desired salinity, which the downstream industry may have interest. So these are the two important technologies we have to consider. Okay, let me talk about first nanofiltration membrane. As you may know, NF has a very wide range in terms of ion rejections. And the DTRI has studied on the NF membrane since the late 1990s. And we have a database, and we found that in this specific application of ocean brine mining, we have to characterize a certain NF membrane which we desire, which is, in the end, we need chlorine rejection as low as possible, below 15%. And we need high rejection of divalent ions, for example, calcium more than 50%. Magnesium more than 80%. And during last 3 years of collaboration with Hydronautics and the Suez, we found that there are available commercially available NF membranes. Even we could reach more than 90% of magnesium rejection, which is actually very exciting for us to move to our next step. Then how we utilize the first stream, the divalent enriched stream, which is NF brine. The first example is the experiment we done in our DTRI pilot in Jubail. We could produce magnesium hydroxide from actually various sources, including NF brine in our pilot. The production of magnesium hydroxide is important because this will give us opportunity to eventually produce magnesium as a metal form, which is a very, very high value and very strategic material, which will affect on the downstream industries like aerospace, car manufacturing industries, and electronic appliances. And the second example of the utilization of NF brine in SWC project on the down, this is already in a 100% commercial operation since May this year in Schreiber. What we did was SWCC designed a special multi-stage NF system with interstage dilution to concentrate magnesium while minimizing the content of sodium chloride, so that in the end we could produce highly concentrated magnesium brine, and we mixed with Schreiber phase 4 product water of 400,000 cubic meter per day. And now, since May, we are producing 400,000 cubic meter per day of product water from Schreiber phase 4 with more than 15 ppm of magnesium, which is good for health and also good for agriculture. Now, moving to the next technology, membrane brine concentration. In overall, there are two major streams in the membrane brine concentration. One is high pressure or ultra high pressure RO. Depending on how much pressure we can operate, we can concentrate to a certain level. And second major stream is OARO, and the CFRO is one of the good examples, but there are other technologies. And we tested during last 3 years in our pilot facility. And now, on the right, we are planning a very exciting project in Hakul. Hakul is on the Gulf of Aqaba, very close to the Jordanian border. It's northern part of Neom. In there, SWCC already has a seawater desalination plant, and our plan next year is to utilize some of this seawater out of brine, and we implement our desired process, including NF, and we would like to test both hollow fine fiber membrane-based OARO as well as spiral wound-based OARO, and the clarifier and the crystallizer. In the end, we are looking to produce very high purity sodium chloride as a salt, which will give us a value. Okay, thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation.
Xiangguan from SWEC, thank you very much. Now we're going to the bottom of the sea for reverse osmosis, subsea, with Borja Blanco, Aqua Advise. Let me give you the microphone.
Thank you. In the next 6 minutes, I'm going to try to explain to you a solution that has the potential of changing the way we do desalination. In fact, there is an agreement signed to work towards the deployment of the first solution of this kind in the city of Jeddah in this country, which is the right country to prove this type of technologies. And I will show you that it marks, or it ticks all the, or most of the elements included in the Vision 2030 in terms of technology, in terms of environmental savings, energy consumptions, and so on. Waterize is a Norwegian company, and 100% of the oil and gas in Norway is offshore. They started 50 years ago with shallow waters. They realized they had to go deeper, build platforms all the way to like 900 meters. And for the past 3 decades, Norway has been developing solutions and technology to go to the bottom of the sea to explore more reservoirs of gas and oil. And they deal with very high pressures. Gas comes out of 600 bar, 400 bar. They have to deal with that, and they have H2S, a very corrosive environment. So for them, 400 meters, pumping fresh water, and 40 bar is not that difficult. So what we are saying is, let's see how we go, is that we're not bringing new technology, we're actually combining existing proven technologies from oil and gas and from terrestrial desalination for a new purpose. So it's really, I mean, it's been proven, it's been demonstrated, but really it's not new technology. It's existing technology with a patent that makes it work in a way. And Waterize is working with very renowned industry experts, both from the oil and gas, as you can see, Worley and Schlumberger are providing technology, and DuPont is providing all the membrane technology and development. We're using the different catalog membranes from their portfolio. And also Heidelberg, a German company that has 50 years of experience in filtration, provides the pretreatment. So what do you find when you go down to 400 meters? There's 2 critical ingredients that make this very interesting. The first one is clean water. We've been telling all about throughout this conference that the cleaner the water that goes into the membranes, the better the process is. When we go down to 400 meters, we're far away from biology, we're far away from sunlight, we're far away from organic content. 90% of marine life lives in the first 200 meters, from the surface to 200 meters. It's called the epipelagic zone. We're 200 meters below that. So we're very much respectful with the environment when we get there, but also we get a very good ingredient water towards the arrow. So the pretreatment can be very much simplified, as I will show you. The second element that we get, the second ingredient, is pressure, free pressure. We're surrounded by hydrostatic pressure from the column of water. The weight of water drives all of the pre-membrane pressure. We've designed the system so that it runs at 40 plus bar instead of 65 bar. We're doing low recovery. By doing low recovery, we're only using 2 membranes per pressure vessel. So as you know, the first element gets seawater, the second element gets the brine from the first, and so on. So when we look at 7 membranes in terrestrial desalination plants, because we want to squeeze the energy that we generated with pumps, the last elements generate very little flow, very little quality, and the brine gets concentrated, and we have an issue discharging that. At low recovery, 23% recovery, we get better permeate quality, also because we have 10 degrees less at the bottom of the sea than the surface. That helps in quality. Doesn't help in energy, but with this solution, there's a good saving in energy. And the brine is only 1.3 times. I heard Thomas Allman say that there's no brine if you're 50 ppm TDS. We're very close to 53, I think, ppm TDS. So it's also a brine advantage. This is an artistic rendering of what it looks like. It's a 50 MLD facility, 50,000 cubic meters a day. It's modular. It follows all of the typical subsea operation mentality. It has 12 modules. We can produce 50,000 cubic meters a day with 11 modules. One is a standby. There is 4 permeate pumps that pump the permeate to shore. So what we're doing is, instead of bringing the water to shore, pre-treating it and using energy, pumping at 65 bar towards the membranes, and then recycling the energy, which always has certain inefficiencies, all we do is pump the permeate at 40 bar to shore. And all the pre-membrane pressure is provided by nature, naturally. Okay, so this is the logic. 4 pumps, permeate pumps, we only need 3, so 1 is standby. Same thing with brine pumps. We move the brine. There's no brine pressure. So we have to move the brine with very low differential pressure, high flow, we just move the brine to discharge. And we do this at 400 meters. It's anchored to the bottom of the sea with suction anchors, and this is basically the solution. This is how it's installed, this is how it's maintained. So we have advantage in energy, about 30-some% advantage. We go from 3 kilowatt hours to 2 easily. We have no chemicals at the bottom of the sea, so the chemical advantage. Labor, as you can imagine, this is run from a computer. This is Industry 4.0 operation, so you don't need to have labor doing this. This is basically a quick operation. And basically, the only disadvantage well, as you can imagine, land requirement, when we need 3 or 5 hectares of land for a 50 MLD facility, which is always expensive everywhere in the world, we don't need that. Everything is done. There's a pipeline bringing the permit to shore, a 700 millimeter pipeline. So many advantages. The biggest one, possibly the environmental advantage, which the kingdom wants to be very respectful with, and we're actually working in the Red Sea where we have deep water, so even more respectful with the Red Sea. The only disadvantage, I would say, is maintenance, because maintenance is also done from a vessel. We don't work at 400 meters. We don't go to 400 meters. We pick up the modules, we install the modules using the existing technology that oil and gas is using. So maintenance, what we've done for that is reduce the frequency of maintenance by oversizing the pretreatment, designing the system so that only once a year we have to do maintenance. And maintenance is replacing the cartridge filters that serve as pretreatment, very simple pretreatment, and cleaning the membranes, and then putting it back together. So basically, all in all, there is a value proposition when we compare it to terrestrial. And believe me, I'm a big proponent of terrestrial desalination. I'm a board member of the IDA. But it's a big positive change for the environment. I mentioned that we work in deep waters, basically the desert of the sea, as opposed to the coastal waters, which are the jungle of the sea. We are significantly less energy consumption. We have reduced land usage by 90%, and we have lower capex because we simplify pretreatment. We don't need the intake. The intake is part of the system. We don't need a long outfall, and several other advantages. Very high reliability between the clean water, the redundancy built in the system, the mentality of the oil and gas industry, and increased safety and security. The plant is secure by nature. Nobody will attack this plant as a terrorist attack. They will not even know where it is. And safety for operators. They will always clean membranes and replace cartridges under low pressure. I think this is it. Thank you very much.
Borja, thank you so much. New realms for desalination. Ladies and gentlemen, last but certainly not least, we have Vanessa Fernandez from Acciona, and you're going to present the digital twin. Vanessa, when you're ready to go, would you like the microphone?
Hi, good morning, everybody. Thank you for letting me be here explaining what we are doing in Acciona about the digital twins. The first thing is, I think that most of you know what is a digital twin. One digital twin is the virtual representation of one part, of one specific part of the system. What I want to say with it, it's very difficult to say that you are going to have a full digital twin of one desalination plant. Of course, it's possible, but it's costly and it's taking time. If you know something about the digital twins, is that it's based in algorithms and many other things that must be trained. So now is not the moment to explain about it. But one thing that I think that yesterday I used the same example, that when someone is telling us, I want my digital twin of my full plant. Okay, one Airbus A380 is having 25,000 signals, okay? The simulator is costing $13 million. Okay, now if you want to buy, or if you want to one investment in one digital twin of one plant of 200,000 MLDs, that is having approximately the same signals, you will know what is the balance of the money that you are going to spend if you want to have one full digital twin of your plant. And it's because of that, when we are speaking with someone, the first thing that we are asking is why you need a digital twin, okay? And because if you don't know for what you need a digital twin, you are going to lose money, okay? The digital twin must be created with one objective. Maybe you can be trained, maybe train the operators, maybe it can be reducing your downtowns because of the corrective maintenance. Maybe it can be hypothetical, many reasons. It's because of that, the first thing is asking why you need a digital twin. One thing that maybe is a bit opposite to the normal things is the digital twin is the digital data-centric platform. It doesn't mean that the old information is in one database. It means that you can put information in the digital twin and you can take it out from many different ways and many different places, okay? One thing that we are achieving and is really good for the operation of the plants is that it's letting us put in predictions with real data. Later I will show you one example, okay? But we are using virtual analyzers. What does it mean? Right now, maybe it's in the market, but it's not in one desalination plant installed. The bottom lecture, we don't know. Right now, when we are sending water to the client, the most important thing that maybe a part of the ppms of salinity that we are sending is the bottom and the LSI. All the clients are worried about it. We have virtual analyzer for it that is letting us ensuring that every time we are going to follow that parameters, okay? And the good thing of the digital twins are that they are auto-calibrating. If something is changing in the system will learn, and the system will readapt to the new reality. Okay, and the last one, there is not one receipt that fits all. What does it mean? If we are having two pumps that they are coming from the same factory, built in the same moment, with the same materials, and you are installing them into two different places, that pumps are not going to work same. So each one will need their digital twin. Why? Because the digital twin is not only the equipment, it's the equipment and the dynamics that is happening around it, okay? the uses that we are giving, some of them I explained right now. The first one is the OTS, the Training Operation Simulator. So with this one, we were able to train to all our operators before touching, of course, the desalination plant, how the racks are running. So they know, they train how to start up, how to stop it, if they need to make one CAP, if they want to make any kind of test, can be done in the digital twin before putting it in service in the reality. The remote assistance, that is a good thing, that one person from Spain can see with a digital twin or can make the prescriptions of what about they should be running, because the digital twin can be used anywhere. Okay? Is that data-driven decision support is giving to us a very good information about how the system is working, how about the system should be working, and what is the way, what are the things that you need to adjust to keep the best performance in the place that you want. Okay? And I explained you the optimization tool virtual analyzers are the bottom and the LSI. We have many others, but these one are working really good. And the access management is computing. You know anytime what is happening in each one of your equipment in the plant. So I think that for me it's fantastic in all the chain, no? Operation, maintenance, management of one plant, everything is integrated. And early fault detection, it's absolutely linked with the previous one. So you know in advance what is going to happen. So you have time, I don't know, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, 3 weeks. Okay, to adjust your maintenance to avoid any correction shutdown, it will be quite nice. Sorry. Okay, and I'm going fast. These one are the real examples that we are having in Acciona, the OTNET, Operation Training System, the chemical optimization via virtual analyzers that will reduce in more than 5 ppms the soda dose, the access management, and the energy optimization. So I don't want to, I'm run out of time. Thank you very much.
Vanessa, thank you very much for that. The digital twin from Acciona. Take that off your hands. So ladies and gentlemen, we've seen 12 technologies. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm sure there are lots of opportunities to carry on the conversation. As we now head into lunch, at 1:45, we return to one of the 3 strands for this afternoon's program. In this room, we have innovation. In Hall 1, there is policy and finance, and in Hall 2, there is operations. Have a wonderful time refreshing yourself over lunch. 1:45, we start again. Thank you.
يلا يلا يلا.
Modium.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We're about to commence our afternoon sessions here in the innovation strand of the event. So kindly make your way into the main hall if you wish to participate in the innovation strand. And if you want to take part in policy and finance, that's in hall number 1. And the operators strand is in hall number 2. So here is innovation, hall 1, finance and policy, hall 3, operations. And we'll commence in just a short while. Okay, so the first part of our innovation session here is to commence with a small video. You've seen the videos to inspire us about the future. And now we're going to hear again from Gerd. So let's get the video rolling.
Greetings, this is Gerd Leonard again. Salam alaikum. It's my third session for your event. Excellencies, distinguished guests, it's a great pleasure to be with you again. I hope you enjoyed my previous 2 sessions. Now, this session is going to talk to you about something really important as we're heading warp drive into this future. And I sometimes feel really confused, just like many people do, about the speed of change. Right? It's just mind-boggling. And you could spend all day looking at new things. And really what we need is to develop a future mindset, to pay attention, right? To listen. And the future mindset is not a skill, it's a personality trait. We're open to discussion, we're questioning our assumptions. We stop saying it's impossible or it can't be done or it shouldn't be done, right? We think about things together, for example, also in a holistic way of saying that we are curious and interested, right? We're taking proaction, but we're also cautious about not doing anything stupid. The future mindset requires roughly 1 hour a day spent in the future. And I'm not talking about watching movies here. I'm talking about reading the important books, talking to people about the future. When you have a future mindset, you win. And I bet you the country and the city and the government that has a future mindset is going to win in the global competition for being a leader, a thought leader in this new world. Clearly also the other thing that's happening is that machines are becoming kind of intelligent. Right? Machine learning, deep learning, AI, well, that intelligence is not at all like humans. You know, it's a binary intelligence, but it's extremely powerful. And I think Stuart Russell, the AI researcher and writer, once said that it should be all about competence of these systems, not consciousness. We don't want machines to be conscious or to develop AGI, artificial general intelligence. We want them to just get the job done. And so really what's happening here is that we have this pyramid where machines are starting to do the jobs down here, right? Intellectual knowledge, logic, data and information. And we have to move up the pyramid towards deeper knowledge, tacit knowledge, understand. That's what we're doing here, right? To create wisdom, purpose, consciousness, human agency. A philosopher once said, I think it was a Zen Buddhist saying, where it's being said that basically knowledge without wisdom is useless. And this is what we are, humans, right? And this is what we have to teach our kids. And it's really about this part, not about knowing everything, but understanding things. That's going to be really important to solve large and wicked problems like water, desalination, energy, food. That's going to be needed to understand things rather than to just know numbers and follow the math, right? Imagination is going to be the crucial tool, as I mentioned right in the beginning. And the other thing is a kind of an ethical component as we're moving into the future that's completely connected. You know, how do we stay human? How do we stay connected? Because, you know, people want to connect in person. And that's really what we are. We're kind of in a situation where we are surrounded by technology, the game changers I mentioned earlier, AI, big data, cloud computing. But we're also going to need to come back to ourselves, to nature, and there's even a name for this problem called nature deficit disorder, you know, that we're getting pulled out of nature because we're constantly looking at screens and machines and virtual reality. That is going to be really important. Nature positive investment means also coming back to nature and coming back to ourselves. Really important that we don't get lost in the shuffle of what technology can do, because ultimately we're not machines, we're humans connecting to each other. So here are the 6 future principles, and I mentioned 3 of them in my very first section. That's exponential, convergent, and combinatory, but now there's 6 of them, and here they are. So this is kind of the program of what we have to look for. So holistic, right? That means looking at everything around us, making sure it's beneficial for everyone. The circular economy, nothing will exist in the future without giving back, right, and putting it back into a positive circle, and ultimately, of course, the human aspect, right? Human flourishing. So this is something to print out to put on your wall. These are the 6 future principles. That's how you're going to be successful. I think companies that do this, and countries that do this, and governments that do this are on the right track, because it creates a vast amount of benefits for everybody in the system in the 6 future principles. So to summarize, and thanks again for being with me here for the last couple of days. So digitization, the 3 Ds, digitization, decarbonization, reformation, the revolution that we're looking at, 3 revolutions: digital, sustainable, and the human revolution. That's all coming together. We're going to share the slides later so you can download them and have another look. So here's a couple of bullets. First, the future is decided by optimists. Be an optimist, don't be a pessimist. You know, think about the good things that we can do here and stop focusing on the things that aren't working. Social media, for example, is terrible for this. You also see bad things 6 times as much as you see good things. Right? Pessimism of the intellect, but optimism of the mind, says Gromsky. Right? Optimism of the heart. We have to stay positive despite of all of the challenges. As I said in the beginning, the problems aren't getting less, but our capacity to solve them is hugely increasing. And that is a tremendous opportunity. So as we see the future, we have to look at the holistic aspect: water, agriculture, food, combining, right? Think about this together. Hyper-collaborate, don't hyper-compete with other sectors, other countries, other industries. That is the ticket to a budding ecosystem of solving issues that are on the forefront of our mind, like water and desalination. So business as usual is dead, right? Or dying. I mean, much of it is still around, right? In banking, for example, right? But it's changing dramatically. Look at the car industry. All of a sudden, we're going from making cars to making multimodal transportation systems. Right? We are to be architects of the future, not victims, said Buckminster Fuller. You know, take charge of your own future. Don't look for the future to be made somewhere else. The recipe of technology, clearly, it should be, as I say in my book, Technology versus Humanity, it should be awesome humans on top of amazing technology. We need both. We need STEM, science, technology, engineering, but we also need HECI, humanity, ethics, creativity, imagination. Right? Embrace technology, but don't become it. And lastly, most importantly, your attitude contains your future. If you have a positive attitude, not naive, a forward-looking attitude, right? An attitude that can solve problems, question your assumptions, an attitude that the future is better than we think, you're going to make it happen. And that is really ultimately what we want, right? The positive view of the future. Your attitude contains your future. I wish you all the best. I'll see you in the future. And shukran again for listening to all my talks and my sessions. And I hope to connect with you some other time. Thank you and greetings from Switzerland.
Thank you, Gerd. The future is better than we think. And we already think it's really good, don't we? Our next session is now coming up, and I'd like to ask the speakers to come to the floor. It's going to be moderated by Tom Ponkratz. It's all around the environmental challenges associated with desalination. So please take the floor. Tom, everything's in your control, sir.
Okay, Okay, thanks very much for that. Well, welcome to this afternoon's session. As we heard, it's going to be on the environmental challenges associated with desalination. And we're going to we've got 3 sessions this afternoon. We're going to run them very much, or identical, to the way we ran them yesterday, in which we'll have a presenter give about a 10-minute presentation to put the context around the subject. And then we'll have a respondent that will address some follow-up questions or some follow-up issues, provide some additional insight, and then we'll proceed with some interaction, have a discussion, and we'll also invite questions from the floor. Now, keep in mind that from up here, it's hard to see individuals who may have a question. So we've got, if you do have a question, find someone with a microphone on either side of the hall, and they'll try to get my attention, and then we'd like you to introduce yourself, your affiliation, and proceed with a question. So with that, I'm going to invite our fisheries biologist, a guy who's spent the last 10 or 15 years working almost exclusively on desalination-related issues, to give his presentation on the environmental impacts of seawater desalination. Tim Hogan.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Tom. Is there a clicker for the slides? All right, great. I have 10 minutes, so I just spent one figuring out the technology. Again, I'm a fish biologist, so I'm a little out of place with technology. So like Tom said, I've been working in seawater desal for 10 to 15 years now, but about 22 years of experience as a fish biologist, working on the protection of marine life at industrial water intakes. So I guess I'll just start with a little bit of context. You know, we've been hearing a lot over the last couple of days about how seawater desal can really start to ramp up in order to fill this gap we see in water need globally. Then we even heard Christopher say yesterday about how ramping up seawater desal could be a solution to climate change. So my charge here is to think big and try to fit into the theme of this conference about the future. But with that, you know, we always got to start with what are some of the basics. In terms of environmental impacts, I'm going to focus on the marine impacts specifically. And you can see what some of these are here in the photos that are up on the slide. So by way of an introduction, you know, we can all recognize that the marine infrastructure is the marine interface with the environment. And that can be a very controversial subject, both from a permitting perspective and from an impact perspective. In addition to that, we know that intakes and discharge structures can be a big part of the CapEx and OpEx for plants. So there's a cost driver here as well. We can recognize that there have been some very site-specific attempts at innovating new technologies for the intake or the discharge. And you can see some here. You know, there might be a new screen innovation or the use of what we call a behavioral barrier to deter fish or marine organisms away from an intake. But the issue is there's been no real step change in any of those technologies. And to fit in with this theme, you know, this is the charge for our group. It's to try to identify ways to innovate on the intake and discharge infrastructure as well. You know, can we answer questions like how much of the impacts can be engineered out so that we can get comfortable with which impacts are left that could be mitigated for after the fact? And as everyone in this room knows, you know, research is sort of the bedrock to trying to identify some of these better performing environmental technologies. So we'll have a couple of slides here on the intake and the discharge impacts, just the two major themes in each. And then I'll just have a couple of slides with my thoughts on some of the research priorities, which is what I was asked to focus on. So on the intake side, the issues that we're dealing with for marine impacts have to do with impingement and entrainment. And this is a non-engineer's perspective on how it works, just to try to simplify it. So impingement is when a large organism is pinned against the screen, the fine mesh screening structure, not the coarse mesh. And it gets pinned up against the screen, and if it's not removed, it's likely to be injured or killed. The opposite is true for the small stuff. It will fit through the screen, and we refer to this as entrainment. And in a seawater desal process, it's typically 100% mortality if that's getting into the pretreatment system. So when we talk about impingement, these are larger organisms, things you could hold in your hand. And entrainment is the tiny stuff. Sometimes it's even hard to see. It can be fish eggs or larvae. So on the discharge side, the two impacts, and I'll preface this with most of my work has been in California, so I think we've dug really deeply into what the impacts are or what potential impacts could pop up. And two sort of come to the surface. One obvious one is the footprint of the brine plume and the technologies used to address its dissipation and the area in which it's done. The second piece, which may be new to a number of you in the room here, is referred to as diffuser shear. So if you're ejecting brine at high velocity through a diffuser, it's entraining ambient seawater, and that seawater can be exposed to high shear. Therefore, any organisms in that water could potentially be injured. So it's a very esoterical kind of concept, and it's a very difficult one to quantify, but there's a lot of theory on how to approach it using hydrodynamics modeling and then some estimation about impacts. And then when you take the intake and discharge impacts, the critical piece is not just working with a number of 100 fish were impinged or 10,000 fish were entrained. It all needs to be put in context. So this is what we refer to as assessing the impacts. And there are a number of different ways to go about it. I've highlighted two here. The first is a demographic model. And as you can see in the figure provided, there's a couple of different ways to understand if you entrain a certain number of tiny organisms, what does that equate to in the number of larger organisms? And the opposite could be true. If you've entrained a number of small organisms, can you tell us how many large females would have been required to produce those? So one's called an adult equivalent loss, the other one's called fecundity hindcast. And then there's a second approach called a conditional mortality model. It's really based on fishery science about how you're extracting in a fisheries perspective organisms from the environment and whether that has an impact on the population. So it's a little more complicated, but it's another way to look at proportional mortality caused by intake or discharge at a seawater desal plant. So now let's just focus on some of the priorities that I identify when we talk about research, and we'll have a slide on intake stuff and a slide on discharge stuff. And I'm not going to be exhaustive in this list. These are a few things that stood out to me, and hopefully we can get into the discussion about other areas that might be worthy of additional research. So we've heard a lot about this in the previous panel too, where you hear about new technologies. Well, you got to get them out of a lab and into operation. And that first step is always pilot testing. And I've thrown an example in here because in California, no desal plant can be built without first assessing whether or not the intake flow can be withdrawn through a subsurface intake. And that's a real barrier. There are constraints on where you can build a plant, how large a plant can be. But there are plants out there that use that subsurface intake design, whether it be a slant well or a directionally drilled well, or in some cases an infiltration gallery. But pilot testing and collecting more data on the feasibility of different scale systems would be helpful. I've thrown in here seasonal applications. Oftentimes when we look at an impingement or an entrainment impact, it's not year-round. It's not 365 days of the year. Impingement is very episodic. It's tied to the weather conditions and the water quality. Entrainment is similarly patchy, but can also be quite predictable. We know when organisms are reproducing, and maybe we can change the operation of the plant or maybe put the intake in a different location to minimize those impacts. So looking at, are there seasonal ways to address protecting organisms? And this last bullet in the first chunk here is, we should always keep in mind that things are very site-specific. There's never going to be one off-the-shelf solution that works perfectly at every facility. So having some background data, characterizing the site, the ecological conditions, the types of organisms, the life stages, these are all critical bits of data that you need, and it's fundamental research before you can get to a design stage. The next question is, once you've addressed some of the intake research needs, we also have to try to figure out what are we going to include in the impact assessment. And I'll tell you, in some parts of the country and the world, they focus on minutia. You have to account for every cell of phytoplankton that could potentially be entrained. But the question is whether or not that's ecologically meaningful. And so the way you go about assessing the impacts is critical to understand what the overall impact of the facility may be. And what I'll note here is, in a reactionary sense, when a regulator senses an impact and they're reluctant to issue a permit, they usually default to something very conservative, like small mesh size on a screen or very low intake velocity. And those are real operational challenges. When you decrease a slot size or a mesh size, you increase head loss across the screen. You need more screening area. It could also become a debris management issue. And then lastly, on the intake side, I'll note, in the US, there has been some support in the guise of prize competitions for innovating in this space, developing new intakes, whether it be for irrigation, thermal power plants, or seawater desalination. And that work, again, is through the DOE and the US Bureau of Reclamation. So on the discharge side, I just have 3 research priorities that I identified sort of as the top ones. The first is this issue of shear at the diffusers. A diffuser is purposely designed to eject brine at a high velocity to irreversibly mix in a very short distance from the discharge point. So it has a real hydraulic need for dissipating the brine solution, but is there a real issue with entraining ambient organisms into the jet? To date, it's really been theory that's dictated how we assess those impacts and how we quantify them. So having empirical data in that sense is critical because in reality, it will end up as a numerical mitigation requirement. So to base a requirement for mitigation on something that's hypothetical is a little questionable in my mind. So having additional empirical data would be great. So the second bullet here is me trying to lighten it up a bit. It's not all negative. There may be opportunities for additional research on the discharge structures themselves. And you can see a couple of papers here that were recent that were trying to identify whether these structures in the marine environment that is otherwise free of much structure provide a benefit to the organisms. So it's critical to understand how to assess it. We want to make sure that we're not just attracting organisms to structures we build in the water, but there is opportunities for research to identify whether they're increasing production of fishes in the area. And then this last one is something I spoke on recently as well, is we hear a lot about the new innovations for high recovery RO, which is great in terms of production of fresh water. And it does reduce the brine stream, but now we're dealing with a much more dense, more saline stream. And ejecting that to the environment is a real technological challenge. So I just included a slide here with a concentration factor of 2, and you're assuming 50% recovery, you get a PPT of double seawater, which is manageable. But if you get up to a concentration factor of 10, you've got brine that's around 350 ppt, which is much more of a challenge to dispose of. So my final thoughts, and I hope I'm within my time here, is we're all here to recognize that desalination is intended to really serve a need in filling that gap in the global supply for water. And it's okay to say out loud that there will be environmental impacts. There's nothing in the engineered world that doesn't have an impact. The question is, can it be minimized with technology, with research, with careful planning, and moreover, does it have a real ecological effect, or is it sort of noise? So these solutions involve, like I said, engineering solutions, new technologies. It could result in operational changes to the way you run a plant. And then lastly, of course, context is always important. The fact that a plant may entrain 1 million or more tiny organisms might not amount to much when you scale those up to an adult-sized fish. So the last piece I'll mention is, I've worked closely in the electric power industry as well with a client called the Electric Power Research Institute, and they have a number of documents, reports available, technical resources on these topics. So, don't recreate the wheel. There's plenty of research out there, but I would spur everyone to think creatively about how to innovate, where you feel the research priorities are. These are just some of my thoughts. So thank you for the time.
Yeah, thanks, Tim, for putting that in. Hear me okay? Could you? Okay, now it is. Yeah, thanks, Tim, for that presentation and going over the issues, summing them up. Now we're going to hear from Amy Childress, a professor at University of Southern California, the other Los Angeles school. I shouldn't, the only one. Okay, so Amy.
Yes, okay, thank you, and great presentation, and I just wanted to make 3 points that hopefully connect with Tim's presentation and maybe amplify a few of the points there. So the first pertains to intake. We need to see these intake or filter systems as very porous membranes. And we, the seawater desalination community, needs to embrace innovation in these systems. We need to approach the innovation the same way we've approached membranes and membrane modules. We need to consider materials, we need to consider flow configurations and hydrodynamics. We also need to consider fouling and foulant removal. So we might look at coatings, we might look at electrically conductive surfaces, brushes, and we have to appreciate that in this case, we can do real-time monitoring easier than with membranes and modules. So that's the first point. Second point is when we talk about the brine discharge. So until we're able to achieve NEON's objective of zero liquid discharge, we have to consider, do we want to concentrate or dilute? And of course, the benefit of concentrating is we get more water resource, and perhaps we get additional mineral and other resources. But what we do now is dilute, and we might use bypassing seawater, or if available, we can use cooling waters or treated wastewater. And right now what we do is bring those waters in to the brine stream to dilute it and send that to the sea. And we do lose the water resource in those streams. So one opportunity could be, depending on the quality of those waters, or if we can pre-treat them, to bring them to the head of the facility, to dilute the intake seawater, which has the benefits of less energy required, meeting discharge requirements easier, and maybe less intake requirements as well. So that's an opportunity. Of course, that depends if those streams are available and the quality of those streams. But that brings me to my third point, which is we have to consider the context, and Tim mentioned this, in which we're desalinating. Are we desalinating on the Arabian Sea, the Arabian Gulf, the Red Sea? Are we in Saudi Arabia doing that? Or are we in Los Angeles desalinating water from the Pacific Ocean? And of course, the geomorphology, the oceanography, and the biological communities in those two are different. But very importantly, if you're desalinating seawater, you may be subject to conventions or agreements. So for example, The Barcelona Agreement is in place to protect the Mediterranean Sea, or intended to protect the Mediterranean Sea. And that's very important when you consider that not only do you have seawater desalination facilities, you have nuclear plants, you have offshore oil and gas, and you have seafood harvesting in these seas. And so the seawater desalination community needs to be at the table with these other industries to ensure the long-term sustainability of seawater desalination. We also need to be at the table with the biologists and the ecotoxicologists who are informing the regulators. So that's it.
Good. Well, thanks for that. And since we don't have a second respondent in this session, I'm going to take the liberty of appointing myself to offer a couple of considerations in that regard. And one of them is that the desalination industry has changed, and nowhere more so than in the Middle East. Whereas all the capacity in the Middle East used to be provided by thermal processes, as we now know, reverse osmosis has certainly surpassed that and is replacing a lot of the thermal technologies. And along with that, there's a lot of changes that are involved. The first is that desal plants are standalone facilities. They no longer just simply take the cooling water from the power plant. It means that they have to have their own standalone intake that has to be permitted. There's some benefits to it in that the discharge is essentially ambient temperature, so you don't have to design for that. But there are still a number of issues unique to both technologies that have to be considered. The important thing is there are new issues out there that we're dealing with. The brine probably is one of the most visible. People always talk about these vast underwater deserts of brine, which, as Tim pointed out, there are techniques now, engineered solutions to mitigate against that potential. In the old days, when thermal was king, and when that's what we had here, it was simply, as Amy pointed out, the dilution effect. Just take some of that cooling water, or all of that cooling water that's going out, and add a little bit of the brine, and by the time it's discharged, it's essentially ambient salinity. So the problems have changed, and we're dealing with those. But my suspicions are that desal plants will be looked at more, even though the flows are much less than the ones through cooling that the power plants had here. They'll be looked at probably under a little bigger magnifying glass. So that's one thing that should be considered. One other thing that, though, is I find somewhat ironic is if you put in a surface water treatment plant just about anywhere in the world, there's very little concern about it. Have you ever been involved in impingement and entrainment concerns? So even though you're dealing with a relatively small body of water that's providing a lake, recreational lake for a community, if you're taking some of that water and you're running it through a conventional water treatment plant or a brackish RO, there are no mitigation issues with impingement or entrainment. You just take that water, and the mortality, I suspect, is still near 100%. But so we're, as a desal facility, possibly because it's more complex, higher capital cost, and you have the energy associated with it, it also exacerbates the intake and outfall issues. And finally, one other point I want to make is, I think it was Arian Edlat during the Pacifica presentation yesterday, he showed the breakdown of cost or capex for plants, and he had the intake and outfall at 12.5% of a total capex. And that number, I suspect, is wildly out of date for many desal plants. Desal plants in most of the world, probably it's closer to 20%, and in Southern California, it's approaching 50% of the capital cost of a plant. So even when you're siting a plant, whether it's in the Middle East or Southern California, usually the first fatal flaw that has to be, potential fatal flaw that has to be addressed is the location and the environmental impacts of that. And it usually means that you're going to be spending a significant amount of money. And usually with a desal plant, it's the biggest cost variable in the entire facility. So it's just something to keep in the back of your mind. And I think that Tim's recommendations as far as potential research subjects and the comments that Amy offered are particularly apropos to this whole conference. So with that little speech, am I over time?
I don't know, I'm not going to
But with that, I would like to just, Tim, do you have anything based on what Amy said or anything that I said that you'd like to comment on?
No, but maybe I can editorialize just for a second, if we have a second.
Yeah, let's try.
Okay. So, I was thinking about this last night. My presentation maybe is a little mechanical, and maybe there's something interesting in it, but I thought to myself, we heard today in the technology panel about a lot of interesting, cool stuff. And I think there are a lot of folks in the audience that probably say, oh, wow, cool. And you see people taking pictures. And I've never once heard anyone say that about an intake system. Say, oh, did you miss that presentation? So-and-so gave a presentation about this new innovative way to draw flow in. And, I think it is time to start digging in, because these designs shouldn't be just off the shelf. They're very site-specific. And there are creative ways to, to fit them in with all the other creative things that are underway, say, like at NEOM. There's a focus on how do we manage the brine with a massive plant to get down to zero discharge. But I'm curious, maybe there are some solutions on the intake side too. So there's room for innovation there as well.
Amy, any?
Yeah, I was just going to say we pursue smart membrane systems. I don't know why we're not pursuing smart intake systems. I think there's a lot of room for innovation there.
Yeah, it's an interesting subject, and it's usually one of the last ones discussed, even though it's one of the first ones that's addressed when you're designing a plant. There's a lot of things to consider, and as soon as you address one subject, there's another aspect of it. This whole diffuser shear is something that most of the world isn't even aware of yet. And there are now being papers published on it that likely are going to impact plants coming up in the near future. So with that, I think we got a little bit of a late start, and we always first group always pays a penalty. So we're going to have to. I think we'll go to the next group of presenters. But I'd like to thank you, and I hope that we've added a new dimension of things to consider to those planning and executing projects. No, we don't have time. Sorry. So, thanks. Okay. Okay, well, thanks for that. Now, I'd like to invite the next three presenters up. And John is Okay, we're having our my co-chairperson here rejoining the panel in the form of John Toner. But I'd like to introduce the panelists. The first is proposer Dr. Neil Moe with Suez. He's going to be speaking about this panel. I guess I should introduce the panel first. We're going to be talking about brine, one of the biggest topics in desalination, certainly here in the kingdom. So we'll start with Neil, if he could start us off.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for the invitation. I'm tremendously excited to be here. And hopefully, because this topic, as a person who's worked in membrane technology for 23 years, this is tremendously exciting because it's not just, put a membrane down and I get a solution. This is like a whole cascade of membranes or series of membranes, and there's probably non-membrane technologies in here as well. So it really opens the mind up a lot. So I'm going to tell about several membrane technologies today. They're all commercially available. Now, whether they have the scale today to meet, the ambitions of ocean brine mining, that's another question. But let's try to go forward. So brine mining, or really brine refining, is the core of this work. This is how I think we should look at it. We have a aqueous stream coming in that's got a collection of ions in it, and we're going to make something out of it. What exactly that is our choice, and it's going to be dictated by two things. What can we sell economically, and what can we achieve technically? Okay, and so I'm going to talk about, very briefly, 5 different membrane technologies, which I think are going to form the backbone of these brine refineries of the future. And we can segregate these into pressure-driven technologies, electrically driven technologies, and on the right-hand side, functionally, we've got one technology which basically concentrates everything, kind of doing what an evaporator does today. And then you've got 3 technologies which selectively concentrate some species but not others. And the last one is actually a chemical transformation technology. And each one of these here is unique and can play a potential major role in the future. So the first technology, this one has been talked about several times already in this conference. So osmotically assisted RO, this is a technology that will concentrate basically all the TDS up to very high levels, 200 to 250 grams per liter. Sodium chloride at pressures that should be very familiar with people doing seawater desalination. So if you don't know how this technology works, don't worry, I'm not going to explain it to you here. But it's not magic. It's just a matter of finding the right membranes and designing the right process around them. And you do that, reverse osmosis is no longer limited by osmotic pressure. Recovery is no longer limited by osmotic pressure. And this is what makes RO cool again, I think, exactly this technology. And if you want to, I'm going to throw my vote out for this technology being the standout new membrane technology of the decade. I just think it's got everything going for it. Spiral wound or hollow fiber formats. What's its status today? Very promising. Pilot results and early commercial successes. Very importantly, because this uses formats and equipment that's used in seawater RO today, I believe it can be scaled up very, very quickly to the sorts of ambitious sizes for ocean brine mining. Again, reminder, why membrane brine concentration? It's cheaper than thermal brine concentration, or it should be, otherwise it has no purpose, right? So what are the areas for improvement? What are the potential weaknesses? One is compaction, right? So crushing or irreversible flow or damage to the membranes that occur at high pressures and aggravated at high temperatures. This is a weak spot of this technology. And it contributes to that second bullet point. How long are these membranes going to last? At this point, we don't really know how to do a life cycle calculation on that. But a suggestion for an improvement to this technology would be extension of the pressure range up above the seawater range into the ultra-high pressure range, which will guarantee to reduce the CapEx and OpEx if it can be done successfully. Okay. Nanofiltration, this is also a relatively familiar technology, and what it does is selectively concentrates divalent ions in the presence of a mixture. So sodium chloride will more or less leave alone, it'll concentrate up calcium, magnesium, and sulfate until when? Well, usually we don't hit an osmotic pressure limit in NF, we hit a limit imposed on us by the water chemistry, say calcium sulfate, particularly for seawater, and we rely on an antiscalant. So the strengths, this is an established technology for many years. It's large scale, I say, but the size that's being contemplated here in Saudi Arabia is going to challenge the supply chain of any NF manufacturer in the world, guaranteed. Ultra-high pressure element format exists. So selective separations. they depend on for their usefulness on the degree of that separation, right? It's not just, oh, I reject all of calcium and I let all of sodium through. No, the membranes aren't perfect to that regard, so the actual quantitative selectivity really matters in determining the techno-economics of these processes. And so increasing the calcium and magnesium rejection or separation over sodium should be increased in order to increase the value of this technology in this application. And NF, yeah, these guys are more fragile, more sensitive, and they've got calcium sulfate scale kind of lurking over them as a disaster potentially waiting to happen. So the stability and lifetime of these guys could be improved. And then process modeling. Once you get away from NF on seawater, nobody's commercial software works tremendously well. Now, electrodialysis technologies. The first one of these, monovalent selective ED, I like to think about this technology as something like the inverse of nanofiltration. So with monovalent selective ED, I can take the ions that are present in seawater, and in one step, I can create a concentrated sodium chloride stream up to what? 200 to 250 grams per liter. And it leaves behind in the dilute stream the calcium, the magnesium, and the sulfate. Ooh, that's kind of cool. If you've never contemplated that before, or only thought of RO and NF, this is kind of mind-blowing. Okay, the other thing that ED can do, just very naturally, is it concentrates charged things up, but it won't concentrate uncharged things. So, I don't know, boric acid's what I could think of in seawater. And so the recovery on seawater is no longer going to be limited by calcium sulfate scale, if this is your first step in your process. And so indeed, ED is an established technology. There's versions for brackish water, there's versions for seawater. Now, areas for improvement, I totally agree. Membrane cost and energy consumption today are high relative to seawater RO and OARO. Seawater RO has had the tremendous advantage of all the resources it's been thrown at for the last 30 years. ED's never had that blessing. So what I would like to say, was, this last point here, circled in red, this holds true for all the e-separation technologies. There's tremendous opportunities to optimize and improve each one of these. You know, RO technologies are much closer to their final ideal state. We're shaving off, 1%, 5% here and there. For example, ion exchange membranes, I believe their cost could come down by an order of magnitude from where they are today. Okay, so an obscure electrodialysis process here, ED metathesis, but I want to bring it up because it's really cool. And it does a bizarre, unique, American word, switcheroo, switch ions around while simultaneously concentrating brine streams. So if you take the ions that are present in seawater, and I've kind of simplified it to those four, it creates two separate brine streams. They both got sodium chloride in them, but one's got all the sulfate and one will have all the magnesium. And they're both up, let's say, 200 to 250 grams per liter. You go, whoa, that was kind of crazy. So on the downside, this is an inherently quite costly technology, 4 membranes per cell. And also don't forget, that this requires a pure salt makeup. So it is an inherently costly technology. The last one is bipolar electrodialysis. So rather than concentrating one species or all species, this is actually a chemical transformation technology that utilizes ion exchange membranes and electric field driving force. So for example, if we start with an aqueous sodium chloride stream, we throw it into the bipolar ED process, and we get 2 different product streams, one of which is HCl and one of which is sodium hydroxide. And at these concentration levels, I really believe that bipolar ED is ideal for point of use where there's a significant demand of relatively dilute products. So pH adjustment, regeneration of resins, Sometimes those quantities of chemicals are quite significant. So strengths, basically we're taking something that has relatively low value, sodium chloride, and converting it to high value products, maybe 10x increase in their value. And want you to consider this now as an enticing alternative to taking that sodium chloride stream, concentrating up all the way to 250 with a membrane process, then a thermal and crystallizer. Instead, you could just take sodium chloride at 5% and throw it through this process. But of course, there's lots of areas this technology, like all others, can be optimized. So finally, bring it back to the beginning, the brine refinery of the future. How do we start? So I'm a technology guy, and this was a technology-focused talk, but I have to concede that the most important step here has nothing to do with technology. It's about identifying your market. What can you actually sell? If you make it, what can you actually sell? So that's the key step here. And then you can get down to flow sheet modeling, which is where I get excited. Find out what combination of these technologies plus an additional suite of technologies are going to work. And regarding these technologies that I've introduced here, rather than being 100% stuck on, oh, what can they do today, have the vision to ask, where could they be in, say, 5 to 10 years with the proper incentives? Because that answer can be tremendously different from what they're capable of, particularly cost-wise today. And if one of these technologies is attractive in your flow sheet, consider partnering with key technology developers or manufacturers. So, okay, that's what I wanted to say for an introduction.
Good. Well, thanks for that, Neil. I thought that Neil's talk would be particularly appropriate. Why don't you have a seat here? I just want to add a little something before I introduce Aaron. I thought Neil's talk was particularly appropriate because I know of the interest in brine mining and identified some specific projects here in the kingdom. And most of those projects are focused on membrane technologies. And while ED and some of the bipolar membrane, what we've heard today, are technically membrane processes, they're better described as electrochemical processes. And they add a new dimension to what you're doing. And I think that Neil's, his first slide showing all the ions going all the different directions, and his last comment, decide what the market is, are two important things because they will certainly drive the economics and help determine the technical feasibility. So it's really important points, and from a lot of the things that I've seen in people looking at brine mining projects around the world, they're often not considered. I mean, you don't hear about them, so I thought it was particularly appropriate. Now, our next speaker, who is a respondent, is also going to provide some slides. And, while I do my best, well, come on up. It's Dr. Aaron Wilson from Idaho National Labs in the U.S. And while I try to be as objective as I can when I'm looking at the technologies to provide, I sometimes, I asked him to provide some slides because I think it's important that you all understand this. We heard a lot about brine concentration, but we really haven't heard about crystallization or taking the saturated brine to solid form. And this is a technology that has been around a long time, but I think with the work that Aaron is doing at Idaho National Labs, I think we're seeing something that's nearing a point that it could be commercial, or hopefully it'll be commercial. So with that, Aaron, if you could proceed.
Thanks a ton, Tom. And I'm gonna try and be quick so that we can actually get to some discussion here. And I'm incredibly flattered to be able to come up here and talk about some stuff that's fairly early stage compared to what we've been hearing about. And it actually is going to take a little explanation as a result. So I'm going to skip this. So the technology is solvent-driven, and there's actually two different parts, which adds to the confusion and the need to explain it. But the primary one that I'm most excited about is fractional crystallization, driven by solvents. And that's when you have a brine and you add an organic to it that induces the minerals to precipitate out. And this can be done selectively, which is the origin of the word fractional. And up on the left are a few examples of some of the minerals we've produced. But I'm gonna hit this one more time. So if you start with 100 mils of water, you can add 9 to 50 grams of dimethyl ether, which is the solvent that I'll be talking about through this process. And you'll end up with 3 to 360 grams of salt out of the process, depending on which salt it is and what your starting solution is. The purity of that salt can be up to 99% purity, and you can get separation factors, so that's selectivity of different minerals from nothing, which is 1, up to separation factors of 700, which are fantastic. And the recoveries are 12 to 98%. Then you pull out the dimethyl ether and you end up with a depleted raffinate that can go to any number of the processes that we've heard about. Alternatively, there's one other way to apply the technology. And instead of adding the organic to the aqueous brine, you actually take a large amount of the organic and draw the water into the organic. So the organic's acting basically as a liquid desiccant, and it pulls all the water out, and you're left with dry solids. And so in these processes, the water is conventionally 99.9% rejection. In case of sodium chloride, that means that we have about 250 parts per million sodium chloride at the end of the process. So if we compare this to other concentration processes, and we can start from any number of places. I'm just starting from double seawater here just to show it as an example. You can take that to an evaporation pond, which has water requirements in places that are water stressed, which can be a challenge. It has a footprint issue, and it has to be the right climate. And in time, it can be anywhere from 18 months to 3 years to run these processes. Or you can go to thermal processes, which have a cost. And then finally, there's any number of flow sheets to take your concentrates up to what you want them to be. One of the traditional ways is evaporative crystallization. However, with the low efficiency of evaporative crystallization, this isn't conventionally done because it just costs so much. Solvent extraction, chemical precipitation, these are things that are actually done in industry. And this gets into the question of how we mine. When we look to mine seawater, we're going to have these chemical precipitants and the associated wastes associated with them. So the mining industry looks to desalination as a way to solve their waste problems. And it's interesting to see that the desal community is now looking to mining to solve their waste problems. So it's an interesting relationship there. But if we take this water extraction, this liquid desiccant, we're still working out the exact energy requirements for this process, but it looks like it could be very competitive with thermal concentration and definitely competitive with evaporative crystallization. But it really shines once you start purifying the minerals. So the DME fractional crystallization is extremely energy efficient. It's 2% the energy of evaporative crystallization. So that's really where the strength is. Like Tom said, this is not a new technology. This is a patent out of Cargill from 1985. They're looking at using ethylamine to drive this process. And really, what we brought to this is the use of dimethyl ether. So we changed the solvent that we're working with. And what dimethyl ether offers is up there on the right side, up in the left-hand corner of that graph, which means it has a very low enthalpy of vaporization and a very high relative volatility relative to water. What this means is we can actually get it out of the water so it's not a contaminant in the aqueous, and then recycle it so that we're not losing it in the process. And that's the innovation, because this is 70-year-old technology in terms of looking at solvents. The thermally responsive solvents is a slightly different solvent technology than what I'm talking about here. I'd love to talk to you about this, and I can point you to the perspective in the bottom, which was actually accepted to Trends in Chemistry this morning at like 2 in the morning, which is fantastic. Anyways, this process, one of the things we learned is it's driven by different physical phenomena than people expected it to be. It's not driven by dielectrics of the solvent, it's driven by molar ratios, which means that how you do it matters, and it means the dimethyl ether is extra effective. In terms of the process, we're still at lab scale, but we're getting these really incredible crystals out. So these are cobalt sulfate, these are nickel sulfate, these are neodymium sulfate. That's a 4 centimeters crystal on that piece of expanded stainless steel. We're pulling nickel sulfate out of extremely acidic solution, negative 0.75, and we can pull out materials really selectively. Out of the same starting solution, we can pull out 99% pure transition metals, cobalt sulfate rich, or 99% samarium sulfate, just by changing the temperature by 11 degrees. These processes can be chained together to increase the purity of your product, and we're scaling it up to a larger scale. And so, yeah, so that's my presentation, and I've been helped by a great...
Yeah, thanks for that. It's, that's the problem when you get guys up here who really are passionate about what they're talking about. They don't want to stop, and unfortunately we have to, but the goal of this was to at least pique your interest in the electrochemical and the solvent extraction that we don't hear about as regularly. Neither one of them are brand new, but there are certainly, with the economics that are taking place, with the interest in going to brine mining, they're now becoming more viable. So with that, I would like to hear from our respondent who doesn't have, we don't have time for slides, but Jürgen Aschenbrenner from Salt Minerals, we'd like to hear your comments and help put some context around this discussion. Is the green light on? Oh, there you go.
Thanks a lot. It's more convenient also. Yeah, from the market perspective, it's very easy. All the ions and minerals we have seen in the first presentation are perfect to market. Some of them are very high in value, and I think a lot of you don't understand that the mining industry who is producing currently these minerals has also serious environmental issues to solve. If you like to build up a potash plant today in Canada, the first question is water rights. Do you have access to water to do the recrystallization process? If you do it in Germany, the question is, where should the brine be disposed? In the river? No longer possible. Stored underground? Very complicated. So all the minerals are very valuable, and I can tell you, and I can only motivate you to go down the track, even if it sounds today not economical, perfect, it will be in the future. We from Salt Minerals keep about 80 years in our board of directors of mineral competence in the agriculture field, in the industrial field, and in my person in the life science and food. And I'm currently desperately searching for example, magnesium chloride food grade, potassium chloride food grade. I cannot source it. It's impossible. And if I can get it, it's at a very high price. So please go this way, invent in this technology, and we will be ready to market the product. And please involve the market guys from the beginning, talk about the specification, talk about what's possible, and do what's economical, really valuable, and which will pay back. This is my comment on this. So I really appreciate the time, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you about this very brief introduction into markets. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot for that. John, do you have you'd like to add something or ask a question?
I got one comment out there. There's going to be some people get really famous through this stuff. Going to be called grandfathers. There's an old friend of mine, a guy in Florida called Paul Culler, and he's known as the grandfather of membrane softening because he saw that RO membranes, NF membranes could be specifically targeted to replace lime softening, which was a huge, messy industry in water treatment in the States. And Paul's the grandfather of membrane softening. And I think everybody's mentioned here about targeting some of these ion species. And someone's going to become the grandfather of lithium brine mining, you know, and things like that. And that's one of the first steps that we need to focus on, how, you know, targeting some of the species, but also with the bearing in mind that the way that you extract some minerals might make it harder or difficult to extract the next minerals in the series. And I think that was touched on as well here. And I don't know how much time we got, but I'd love to, there's only been one or two comments about the waste products from this. And we are trying to get rid of what some people view as a waste desalination product. We're trying to harvest valuable products from it, but there are poor stepchildren in there. There are some of these species that we don't really want that we will be left with. And I wonder if any of the speakers have got time to comment about how we manage or minimize that.
I hope I get you right. At the end of the day, it's complicated. There are some combinations which are not so easy to market, and there are some combinations where logistics still play absolutely role. So the costs will kill this opportunity to market. But we are talking about gypsum, and we are talking about sodium chloride. At the sodium chloride, it's very important to look in the near region to find an electrolysis plant, bring down the bromine level, and then market this product to local chlor-alkali electrolyzers. This can work, yeah? It will not work to bring it on a ship and to ship it, to a long destination. This is really a message on sodium chloride and on gypsum. But at the end of the day, I know these minerals are the basic minerals which are coming out of these processes. But we should really focus on the other minerals, like magnesium hydroxide, like magnesium chloride, like potassium sulfate, potassium chloride, lithium carbonates, which are high in value and can bring down the costs of the whole system in the first step. Yeah? And then on the mass products, on the commodities, focus on the second step, but search for regional solutions. I think this would be my recommendation, and how to proceed and how to get rid of the unliked ions, so to say. Yeah? This is always a good opportunity. Yeah? Take it always as an opportunity and not as a waste.
Neil or Aaron, do you have any comment on?
The thing that I just wanted to play off what I think mine's working, Jorgen said, is we've been hearing a lot about the 40-cent mark for a ton of water desalinated. If you're doing 50% desalination, that means you're handling 2 tons of seawater to start with. That 2 tons of seawater has 2 kilograms of magnesium in it, valued on the order of like $15 to $20. So that 40 cents becomes just a fraction of what's going on if you've got $20 worth of magnesium you're handling. So, and you actually have a mechanism to go after it. But, and then to your original point, the whole sodium chloride question, like there's just so much of it. Right. I think.
Well, and that's an important thing. I think all of you who, all of a sudden, brine mining seems more real to you. I think we've got to remember that there are probably going to be relatively few brine mining projects out there. Just because you've got a desal plant doesn't mean you're a candidate for brine mining. In fact, it's like winning the lottery, perhaps, maybe not quite that long of an odds. But, and I want to make the point that if you do responsible desalination and you operate at typical recoveries and you employ the technologies that were discussed in the last session, you really have a minimum impact, regardless of some of the scare stories and the headlines you read. You're having a minimum impact because you're putting back what's come out of the sea. You're doing it in a responsible way, and it's been proven now for 20 plus years that you have a relatively minor impact zone within 100 or so meters of the point of discharge. So you're not having a problem, but there are opportunities in brine. And if you're in the situation that some plants are for political reasons, for practical reasons, or because a lack of resources, brine mining may be a solution. But, and I think we've heard some pretty interesting approaches here towards it. Yeah, please, Jürgen.
Maybe I can add another comment on the unliked sodium chloride. I think it's not known to all of you, but in Europe, the price for sodium chloride doubled this year. It doubled. I'm working since 30 years in this industry, and I never have seen this. Sodium chloride was always ultimately cheap.
Well, if they would even recover a portion of the salt produced in the kingdom and export it, what would that do to the price of sodium in Germany?
Even this kind of scenarios are now no longer, oh no, never think about it. It's worthwhile to think about it. The price of potassium chloride increased since 2020 five-fold. Five-fold.
Yeah.
About a product which is always available, everybody thought, but it is not. Yeah. It is due to a special situation, everybody knows this, but at the end of the day, these are the chances for the future. And as I said, mining is not environmental friendly, and if you mine potash or magnesium chloride or other products, you have still brines which you need to dispose.
Yeah. Neil, looks like you've got something to say here.
I have a suggestion. It's maybe in theme, congruence with the themes of this this conference, but a way to dump sodium, so to speak. I've been exposed to a couple of CO2 capture schemes that essentially, in their essence, takes sodium hydroxide, contact with air, pull CO2 out, and if those can ever take off, and if they ever want to make a measurable impact on CO2 levels in the atmosphere, I suspect that they could probably take about all the sodium that's in anybody's seawater brine today, seawater RO brine.
How far is that from being practical, either on a time basis or cost basis?
Well, company that we've been talking with wants to use bipolar ED to do this. So is bipolar ED ready for global scale gargantuan? Absolutely no, but the technology itself works and the flow sheet is simple. So
well,
is that?
But tell us tell us why bipolar doesn't work, or what's the NIN?
Bipolar works. Bipolar ED works, right?
What keeps it from being ready to go to market?
Oh, it's ready to go to market, but maybe like the combined manufacturing capacity of everybody that does bipolar ED today might be able to handle the sodium coming off of one of the plants, one of the desal plants in the kingdom. And if you want to, but their vision is to actually reduce CO2 ppm in the atmosphere globally.
Okay.
Right.
So there is.
We'll have to scale this up a little bit.
Okay, gotcha. And well, speaking of timelines and commercialization, Aaron, how long do you think it's going to be based on? I know you're working on a project right now for the Desal Hub or research project for the Department of Energy. How long, with the work you're going on, and I'm not asking you for necessarily a best case scenario, but what does it look like before we'd see a commercial solution?
Of what I'm working on. So the beauty of what I'm working on is it's a liquid-liquid contactor, liquid-liquid separator, and a vapor compression cycle, which is the same thing that drives a dorm refrigerator or liquefied natural gas. So the technology is built on all different scales, so it can be scaled down, which is actually an advantage in many situations where crystallizers generally don't want to be small, and people will be willing to make crystallizers in Asia and ship them to the tar sands in Canada. So it scales down, it scales up, and I think it's just a matter of getting the right partners together, and it could be turned around in a matter of months rather than years. It might be the 100-month schedule rather than the 10-year schedule, or I guess that's the same thing. But months instead of years.
Okay, well, I think we're going to wrap this up in a second. I always hope that we'll get questions from the audience, but we get caught up here, and sometimes we're not able to do it what I plan on. But I'd like to hear one last comment from each of you, just in summary, where we're at, what you think should be next. Anything you'd like to say? Starting, Jürgen, you have anything? No.
Please go on. That's my last comment. Drive the brine mining on, put the market into your concepts, and it will be a success. I'm very confident.
I think there's just an enormous amount of opportunity here, and this is something I've been skeptical of, because you look at the way industry does things, and the assumption is it's been figured out. But it's worth going around and talking to a range of people to find out why things are done one way. And I know my preconceptions have been corrected over the past months, and it raises opportunity rather than creating more doubt a lot of the time. So.
Okay. Talk to me if you are serious about putting together flow sheets for something like this.
John, do you have anything to say?
No, I'm speechless for once.
Okay. Okay, well, good. Well, thank you for your attention. We're going to move to our last innovation session, and please give the participants a round of applause. Thanks. Okay. Okay, and our next session is we're changing horses a bit here, and we're bringing Kevin Price up, who is going to speak to us about decentralized desalination. You know, these plants get bigger and bigger, but there is still a huge market out there of small plants and potential for small plants that have problems. And Kevin's going to talk to us a little about the opportunities there. So Kevin Price, and Kevin, I'll let you explain your affiliations.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just quickly give a little bit of my background. I spent my career in the Bureau of Reclamation. I think it was mentioned a little bit earlier, agency, U.S. government agency in the United States. As part of that career, I was working with the Middle East Desalination Research Center, and since I retired, I have continued working with MEDRIC. And so a lot of what I'm talking about relates back to MEDRIC, but it relates also to my experiences over that 30 years at the Bureau of Reclamation and some of the frustrations I had as we were going through things. And I didn't really realize how frustrated I was in terms of small-scale desal until people started asking me questions, and I said, well, that's not possible. And of course, for someone involved in research and research funding, when you say that's not possible, that kind of gets the juices flowing. So that's, in essence, what I want to talk about today. So I just want to give you a couple stories. I put up here the description of this session, and I liked how it was written, and so I'll get back to that in a minute. 6 years ago, MEDRIC was asked, if you had $5 million, what would make a good prize? And that was interesting to me because the Bureau of Reclamation was one of the first U.S. government agencies to actually start using prizes again, and one of the first ones we did was a desal prize. And while it was quite interesting, exciting, and done with USAID and later fielded out into some countries, poor countries, it was a frustrating experience. And so I wasn't too excited, but $5 million, again, is something that catches your attention. And I looked around, and one of the things I had seen not happen in my career was an individual device, a device for an individual that could desalt seawater or brackish water. And I'll talk a little bit about that at the end of the talk and where that ended up. The other thing that happened was more recent. It was in the last year or two, And the DOE's NOWI hub desal hub was just mentioned. They got an extra $10 million from Department of Energy, and so they came back to one of the advisory committees I sit on, and they said, what could you do with $10 million? So I went back to my colleagues at the Bureau of Reclamation, and we went through all sorts of ideas. And Juliana Porras, who runs the program there, said, what about Native American and rural water? And I said, no, we've always failed at that. I don't want to get involved in that. Every time we've come up with some great technology, it never gets used. And when you talk about a valley of death, this is the cliff of death. It goes nowhere. And they were doing that when I started my career, and it went nowhere. And I woke up the next morning and realized, gee, that's exactly why we want to get involved in that. And so that's what generated my interest in this field, and I continue to push on small-scale desal, which is decentralized desal. But this is a continuum, and so I'll talk a little bit about this continuum, but I'm really focused more on the absolute edge of it, the tough part, because I think both ends of this continuum inform both sides. But I wanted this question up here specifically because the efficiencies that we've been hearing about and the cost getting down to 20 cents a cubic meter, it's not happening at the small scale. And I have some ideas as to why that might be, and I also feel this is probably the next frontier in desalination research. Although I have to say the last session really got me excited because I wasn't a true believer that we could actually mine the brines, but now I'm starting to become a true believer. So what we know is large-scale desal requires on lower costs, and that's driven a lot by the improvements in the use of energy. And these are things I pulled from Jim Burkett that he did many, many years ago. But basically, the systems we have today are relatively simple. I mean, compared to what they used to do, they're simple. They're fast. The water goes into a desal plant and it comes out seconds later. We are trying to go to higher recovery with the purpose that the less water you pump, the less energy you have to use in the entire process. And then, of course, ultimately, they have to be super reliable because if you have outages, that means you have to have more capital cost in order to provide the consistency of water production. And I asked the center director at NOWI if he had some comments on this, so he gave me a couple of slides. And this is one that most of us anyways in the industry have seen forever and ever. But the point here is that we've really optimized seawater desalination. But as you can see here, as the size of the facility goes down, the cost continues to go up. And that is viewed as a technology opportunity zone. And so this idea of investing in small-scale desal and small-scale desal research really has, as they say, a technology opportunity zone. And I totally agree with this. So one of the things that you need to think about is, I've got two things here. I'm going to start with a third one. But think about your cell phone and think about how most of us, I guess, I think of myself as young, but I've been around a while. We grew up with copper wire. We grew up with not being able to access people immediately. And we've seen a huge downscaling of where there was a huge centralized system, huge infrastructure, and now today we have something in our hand that allows us to do phenomenal things. And yet it wasn't a downscaling of the copper wire that allowed us to do that. On the energy side, we grew up with huge centralized production facilities. And yet today, an individual can have in his hands a way to produce energy, to charge that cell phone, for instance. Again, it wasn't a downscaling of this big centralized plant that allowed that to happen. And in water treatment, I couldn't resist For me, this is something relatively new on the market. But water treatment, not desalination, but water treatment has been large scale forever and ever because there are huge economies of scale. And yet we have new technology in the last 20 years, 30 years. And in this particular case, it's a hollow fine fiber and it's an ultrafilter. And I can take this anywhere I go and just fill up this little plastic bag, suck on this, and my water's treated. Again, it's not a downscaling of this technology. And so I guess my point is that why can't we do that with desalination? So again, kind of the ultimate in terms of decentralized, clear it down to the individual, not just a family unit or a small community or even a metropolitan community, but an individual. So as I said, it's a continuum. And Tom was nice enough to give me a couple pictures. And you can barge these things now. You can build a barge, put one of these treatment plants on it, or one of the desalting plants on it, and send it to where you need it. SWIC has several of these. One of the more interesting ones, it's not uncommon now to find people doing PVRO, and that's being sited remotely. It's a very, very, very commercialized thing at this point. I'm not sure how cost-effective it is. I suspect communities that need it will use it, but I think they still have to pay a lot of money for it. So I'm hearing that Mascara, one of the unique things that they have is this ability to operate with the intermittent energy that comes from PV. And one of the things that I have found really interesting is the last picture on the right. While this is a UF, the cool part about this is people can actually buy water from their cell phone, of all things. And so they can buy very small quantities of water at very, very small prices, and that provides enough money for it to do the operation and maintenance and to maintain these facilities and these sites. But as I'm going to say, these are still very complicated. I'm going to say that in a couple of slides from here. The systems, I view these systems as very complicated. Oops. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what some of the needs are that make this a bit unique from large-scale desal. On the left is from a paper that's going to be given in IDA. It's in my session at IDA. And it just shows the change in the power going into electrodialysis reversal. And they're actually calling this direct drive EDR. And basically, there is no battery storage. And that provides a lot of interesting opportunities on small-scale desal that you don't normally think about when you think about water. And on the right is a diagram of a batch RO. And I think Tom mentioned earlier that we were able to judge for the Bureau of Reclamation the more water, less concentrate, and I believe this is the one that won the competition. And anyway, they made a gutsy move by trying to concentrate brine with batch RO, since batch RO is really not commercial or even hardly piloted. Yet, one of the really interesting things about this is this can deal with the up and down of energy production. So you could run this off of a PV, and it's interesting because when they shut down, you get the backflow and you get the cleaning of the surface of the membranes. Anyways, one of the reasons why this is interesting and one of the concerns you have, especially as you get to the smaller scale, is your operations aren't going to be supported by supply chains. This is one of the reasons that we were failing in the Bureau of Reclamation, citing these things. You can't go to Home Depot. And in fact, if you're in a third world country, there aren't Home Depots. I mean, I even hate to think how you'd find an ion exchange membrane, but that's a whole nother discussion. So also there's very little support from trained operators or technicians. Again, all of these things are easy in the metropolitan area or in the developed country. It's not easy when you're remote. So the goal would be to minimize consumables, You want high operational flexibility. You want to simplify the operation and maintenance. You want it robust so it can handle different types of feed waters. And as we're talking about this, this is also something that could be used for humanitarian issues. And when you start looking at humanitarian issues, you start worrying about weight and volume. So now all of a sudden, some of the things that we've been using to optimize large-scale RO, like levelized cost of water, really aren't the driving factor in small-scale desal. I'm not going to go through every one of these, but I just wanted to mention a couple of things. When Medrick started with the handheld desal price, I was getting a lot of pushback that it's impossible. And there's lots of reasons why I don't think it's impossible. But one of the things I just wanted to point out was when the NAUI desal hub was created by DOE, they did an initial study called the bandwidth study. And we heard a lot today about how much energy it takes to desalinate a cubic meter of seawater. So the state of the art from this report came out at about 2.7. The practical minimum came out at about 1.5, and the theoretical minimum at about 1.05. And this is a standard seawater at a standard temperature. And so playing with that, the minimum amount of water we determined in terms of the humanitarian prize was 3 liters of water per day per person. This isn't for washing, it's not even really for eating, it's just to keep somebody alive until healthy water can be brought back or made available. That, I figured, needs about 49 watts in 10 minutes. So if there's a way that we can provide that kind of power, and it could be chemical, it could be all sorts of different things, or it could be human power. And I guess the other thing is I just wanted to point out is just think of these mega billion-dollar desal facilities and putting it in your hand. So just like with the cell phone, instead of all that copper wire, put it in your hand. So the research priorities, I think, are reducing complexity, and that's the robustness that I mentioned earlier, reducing cost, but I think it's the capital cost that's driving this more than anything else. Again, we may not have the equivalent levelized cost of water that a large-scale plant has. It needs to be able to be standalone with minimized additions and reduced supply chain. I think probably the biggest thing that we don't ever talk about in water are the social technical systems. I actually found out this is an area of study, and there are PhDs given in this. I've only talked to one person, and it was by accident, and it was about 6 months ago. But this really starts looking at this idea of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and culture driving the choice on the engineering solutions that you make. So it's not just a downsizing of RO, it's looking at how do you do a separation process. And we talked about pressure-driven, electrically driven, but there's other types too. In fact, it was interesting to see the chemical one. So I think it would be useful to reinvestigate all the different desal separations and seeing what you can optimize that aren't necessarily levelized cost of water. It might be the robustness, other things. And then I think that these new bits of knowledge could actually help to upscale. So instead of this idea of downscaling from RO, from the mega size, maybe we learn some new things in this research that could be then used in the large scale. And so then I wanted to end by just mentioning the Oman Humanitarian Desalination Challenge. That's what I talked about at the beginning. It ended up I didn't get $5 million. I got $1 million. And that had to pay for operating as well as the prize. So there's a prize of $700,000. We've gone through 2 rounds. We're just closing out the second round. I'm hoping to announce another year of competition because nobody's won it the first 2 years. And hopefully it will go through the end of next year and we'll see a winner. Off to the right are some of the companies that applied. We've had, I think, 80-some applicants. We've only tested 1 device. Everybody wants to do a solar still. Solar stills aren't going to win, sorry. Not on a handheld device. one of the things we learned in the Bureau of Reclamation in doing prizes is that researchers, especially academics, have a terrible time competing for prizes because there's no money. They need money, and they're much better off doing a traditional research path. And so we created the Pathway Research Grants from USAID funding. They put in $1 million. And so we have actually made 3 awards. I'm in the process of a 4th award. And each one of these projects I view as needing to have some sort of interesting twist to it. And so the first one on the left is a solar still. And I just said bad things about solar stills, but this one incorporates some of the biomimetic ideas that had been discussed off and on during the conference. And I can talk more about that if you're interested. A couple of things, though, that they did. The whole project was called the Mangrove Still Project. So they were looking at mangroves and how mangroves wick up water, so to speak. But the twist that I really liked was, this was on a small Greek island, and since it was during COVID, I couldn't visit. And we kept trying to figure out how to go visit. They sent a lot of pictures. But what they were doing was they were collecting the salt, and they were trying to find a salt market on this little Greek island. And it ended up that there were two parts of the community that were very interested in the salt. One was the cosmetics industry, because apparently there are people that make cosmetics and sell them to the tourists. And the other was the cheese making from the sheep and goats and stuff. I would never have guessed, but this was going back and communicating with the community and working at the grassroots level. The middle graph, there's no way you can see it, but what it's saying is that this is one of those crazy ideas. It could be summarized as they're burning aluminum to create the energy to do the desal. And basically, the volume of the aluminum that they're using has twice the amount of energy as the equivalent volume of diesel. So in a crisis situation, that's quite interesting. The next one over is actually a membrane distillation. Hopefully, they keep promising that it'll be a multi-stage, not just a single stage. But the interesting twist on this one is they're using packaging technology. So everything is done with plastics, the membrane, the outside, and they have encased it into a glass top and a little case. But the reality is they can roll this thing up and deploy it in a very small space. And it's really, I guess maybe you couldn't produce it locally because they are using these really fast manufacturing techniques. And then the last one that we're working on, since the contract hasn't been signed, I can't really tell you what it is, but it is a project that deals really well with the variability of energy that comes through PV. And they've done a lot of optimization of the algorithms to be able to suck every bit of energy out at the most efficient way possible. It's a very efficient EDR. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, Kevin. It's interesting, and he just scratched the surface with this. I mean, there's a lot of ideas. We've seen new stuff. You may have seen the YouTube video about the researchers at MIT that have a briefcase-size unit, and they run down to the sea and throw a little line into the sea, and they've got a briefcase-size unit that pre-treats and desalts the seawater using ion concentration polarization. Kind of a clever scheme. It's been looked at before where people envision doing these little ICP units the size of a 1-pound coin, and then putting them in cartridges and summing up to provide some bigger volumes of water. So a lot of interesting stuff, and metal organic frameworks, MOFs, are being looked at. So a lot of interesting stuff. And one of the biggest, most profitable markets for desalination is mobile units that companies provide for temporary industrial facilities. There are hundreds of these, thousands of these things in operation, highly successful, operating on a temporary basis. And they're pretty straightforward RO units just in trailers, but compact units, well engineered. So a lot of options. It's a much bigger market than most of us realize. You have something to say, John?
Was that a serious question, Tom? Do I have something to say? Yeah, I'd like to say something about what's going on in one of the other rooms right now. Not here. We're the technical guys, scientists and stuff in here. Right now, over in one of the finance rooms, they're talking about should the banks lend money for desalination plants on projects where the non-revenue water, NRW, is more than 25%, meaning these big decentralized desalination projects are making water and 25% of it's being lost. If you go to decentralized desal, point of use or local or small community, you can cut that non-revenue water down to zero. And one of the impacts that has on your levelized cost of water, I mean, it would be 1/3 cheaper than it would be otherwise, right? I mean, I think that's something that we need to think about, not just for some of the ideas that Kevin seemed to focus on were really small, almost point of use type things, but town and village and smaller city-sized projects can have that same effect, which has a big impact on the overall community or utility economics. The first significant seawater RO plants that I kind of always think of are on the island of Malta, and they decentralized them. They moved them around the island. Their distribution pipes were smaller. Their reliability and redundancy of the supply was better, and their non-revenue water was better. And there's a lot of islands that I've worked on as well that did the same thing, where with desalinated water we had non-revenue water down at 5%, which is gold standard for that stuff. And that was done through using smaller systems and decentralizing them. And there is quite a lot of that, especially in the island nations around the world. So I mean, I wanted to say that for one thing. And as Kevin said, there is a spectrum like that. And even at the small end of seawater and brackish desal, small plants still might be using 8-inch membranes, and they're still using the latest in energy recovery devices, and can be quite cost competitive, but it's a little bit different. But there's a lot of pros and cons for smaller, decentralized, distributed production, right down to the personal level. Right?
Yeah. Kevin?
So one of the problems that we saw in the Bureau of Reclamation was that we did a lot of great demonstrations. We showed that it could be price effective. We did a lot of things like that, and then we found that it was ignored, even though it was really, I would say, life-giving. In the Navajo Nation, for instance, we made several different efforts with several different technologies, and each time it wasn't accepted. And so the last go-around, when I was still in the Bureau, we funded, I think it was an MED, very small system with the solar collector, and looked really interesting. So we kept funding it, and one of our planners, in fact, he's probably one of the last planners in reclamation, was working with the researchers in Arizona. And he told me the story of what happened at the end. And what happened was that he got all the tribal members, the tribal leadership together, the Navajo, brought them out to the test site. And of course, they had this really cool solar collector. They had this kind of tent-like thing that they had their system in. And he brought them in. Everybody walked in, and they all shook their head yes. They went back out, and the head of the Navajo told this planner, "Don't ever do that again. We don't care about those blinking lights or those numbers on the dials. We just want water." They didn't care about how it came about, and that was what was presented, was how it came about. not what it meant. And so the cultural aspects of some of these things. And then there's institutional issues that occur too. Again, in the Bureau of Reclamation, we were spending hundreds of millions of dollars to put in rural water systems. My group used to design a couple of these, and part of it was for Native Americans, part was just for small communities, and it was in North and South Dakota. They ended up doing a centralized treatment plant off of one of the rivers and running their distribution system for almost 1,000 miles. Now, you talk about non-revenue water. You talk about even knowing where the pipelines are. But the reason they did that was for institutional problems, and that was in the United States, the federal government will pay for the construction. So they'll pay basically for the OPEX, for the CAPEX, but everybody that receives it has to pay for the operation costs. And so how does it get designed? It gets designed so that it will last forever and it doesn't take anything to operate. And you end up spending way more money than if you had actually been drilling wells for small communities into the brackish groundwater rather than sending, for hundreds of miles through a pipeline.
Yeah, it's an interesting subject, and I think with that we're going to have to call this session to an end. I thought we would have a hard time filling it, but it's there's a whole new world out there, and what we've tried to do in these innovation sessions is give you, as we said at the outset, just a look at the challenges facing the desal industry, the opportunities, and the research that's going on right now, and the research challenges that we face. We hope we've given you you've seen some new things during these past couple of days. We want to thank you for your participation and look forward to seeing you all again. But with that, I think we're going to wrap this session up and go to break. So thank you very much. Right on time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to commence the concluding sessions of the Future of Desalination conference. So kindly come and take your seats here in the main hall. We're going to start with the water strategy session for Saudi Arabia and then some concluding remarks. So last chance to join us for the session. We're starting in just a couple of minutes. Thank you. Okay, the time has come to introduce our final session of the Future of Desalination. And we hope you've had a very successful time up to now. The next session is all around mapping out the strategy for Saudi Arabia when it comes to desalination. And we have to host that particular session, the editor of Global Water Intelligence, Mr. Tom Scotney, who's going to come on stage in a moment and introduce his guests for this panel. Tom, are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, please come and join us at the front here. Tom Scotney, would you like the microphone? Good. Hello, Your Excellency. A strategy for Saudi Arabia for desalination, chaired by Tom Scotney, the editor of Global Water Intelligence. Tom, the floor's yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to this penultimate session of the day. I am Tom Scotney. I'm the editor of Global Water Intelligence. We're coming towards the end of this event. There's been a huge amount to take in. I hope that you found it as informative, as interesting as I have. I think it's been fantastic seeing the history of desalination in the kingdom for the last century. But I think perhaps more importantly, a bit of an insight into where we're going next, and that's something that we want to look into in this session. I think it's no news to anyone here that the kingdom is it's a leader in desalination for the world, and not just in terms of scale, but also in terms of the innovation in technology and in contracting. I think for me it's been particularly exciting hearing people talk about the future and the way we will have new approaches to the issue of the energy use of desalination, to the new technologies that are deployed in desalination, and to the financing and the policy that sets the stage for the whole industry. And so with this session, we're looking to bring all of that together and to have a bit of a view of the industry, where it's going in the future, inside and outside of the kingdom. And what we're going to be doing is looking at, I think, three main questions. Firstly, the effect that low-cost, large-scale desalination has had on the development of Saudi Arabia. I think we're going to be looking at perhaps the lessons that other industries, other countries in the region and further afield can learn from what's happened in Saudi Arabia. And also perhaps hopefully to start to sketch out a bit of a vision of the future of desalination over the next decade. And so with that in mind, I'd like to introduce all of our speakers here, my fellow panelists. On my left we have His Excellency Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Shaibani, who's the Deputy Minister for Water Services at the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture here in Saudi Arabia. Next to him we have Christophe Guillet, who is a partner at Aman Advisors. We have Richa Prasad, who is a senior partner at Cranmore Partners in the UK. And we have Anand Krishna Rohatgi, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Synergy Consulting. So with that, perhaps we can start this discussion. Dr. Abdelaziz, perhaps we can start with you. I'd be very interested to your thoughts. Tell us, the scale of what's been done already in Saudi Arabia is just colossal in terms of its presence in the desal market. Given that you have a remit that takes in a bit more of a wide-ranging view of water services, water resources, and so on, can you tell us, perhaps talk to us a bit about how the availability of low-cost and large-scale desalination has contributed to the development of water overall here in Saudi Arabia?
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you all for this excellent conference, truly international, and I can say all about desalination, whether here in Saudi Arabia or internationally. By the way, just a slight correction, I am the Deputy Minister for Water, not Water Services. Desalination industry in Saudi Arabia has evolved over the past several decades, I think, to become a center of excellence, a powerhouse of knowledge and capabilities, not only in management and building projects and operating plants, but also in innovating and in leading the desalination industry worldwide. And probably we'll talk about the innovation in desalination a little bit later. But desalination has contributed a lot to the economy of Saudi Arabia. Something that probably some people sometimes forget about is the contribution of water in general to the economies. Water, as you all know, is cross-cutting. It contributes to the GDP, it contributes to the economy, it contributes to any development, whether it is economic, social, health, and everything. So one of the major things that desalination has contributed is water security and the security of the supply, especially to the domestic use. It has provided reliable, continuous, and cost-effective supply of water that is playing a major role, that has been selected strategically to be a main source of water for at least domestic use so far. Desalination, of course, whatever we produce from desalination will save equivalent amount of our strategic reserves in groundwater. So this is a clear benefit and payoff of the desalination industry to the economy. And it has enabled the country to build capabilities in management, as I said, and in operating, and also in the technologies that we believe will expand and will flourish in the near future.
Thank you. And does the continuing growth of the kingdom, does that rest on continuing investment, continued support for desalination in the same way that you have for the last decade?
Of course, the investment, there are all the reasons that use public funds, even public funds for desalination. It contributes to the development. You all know that Saudi Arabia is going through a fast pace of development in all aspects, and water is a major player in all that development. So it has enabled the country to progress very well in its development, especially after the launching of Saudi Vision 2030.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So yeah, I think that really sort of brings across the scale of the importance of desalination here within the kingdom's development. Christophe, perhaps we could bring you in here. In your experience at Oman and elsewhere, you've built up a very wide knowledge of Kingdom, of regional economies and markets, and further afield. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on what Saudi Arabia's desalination industry has to offer other markets around the world. I'd be interested to know, what direct role and what indirect influence the market here has on other desalination markets.
Thank you, Tom. Yes, thank you, Tom. I think that, of course, I think that the market is recognizing the Saudi Arabia as the main market in desalination. And what is very interesting at the level of Saudi Arabia for the future, because I think that the market is confident for the future of desalination in Saudi Arabia, and we see especially at the level of the technology innovation in the desalination sector, all the companies are definitively interested to put in place some pilot experience to test their technology, to demonstrate that the new technology, the disruptive technology, have to be proven in Saudi Arabia, in your market. So I think that this is the recognition by the market that, yes, definitively Saudi Arabia is the most important market for desalination in the world, even if the things will maybe change in the future with some emerging market or new market like Egypt, but definitively this is the recognition of the market. One thing which is interesting also is to see that the Middle East investor and Saudi investor are also investing in the technology and innovation and participate to the development and to the new technology in the sector, in the water sector. Alors, it's right that it's more, we see that it's more at the level of some technology related to wastewater, but also desalination and also application in the oil and gas industry.
I see. Right, thank you. And in terms of Saudi Arabia's involvement, direct involvement in these markets overseas, I think it's been very noticeable that here in the Kingdom we have not only the environment to foster desalination, but also increasingly the actual companies, the private sector that is taking a direct role in that, in the investment, the construction, the general project development. I mean, we've seen the presence that someone like Aqua Power has built up around the world. What future do you see for the private sector in Saudi Arabia outside the bounds of the Kingdom?
No, I think that Saudi Arabia has the chance to have one main player in the market, so Aqua Power. So I think that it's difficult to talk about the strategy of Aqua Power, but definitively this is a main player in the Kingdom, a main player also outside of the Kingdom, and beyond the GCC, Aqua Power is also involved in the renewable energy. I think that the chance that you have at having Aqua Power as a player is that probably in the future we see that beyond GCC, in the new project, like for example the new tendering process and project in Egypt, the combination between renewable energy and desalination is one of the main challenges. So, of course, Aqua Power is will be very competitive for the development of this project beyond GCC, having, for example, for the case of Aqua Power, developed a strong pipeline of projects in Morocco or in other countries with renewable energy. If we go beyond Aqua Power, I think that the subject at the level of the market of Saudi Arabia is to have a good learning curve at the level of the, I would say, tier 2 players. You are in a market where indeed after Aqua Power we have a very fragmented market with some operators, developers operators with 1-2 projects, one participation in a consortium with a project awarded by SWPC. So it's definitively, you have a problem of size, scalability, and definitively my advice at the level of strategy for the future and to be more aggressive in the future will be really to bring together some capabilities and to allow to have a second champions, national champions after Aqua Power. I know that there is also Almar, which is less with less presence in desalination, but you have many developers, operators in Saudi Arabia with medium size, and they have to, I would say, to develop themselves, to develop the capabilities, to develop the resources, to develop the talents, and it takes a lot of time, but this is definitively very important for their success in Saudi Arabia, and after that to go beyond GCC, beyond KSA, and to develop new business in other regions.
Great. Thank you, Christoph. Well, while we're talking about the private sector, I guess this is the perfect time to bring in Richa and Anand. The growth of desalination as a technology, as a water source here in Saudi Arabia has been certainly in the past 2 decades matched by the growth of private finance as a method for funding infrastructure. And there was a direct commitment to the use of private finance in the Vision 2030 program. But I think Saudi Arabia is quite unique in terms of global markets for not only this commitment to PPP and private involvement in funding, but also at the same time having a very strong and retaining a very strong presence of the public sector in desalination through SWCC as a plant owner and operator and a technological innovator, even while the rollout of these PPP projects has happened. I'd be very interested from both of you to hear your thoughts on what you think the long-term role of the public sector should be in desalination in Saudi Arabia, and is there a single role for the public sector, or does this situation where there are different involvements in different projects, does that bring us the best opportunities? Richa, perhaps I can start with you.
Sure, thanks. Is this working? Yeah. Thanks, Tom. So my background has been in financing. I've been an ex-banker and currently providing financial advice to private sector bidders and also to the government on various projects. And I've been involved in this region for the last 20 years, well, nearly 20 years now, and have seen the evolution of the market. I mean, initially it was all power, then it was IWPPs, and then Oman started with the standalone desalination projects, and Saudi Arabia, of course, took it to the next level in terms of size and complexity. And I mean, the differences between power and water, and I think we've seen the evolution of the market in terms of risk allocation, etc., and getting comfortable with the standalone desalination projects and financing them. The desalination sector in Saudi Arabia has also encouraged many more developers to come out from across the world, more Spanish, more French participation, and bids, lots of bidders for these projects. So certainly there's been a lot of excitement, and the track record has been good in the private side. I mean, the projects have been announced, tendered, quick decisions taken, and the developers have actually gone on to close these transactions quickly. While being very cognizant of the Saudi requirements for greater Saudiization and local content and local skill transfer. So that's going on. I think private sector brings in all the efficiencies, optimization, innovation. It's a very competitive market. When in the tendering side, when we have been involved in arranging financing, we have seen how competitive it is with very tight equity returns, which has actually forced the private sector to be more innovative and think outside of the box in terms of how they can create value for themselves as well as for the country. And I think we can't underplay that. But similar to what has happened on the power side, I think there is a role for both public and private initiatives to coexist hand in hand. SEC was a prime example. They owned a vast majority of power plants, but there was always the case for the IPP model also to exist alongside that. I think that's what I'd say.
Thank you. And Anand, is that your take on it as well? Do you feel that PPP offers the best model, the only model for developing desalination as a technology and a solution?
Ideally, I would say yes. The PPP makes more sense from a kingdom perspective. But the key driver here is the volume we are talking about. The growth which the kingdom is seeing is unfathomable. And if you want the water wastewater sector to follow that growth, as His Excellency said, water has a straight impact on the economic growth. If you want to maintain that growth, I don't think private sector alone can meet that objective. So I believe Kingdom is specifically in a very well-balanced neutral zone where both public sector and private sector have a very, very balanced and equally important role to play. Generally what happens in a country is if the public sector becomes too active, private sector tends to get sidelined. And the other way around as well, in more, let's say, let's say, faster markets. But here, the amount of volume the country needs, both public sector and private sector can move hand in hand and provide the support the country needs in terms of growth. Plus, I think, this relationship is also quite symbiotic because, as you rightly said, there's a lot of private sector funding going into technology. To some extent, we've seen private sector being a bit more innovative in taking the leap of faith in new technology. That obviously paves way for the public sector to very quickly grab on and move equally. So in total, it helps the overall country and economy to be more optimized.
And I think just one more point to add to that would be actually also the practical aspects around that and the cost of financing, for instance. And depending on how things evolve, which government counterparty is looking at the state-owned power plant, water desalination facilities, there will be a balancing because if their financials are strong, then they can be raising bank debt directly themselves and be funding these state-owned facilities themselves. And at some point in time, there will be a decision as to what is the cost of financing for the private sector versus the cost of financing for the public sector. And that, depending on the dynamics in the market, that can also have a big role to play in terms of what takes precedence. We have seen that in the power side, depending on the economic cycles. It's either been state-owned power plants which are getting financed by banks or the PF model being adopted. And I'd suppose, just given the volumes, there's scope for both to go hand in hand.
I see. Thank you. And just keeping on this topic of BOT contracts and other PPP infrastructure, I mean, it feels to me from the development of the projects that we've seen in desalination, I mean, it's impossible to deny the effect it's had on driving down the cost of desalination. We've seen desal go from 60 to 50 to 40 cents a cubic meter and below. And that's obviously a win-win situation for both public authorities and the private developers, I think. But it also feels at times as if there's occasionally some tensions between bidders and clients. I'm thinking things like over who ought to be responsible for the energy supply, what restrictions there should be on technology choice and so on, and also potentially some of the impact we've seen on the construction markets. I mean, who do you think should be responsible for energy and the decisions on energy and where it comes from and who pays for it in a PPP project? Anand, I know this is something that you've brought up before.
See, for now, the responsibility for energy supply should stay with the public sector, which is the client or the off-taker in this case. See, if you look at these structures, they're very traditional tolling structures where you get electricity and seawater and you're producing potable water. So it's a very, what we call a tolling structure framework. Trying to create captive energy is not the right mix. Where the country will move, and that's what I foresee in the next 8 to 10 years, is commoditization of water. The way we've seen commoditization of power in a lot of economies, our guess is Saudi will see commoditization of water. That's when we will get to a point where all it matters is the meter cube of potable water of the right quality touching the distribution network. And everything before that will be the private sector job. That is the right balance for captive generation.
Richa, is that your view as well?
I have a slightly different view on this. I feel that the choice should be left to the private developer to decide how and where they want to find their returns. And that helps to lower the cost of desalination. yes, certainly there should be a backstop by the government in terms of energy supply at a certain cost. But if the developer can think of more innovative solutions for reducing the cost of electricity, if they are incentivized to keep the benefits from that and to improve their own equity returns, it will only result in cheaper water for the economy, as well as bringing, I mean, specifically we are talking renewables here, and it also gives a slightly green flavor to the financing. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's a good thing. If they can develop electricity at a cheaper cost than what's available on the grid, then why not? Let them have the benefit and upside of that.
Great, thank you very much, Asia. Well, yeah, so Dr. Abdulaziz, perhaps we can come back to you now. I mean, you know, we've talked about the private sector, and I think, you know, more and more over the last couple of decades, that has been about the role of the Saudi private sector as well as international investors. And I think, you know, alongside the growth of desal as a technology, we've seen the growth of desal as an industry in Saudi Arabia. And you know, that's not an accidental thing. That's something that the government and the authorities here very much supported. Can you talk us through? I mean, how at present and in the future do you ensure that that the growth of the desalination market pays off in terms of the growth of the desalination industry and the industrial sector more broadly here in Saudi Arabia?
Okay, desalination in Saudi Arabia or desalinated water is a major source of water supply, so it will continue to be this way. It might be even extend its uses to other uses other than domestic. And it will play a major role in the economy. Of course, it has impact on all 17 SDGs. And this is in itself is a good benefit. There are investment return in water projects, job creation, technology. Saudi Arabia can be a hub for technology development, capacity development, building and development. And I think it will enable the desalination industry not to benefit the Saudi economy, but even to export the knowledge, to export the know-how, and to export the innovation and technology.
Mm-hmm. And so how do you foster things like increased local production, components, technologies, and so on? What are you doing to try and keep that, to try and have more of that within the kingdom?
Yeah, of course, desalination is a whole ecosystem, so our colleagues in the desalination industry know more about this. So there are efforts to localize the desalination industry, whether it is at a large scale, whether it is for membranes or for spare parts and chemicals. This will reflect in the local industry. So a whole ecosystem has to develop, and the government provides incentives, provides agreements between different parties to localize. We of course, require certain percentages of Saudization and localization, and I think it will provide enough incentive for the local industry to grow and to provide support to the desalination industry.
Mm-hmm. I see. Thank you. Christoph, here we're talking about more, perhaps the further reaches of the supply chain in desalination. You've worked with a lot of technology companies in different parts of the water market. I think we have the word commodity brought up for water here, and it does to some extent when we have so many test projects, so many examples that desalination is becoming something of a commodity itself. From your point of view, do you feel that desalination as a process is it something that can be disrupted, or are we looking at incremental change at the moment? I know there's been a lot of focus on energy. Do you see that as the only goal of the desalination industry at the moment, or is there a kind of killer technology that can change things?
No, we don't see at the moment a very strong disruptive change at the level of the desalination world. I think that the the reverse osmosis technology is well in place, and there is still a lot of buffer for innovation and improvement of this technology. I think that the big issue, and that's one topic that we hear during all the conference, is the electricity, the power generation, the combination with renewable energy, and the energy freedom, if I believe my friend Christopher Gasson on the concept of economy and PPP projects. So I think that this is definitively what we are expect at the level of the future world of desalination. And of course, there is all the subject regarding the subject of NEOM, regarding brine mining and ZLD project, which are definitively very specific to the context of NEOM, and probably a little bit beyond also the challenge of the desalination world. We did have a very interesting debate during the previous roundtable around indeed the technology challenge, and especially the dispersion of the brine and the objective of the dispersion of the brine. I think that there are some environmental impacts, environmental issues, and technology challenge around that one, especially at the level of the discharge of the brine and the chemicals at the level of the industry. So these are definitively the challenge, and for the industry, and the environmental impact is probably the one that we have to control in the next future. I think that's definitively the challenge.
Mm-hmm. And the issue of technologies and developments around actually getting value from waste, treating brine in the same way that we treat byproducts of the wastewater treatment industry. Is that something you see as having a potential to rewrite the economics of the desal market, or is it a supplementary thing? Is it something that's just a bit of extra income and flavour for the industry?
First, personally, I don't think that the brine solution and the NEOM project is the solution for the desalination industry. So I think that NEOM is in a very specific context. We have some challenge at the level of the desalination industry, and these challenges have to be tackled. So the environmental impact is, of course, a subject which is more and more at in the main topic for the industry. It's clear that this environmental impact can have an impact on the unit cost of the desalination produce, and there is probably, yes, the right balance to find at the level of the unit cost, because, yes, indeed, each event we talk about the decrease of the desalination cost, but when we will have to integrate all the environmental impacts, will it be possible to decrease the unit cost of desalination? This is a question mark, and I would say that at the moment, if we should indeed consider this environmental impact and applicate immediately the right solution, we will not be in this trend with a decrease of the desalination cost.
Thank you, Christophe. We talked earlier about the benefits, the successes, the progress that has been brought with the increasing involvement of the private sector here. Anand, I'd like to ask you, what do you see as the constraints on the involvement of private investors and the private sector more broadly in desalination here? What are the things that we can do to foster even more involvement from the private sector?
I think in terms of private sector participation, there are two major constraints right now. One is the overall human capital, which is a very big concern right now. And the second is the number of private sector players which are looking at the desalination sector. If you would actually count the number of participants or organizations looking at the sector, you can actually count them in one hand. But if you look at the overall pipeline of water and I'll add wastewater sector because these institutions look at both water and wastewater. The pipeline or the requirement is so large that the current set of private sector players cannot meet that requirement. So I think that's where the public sector role comes in. Public sector needs to go out and attract more private sector to come in, which could mean more hand-holding, which could mean more capacity building, or it could mean in some point of time financial or non-financial incentives for more such players to step in and expand in the sector.
I see. And I guess as well as the private water sector, there's also the financial element to this. Richard, I mean, what's your view on the financial situation, the availability of investment funds for water at the moment? I mean, it certainly feels, from my point of view, that there's perhaps not a shortage of liquidity, broadly speaking, but that, you know, we are in uncertain financial times. I mean, what's your take on the financial aspects of this?
Look, I think there's greater familiarity amongst the lending institutions with the desalination sector, the risks, understanding of the structures, etc. I would say that there is financing available. There's, for the right, well-structured projects, there is a lot of financing available. The cost of financing fluctuates with the markets, and I mean, I wouldn't comment on that. There are up cycles and down cycles. But in general, it's Middle East. Middle East needs water, and the fundamental, strategic importance of water is so high that the kind of financing that is available out there for long tenor financing or longish tenor financing, I think banks understand that this is relatively safer areas to put their money in. For instance, on the power side, you still know that ultimately there will be liberalized markets. It's a matter of time. Oman's already got a liberalized power market. So Oman's an interesting case study where my personal view is that even the water contracts are longer than the power contracts, but there is sort of more comfort in lending to water projects than to power projects, say in Oman. And ultimately, I think that's a dynamic which will play out in every market. One thing which we have to be careful about is the environmental impact, exactly as Christoph was saying. Even I was thinking about that. Because this whole region, every country here is sort of, you know, the impact it has on the Arabian Sea. I think there's talk about the temperature going up in the water there and all the rest of it. I'm sure people have touched on that already. And we have seen that environmental concerns play out on the conventional power side over time. It's not just about cost of financing or cost of power or water. It's about availability of financing. I think today it's fine, but if the environmental concerns get more and more over the next 10 years, 20 years, then people have to be really, really careful. And I think that's why it's very important to keep looking at innovation in the process, in the net end product, as well as in the sources, like the electricity sources as well, to see how can we make this more green, how can we make this environmentally more sustainable in the long term. Because at some point the financing dries up if the environmental aspects are not taken care of. And we have seen that on conventional power. Financing is gone for coal-fired power plant. Gas, it is increasingly difficult to raise financing. The oil and gas sector always has to keep showing and defending themselves and showing what they're doing on renewables to justify what are the green credentials to justify the actual business. And I don't want to sound too pessimistic, but look, I think even in the desalination sector, I think that's a challenge which people need to keep thinking about, to keep the environmentalists at bay. What is the innovation which is being done to keep financing available? Because financiers get very sensitive to that issue.
Anand, did you want to?
I think I'd like to add to that. When you look at liquidity and financing support, you got two elements to it. One is the debt element, which obviously was covered well. In my mind, the more critical part for Saudi Arabia is the equity availability. The availability of equity by private sector to invest in these projects. And that is today drying up fast. For a few major reasons. One is a lot of the, let's say the tier 2 companies, as Christoph said, which are stepping in, they are numbered, so you have only so much of equity available. Two, a lot of these are medium-sized organizations. So they don't have an unlimited pool of equity capital to deploy specifically when you look at the large pipeline of desalination projects in the kingdom. So there has to be a structure where long-term equity capital is made available in the country, which obviously then brings innovation around other shareholder participations, capital market play, et cetera, But that is a bigger constraint today in Saudi Arabia as compared to debt liquidity, which obviously is quite decent as suggested.
Thank you, Anand. Well, as I said earlier, I mean, this whole conference really is about looking forward to the future specifically, and something that I wanted to ask, well, all of you, but I'll start with you, Dr. Abdulaziz, is where you see the future of the desalination sector in 10 years' time. What would you like to see desalination doing, and what do you expect to see?
Okay, in 10 years, right? Well, 10 years is not really far away. It's around the corner. So whatever our colleagues in SWCC or in the desalination industry are working on today will become reality in 10 years. So what are they working on? I think some of the main things that the industry is working on is really taking the cost of technology down, reducing it, and making it easily accessible to even small economies so that it becomes practical. Also, something that is very important as the scale of desalination increases in many countries is to consider the environmental impacts. Every activity that humans do to provide shelter or to provide food, every activity will have an environmental price, whatever we do, even if it is just urban development. So I cannot imagine that we will be able to abolish environmental impacts, but I think it will be reduced significantly. I think the industry is also working on, and I think it will achieve good results in using renewable energy. So whatever is called clean energy or renewable energy in providing for desalination. Also, I believe that we will also see smaller desalination units used more frequently and in many places, especially inland. Here in Saudi Arabia, we have a huge reserves of groundwater that is not potable and that has high TDS, high salinity. So I think whenever the cost of desalination is brought down, we will see more and more of desalination, not for seawater, but also for brackish groundwater. And I think also we will see utilization of these portable or mobile units used in many places, especially in the Middle East, and also the use of floating units. Also, I think we will see more and more. And I expect also to see more ways of financing and probably introduction of banks just for the infrastructure of water and desalination.
Thank you. And Christoph, where would you like to see this sector going over the next decade?
I think that, at my level, I think that desalination is definitively, I hope that Saudi Arabia will continue to be a pioneer. I think that this is, it will be great based on the investment effort that you have developed to create this industry at the level of a country and to participate to the development around the world. Second, and it's more Saudi, I would say, objective for me, I have the chance to be involved in the project of Alula with a fantastic project, touristic project, etc. And I think that in Alula, it's like in the country, this is very important that desalination serve the water resource management, a sustainable water resource management for the country. And for me, this is what the vision that I have from the desalination and water world in Saudi Arabia in the future.
Richard, you and the PPP project you've supported have helped drive down the cost of desalination. Can it go further? Do you want it to go further? What's your vision for the future?
No, I wouldn't necessarily say it's about cost of desalination. I think it is about cost of sustainable desalination, which would excite me. And I hope, given the volumes that people are talking about here, I think Saudi Arabia is an ideal market to test case some of the innovative projects, the more innovative projects. I was sitting at the innovation stand earlier and listening in, and such interesting concepts and things being done. Can they be done at a larger scale? And can we raise private finance for that? When you try to raise private finance for something new, people get very concerned. Bankers will want a track record, and maybe that's the place where governments can play a role and take away some of the risks to make it palatable and bankable, these projects. And I would hope that Saudi Arabia will set some new benchmarks on new projects getting financed in interesting ways. And I think His Excellency was just talking about mobile units and all, and I need to understand that better, but it just triggered a thought in my head that we've seen that on the power side in Africa, for instance, microgrids that are being talked about, and that's completely led to a completely different model of financing. So if you're talking very small-scale desalination, mobile units, etc., I think maybe that's the challenge on the financing side. Also, we could see some innovation, and that might be a product both from technology and financing which could be exported outside.
Thank you. Anand, is that your vision too?
What I'd like to see is the water sector actually, or the water being commoditized. But that is the right thing for the country. That's when you're getting the most optimal cost of water. You're getting it through the most optimal source. You are allowing innovation to happen. And the entire system of the value chain is functioning at 100% efficiency. Like you, as Richard said, you have merchant markets in developed countries where the best source of power wins on the grid, which means there's room for technological innovation, there's room for size, there's room for better cost of capital, etc., etc. I think that's where the water sector has to move, where the end consumer only benefits from the best quality water. And then this entire value chain is left for a competitive arrangement to meet the best goals of the country.
Thank you. Did you want to?
May I add probably something that I wanted to say is that in probably 10 years or less, I think we will see uses of desalinated water in agriculture. Yesterday we saw some examples of countries investing in this, and today also. And I believe it will become cost effective to the degree that it can be feasible economically to use in agriculture, and in that way I think it will be a breakthrough in managing our resources.
That's great, thank you. That's gone by very quickly. I think unfortunately we may not have time for questions now.
I'm afraid we haven't.
Sorry,
Tom,
well,
no, we're out of time.
No, well, thank you. Thank you to all of the panelists. If just have a quick round of applause for them, and for your attendance.
Thank you. A great challenge indeed to summarize the strategy, but you had a lot of input over the course of the past 2 days. Thank you very much for going at that. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we just have some final words, and I'd like to invite two gentlemen up to the stage. Firstly, His Excellency Dr. Hazim El Nazar, the former Minister of Water and Irrigation in Jordan and the chair of the Middle East Water Forum, and also Christopher, if you could come and join me here. We will try and reply to the questions posed in the conference. Can desal be done at 40 or 20 cents per cubic meter? Can we decarbonize, and can we make use of the brines, basically? So shall we sit here indeed? We have that, or would you like to stand? How would you?
I might stand, actually.
Would you?
Okay. So, because I might call out some of my colleagues to help out with some of these things. So, right, we had 3 questions which I sort of came up with in order to set the agenda for this conference. And the first one started off as, can we make 40 cents the benchmark price for desalination outside the GCC, but then the governor objected and he said, come on, we're already doing 32 cents, be more ambitious. So I then said, okay, let's talk about 20 cents. And anyway, I mean, it sounded crazy at the time, but actually I think that it could yet be possible. I mean, as a result of the discussions that we've been hearing here, I think it is, I can see a way of it happening. I can see, as Dr. Al-Shaibani was just saying, desalination over the next decade will become an agricultural phenomenon as well. We were just hearing in the policy and finance session about the expansion of desalination into agriculture and the challenges that we face. And where we are now and where we can be. And at the moment, it's largely used for these very high-value crops in the south of Spain, where you've got a guaranteed market if you can deliver soft fruit at a particular price at a particular date, and you can't take risks on water. But I think that it's going to become a much broader market than just that niche over the next decade. And I think that that will completely transform the nature of desalination, i.e. we will be desalinating in much bigger volumes. And when we start desalinating in bigger volumes, we're going to start rethinking our approach to technology. I think that, in the the top technology session, we heard about the Veolia's barrel, and really that's the first step towards this scaling up of desalination. That's this huge pressure vessel with hundreds of membrane elements in it. But the next step is to go from those hundreds of membrane elements to a whole new configuration of membranes, so that we can take this technology, which was really developed for Caribbean islands and small-scale desalination applications, take it to a much bigger scale to match the kind of scale that thermal desalination reached over the past decades before it became uneconomic. So I think that 20 cents is within reach, but we just need to be thinking much more expansively, both in terms of the market for desalination and in terms of the way we produce it. Then, the second question was, what about the carbon footprint? Can we halve the carbon footprint? And I think that will happen quite naturally. It's already going. I mean, Saudi Arabia is leading the sort of Gulf countries in closing down the thermal desalination plants and replacing them with membrane plants. And then the great expansion of renewable energy is going to have a huge impact. And I think that that's definitely within our grasp. And the final thing was this question of developing 10% revenues from non-water sales over the next decade. And this is potentially about brine mining, but it's also about sort of hydrogen and other things that you can do as part of this sort of broader desalination industry. And I think, the thing which I found most inspiring actually was hearing from Susie from South Africa, who's already doing that brine mining, but with the mine water that she's bringing to the surface there and treating and pulling out valuable compounds and so forth. And I think that it is by bringing together people like this and taking their ideas and approaches that we will finally find ways of making this happen. But I suspect it will be in those circumstances where you've got very difficult to dispose of brines inland, where the cost of getting rid of them is so high that it will subsidize any energy expended on separating out the different salts. That's where it will start, and then it will become a seawater phenomenon. But it will take, it will take time. But I can see the seeds are already growing. So I feel that this event has really been inspiring in that context. So thank you very much to the Saline Water Conversion Corporation for inviting us to get involved in it, because it has been quite an experience.
So a very confident reply to those 3 questions which were challenged. The debate goes on. Let's find out what consequences this could have for the region, Your Excellency. You've written a wedding speech as the best man to this wonderful partnership we have here, a partnership of many, many decades. The best man has to reflect now on decades of the bride and bridegroom. So over to you, sir.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Excellencies, colleagues, and friends. On behalf of the organizers of the Future of Desalination International Conference, I am delighted to deliver these closing remarks. In this context, I would like to thank organizers, participants, speakers, the Saline Water Conversion Corporation, and the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for providing all support for this conference, not only for the Saudis, but also for the whole world, as the outcomes of importance for water decision makers from all around the globe. The Saudi leadership in desalination, something we look at with respect and pride. Congratulations to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Special thanks go also to co-organizer, which is GWI, Mr. Christopher Gayson and his team. I know that there have been many interesting and useful presentations during the last 2 days, with many good experiences have been shared and good lessons learned, as well as good practical activities and experiences. The change in focus from just desalination as a water supply option to a more future valuable vision of its value, efficient utilization, and the need for further innovation reshapes the future of desalination in the coming few years. Therefore, let me share a brief valuable information regarding the success of the conference and what we learned. We learned what policymakers involved in desalination have to get right in order to ensure cost effectiveness and efficiency. For example, issues related to non-revenue water, brine disposal, environmental concern, existing tariff, and needed subsidies as an integrated part of the water portfolio. We learned the need to accelerate innovation in desalination and how to link it to renewable energy, energy cost, and the need for energy supply freedom by developers. This requires a clear policy in order to reduce cost, enhance affordability, and reduce gas emissions to help in achieving SDGs related to climate change. We learned that desalination has a lot to do with food security, and looks like that the technological breakthrough in terms of cost per cubic meter to use it for food production through smart agricultural technologies is imminent, which will give the world great chance to reduce hunger numbers. We learned that water-positive business is coming soon, as desalination is the only option that can produce a new and additional water source. We learned that desalination and treated wastewater reuse synergy is coming, and something doable to maximize water use in the near future, as well as synergies with green hydrogen, as we learned from the presentations of the last 2 days, we learned that such a gathering with distinguished experts and participants and the themes of the conference is so important to exchange knowledge and experience, and therefore would be very much useful for all of us to have continuity for such a conference. To conclude, I thank you for the great contribution and looking forward to work with all of you on the new vision for the future of desalination. Shukran.
Shukran, Your Excellency, for that summary of some personal impressions as well of what went on here. We hope you've enjoyed your time together. We hope you've enjoyed helping to co-create and shape the future of desalination. That's what we set out to do with these 2 days together. We have now, to conclude, before everybody moves on, a nice video. What I would like to also personally congratulate and thank SWEC and GWI for hosting such a wonderful conference here. Let's have a big round of applause, please. God bless you all.